Chapter 481. Thales did not like dawn. The last dawn that left a deep impression on him was 6 years ago in Dragon Cloud City. It was the moment the calamities disappeared and the great dragon soared into the sky. But when the night was about to end and the dawn came from the east, what he saw was not hope, but an abyss. At that time, he was just like he was now, experiencing disasters that ordinary people couldn't imagine. He forced himself to hold on with minimal supplies and rest, and faced almost unsolvable problems. In the tense atmosphere, Thales clenched his fists in the face of dozens of mercenaries who were glaring at him with hostility. Barney Jr., who could only use one arm, wrapped the chain tightly around his left shoulder. He leaned forward and tried his best to bind Ricky. A brilliant counterattack. So, now, what do we do? Barney practically squeezed these words out between his teeth, which showed that he was in a difficult situation. The other three who were controlling Ricky weren't any better. They were prisoners who had just been released from prison, and after a series of battles, their supplies were far from being able to keep up with their consumption. All of them were panting and grimacing in pain. What to do? Thales took a deep breath and tried hard to get rid of the dizziness that seemed to be surging into his brain again. When they were captured by the disaster swords, Yodel, who was lurking in the dark, could only hastily inform Thales of his rescue plan. Ricky kept an especially tight watch on Thales. And that was the end of that hasty plan. But what happened next? Thales stared at Blade Fang's camp in the distance and tried his best to think of a way out. Zacriel still held his sword with one arm. He stood in front of the mercenaries who surrounded him in a semicircle. He faced his enemies' furious gazes and gritted teeth. His expression was calm and composed. "This is very unwise, Your Highness. Zacriel, you must know that we bear no ill will." Samuel, who stood at the forefront of the mercenaries, tried his best to control the disaster swords so that they would not lose control while he tried to convince Thales. "You better listen to him." This was Ricky, who was tightly bound by chains. His face was covered in sand and dust as he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes tightly. What to do? Thales shut his eyes. Camp, prison, disaster swords, shadow shield, let me think. Let me think. Quickly think of a way. However, at this moment, Quick Rope, who was standing beside him, screamed without warning. Holy shit! Thales opened his eyes and turned his head, just like all the other impatient people. They wanted to see what kind of trouble he was up to. Unexpectedly, Quick Rope did not seem to be the one who caused the trouble this time. Quick Rope stared at his empty hands in shock. He raised his head and lowered his head repeatedly. "This place is haunted," but before he could finish, another figure appeared in the ink-colored ripples, holding the black crossbow of time in his hand. It was Yodel. For some unknown reason, the moment Thales saw him, he felt a sense of security from the bottom of his heart. Just like many years ago. Quick Rope's mouth formed the shape of an O, and it did not return to normal even after a long time had passed. Before everyone's eyes, Yodel bent over in a practiced manner, stepped on the pedal, and strung the bowstring in a few seconds. He took out a small arrow with a special design from behind his waist and put it on the crossbow. F***CK. What the F***CK do you want to do? Josh, who was among the mercenaries, cursed and then fell into deep thought. Quick Rope came to a realization. He stretched out his hand and shouted anxiously, "Wait, there's something wrong with this thing's crosshair," but Yodel did not have any intention of paying attention to them. The masked protector raised the black crossbow, faced the camp, and pulled the trigger at the sky. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk there was a rapid and piercing sound. Be it the mercenaries or the royal guards, everyone was stunned for a moment. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the sound of the crossbow was sharp and resounding, and those who heard it were moved. It spread from the sky and did not fade away. It spread through the wilderness, and it could be heard clearly within a radius of several miles. Of course, that included Blade Fang's camp. Yodel tossed the crossbow back to Quick Rope. He ignored the latter's mutterings of, "Why can't I?" who was greatly shocked. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the sound of the crossbow began to weaken, but Thale's ears twitched. He had heard this sound before. This is the signal arrow of the White Blade Guards of Dragon Cloud City? Under the surprised gazes of the prisoners, the prince looked at Yodel in surprise and delight. The masked protector nodded silently. Thales widened his eyes. But how did you? Yodel bowed and nodded. His figure began to blur again. The Star Killer. You didn't finish rummaging through his luggage. The masked protector's figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Only one sentence was left in the air. So. I didn't waste it. Didn't waste it? Thales raised his eyebrows. He imagined the miserable scene of Nicholas the Star Killer waking up and realizing that he was lying naked on the wasteland. Everything from his horse to his luggage had been plundered, and he had no money at all. Thales put away his boring thoughts, and his mood lightened. Very good. What we need to do now is to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. Oh, no, I recognize you. Tardin, who was tugging at the chains with all his might, widened his eyes. He stared at the spot where the masked figure disappeared and hissed. You're that little girl from Renaissance Palace. But Zacriel, who had been paying attention to the enemy, suddenly spoke and interrupted him. Tardin. Focus. We don't have time to talk about this. The Knight of Judgment's stern rebuke drew everyone's attention back to the enemy. I've had enough, and you reminded me of it. Joseph, who was at the forefront of the mercenaries, strode past Samuel and stared at the Knight of Judgment, who was like a natural moat. Since we're outside, switch to crossbows. The dozen or so mercenaries at the back did not hesitate. Filled with anger, they immediately put away their melee weapons and pulled out crossbows or shortbows from their backs or waists. What? Thales' expression froze. Zacriel frowned slightly. Crossbows. Great. Another thing I hate so much. Fire as many as you can. Load them up. Joseph's expression was ferocious. He pointed his long sword at Zacriel, who was frowning as well. Cover fire. I don't believe that I can't kill this son of a B*TCH branded warrior. Thales watched with an unpleasant expression as the mercenaries brought out more than a dozen crossbows of different sizes and a few ferocious bows. The crossbowman stepped on the pedal, bent down, and used a drawbar or a hook to load the bow. The archers quickly drew their arrows, nocked them, and loaded them on the bowstrings. The scene of countless crossbow arrows flying at him and little rascal during the night of dragon's blood appeared before his eyes. No. However, beside Joseph, Samuel angrily pressed down on a bow that was knocked with an arrow. Ricky wants them alive. Especially that prince. The mercenaries froze for a moment. They hesitated while the two leaders disagreed with each other. But before they could react, Joseph turned his head around and grabbed Samuel's collar. He said angrily, "It's you who wants them alive. Because you can't forget that damn brotherhood. You royal guard. And I don't care about that. I care more about ourselves." Samuel seemed to be shocked by Joseph's sudden outburst. He was stunned for a moment. He looked at his former comrades, who were struggling at death's door, and then at the angry mercenaries. Continue to load the bow. Joseph pushed Samuel away and ordered through gritted teeth. He turned around and said to Zacriel, "Listen up, branded warrior. Listen up, branded warrior. If you want to become a target, then continue to resist. Ricky won't die anyway." The mercenaries' actions caused the guards' expressions to change at the same time. Cannon subconsciously moved Thales behind him to protect him. Quick Rope looked around like a frightened bird, then hid behind Thales without anyone teaching him how to do so. The atmosphere became more tense. "Oh no, we can't wait for reinforcements." When he saw that the situation was not right, Barney Jr. gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He said to the others, "Bruley, later, you and Belden let go and cover Zacriel. Take down the leader at all costs, however, no." The sudden interruption made Barney Jr., who was formulating a plan, choke on his words. "What? The vanguard turned to the person who interrupted him with a displeased expression. The Knight of Judgment stood in front of the group and shook his head as he faced the countless crossbows that were about to be fully loaded. "We will retreat to the dungeon and seek cover." Zakriel's expression was calm. He gestured with his chin at Ricky, who had his eyes closed. "But before that, we will first chop off this monster's head. Kick it as far as you can. Wait for me to count 3, but, hey!" Barney Jr., who had been restraining Ricky strenuously, was already irritated. When he was interrupted, his expression changed several times. He said angrily, "I am the chief vanguard." Thales, who had been feeling anxious, raised his eyebrows. "But, he is the watchman." On the other side, Tardin tried his best to pull on the iron chain. He shook his head in agony. In the chain of command, he has to be a little higher. When he said this, everyone fell silent. Barney's expression froze a little. "No." Zakriel turned his head around slowly. He was incredibly calm, as if he did not care. "The legacy watchman is second only to the guard captain, and has the same rank as the vice captain when we are not at war. Higher, by a lot." "High. A lot." Barney sucked in a deep breath. As if he was constipated, he turned his head back to its original position in pain. He bared his teeth and mouthed a rude word. He looked regretful, as if he was thinking, "Why didn't I kill this bastard with my sword just now?" The guards turned their heads away, trying their best not to look at the vanguard's expression. But at that moment, everyone? Belden, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. He stared at Ricky, who was trapped in the middle of the chain. There was fear in his voice that he could not hide. This man's strength, everyone was shocked. They turned their heads. "There's a problem." Right after he finished speaking, the chain in Belden's hands trembled. As if he could not control himself, he slid a few inches closer to Ricky on the sand. Belden was not the only one. Barney Jr., Bruley, and Tardin, the three people who controlled the chain, also began to slide at the same time. Thales glared at the chained Ricky. At some point of time, he had already freed his left and right hands from the chain. He held the barbed chain in a reverse grip and slowly pulled it back. "What?" The chain began to tremble violently. "No, no, no." Barney Jr. stared in disbelief at the trail he left behind on the sand. "There are 4 of us. What is going on?" At that moment, a voice that caused fear to rise seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It lingered in everyone's ears. "You think you've trapped me? Rough. Sharp. Hoarse." It sounded like the roughest scraping sound in their hearts. It was sometimes strong, sometimes weak, sometimes high, and sometimes low. Everyone in the area, be it the royal guards or the disaster swords, shuddered. But the terrifying voice that seemed to have risen from the bottom of their hearts and surrounded them endlessly did not let them go. "But you didn't." The faces of the 4 people who held the chain twitched. Their breathing became disorderly, and they were dragged even further. Many of the mercenaries dropped their arrows or loosened the strings of their crossbows that were already half-drawn. Some of them even covered their heads in pain. Zakriel shut his eyes and knelt on one knee. He panted heavily and relied on everlasting truth to support his body. "You didn't," the voice went on and on. Thales could not help but shudder. He instinctively turned around and grabbed Cannon, who was swaying. Quick Rope was in an even worse state. He even screamed in pain and knelt on the ground while covering his ears. "You didn't." Thales tried his best to stabilize his body, which felt as if he was about to lose his balance. He stared at Ricky in horror. "What is this?" The moment he heard the voice, his heart raced, and his blood surged. He felt a cold wind blow around him, and goosebumps rose all over his body. It was as if someone had brought out an endless nightmare. In the next second, Ricky, who was in the middle of the chain, shook his arms. The guards on both sides could no longer bear it, and the chains fell from their hands. Bang. An ear-piercing explosion rang out. While many people closed their eyes in pain, Thales, who tried his best to open his eyes, was shocked to see the chain shattered inch by inch and fell to the ground at Ricky's feet. It revealed the bloodstains on his body caused by the barbs. No. But this was not the most terrifying thing. Ricky gently wiped the sand off his face and gave Thales a disturbing smile. Thales tensed up. He felt as if there was some kind of power in that stare under the yellow light. After he was freed, the man seemed to be a little different. Imposing manner? Posture? Or something else? I told you before, don't think that you are smarter than demons, and don't think that you are stronger than demons. Ricky's voice was still terrifying. Under the faint light of dawn, his pupils shone with a rare and ominous yellow light. He stared straight at Thales. Thales was shocked and came to a realization. **T. My first target after I'm freed is. In the next second, Ricky moved and rushed towards Thales. The sudden change only lasted for 2 to 3 seconds. Zacriel reacted the fastest. He roared, got up from the sand, and rushed towards Ricky. Stop him. The 4 royal guards who had their chains freed were second only to Zacriel. One after another, they gritted their teeth and got up to block Ricky's charge. On the other side, Klein, who had just recovered from his dizziness, pushed aside the crowd that was swaying left and right. He pushed aside Joseph and Samuel, who were at the front row and covering their ears in pain. He shouted in exasperation, "Attack!" The mercenaries roared in response. With the help of their powers of eradication, they stood up, drew their swords, and attacked. The once balanced situation became chaotic once again. The moment Ricky moved, Thales could not care about anything else. He instinctively turned around and ran towards the exit of the underground prison. But he had overestimated his own body. He had just eaten and rested, so he could still walk slowly. But now, the more he ran, the weaker his legs became, and the darker his vision became. At the center of the chaos, Ricky stopped, turned around, and swung his arm at Belden, who was trying to intercept him from the side. *thud. The penal officer, who only had time to protect his head and face, grunted. He was thrown backwards by the terrifying force and fell into the soft sand. In just a moment, Barney Jr., Tardin, and Bruley, who were the closest to him, had already caught up to Ricky. Bruley roared and raised his arms to meet the attack head-on. Barney Jr.'s left elbow struck Ricky's waist, and Tardin kicked Ricky's knee. The 3 of them were prepared to suppress their enemy in unison. But at that moment, endless power of eradication surged from Ricky's body. It was like an endless abyss, allowing him to turn around calmly and face the 3 men. The 3 men who crashed into their enemy instantly felt the power of their attacks disappear without a trace. It was as if they had touched a ball of cotton that had no end, or a boundless abyss. Ricky only trembled slightly. Did you think that I was just a target that wouldn't die? The terrifying voice traveled into their ears again, causing the 3 men who held Ricky back to tremble at the same time. Oh no, Barney Jr. only managed to spit out half a word. In the next moment, Barney Jr., Tardin, and Bruley were either sent tumbling or flying in a straight line, like kites with their strings cut. They stirred up a cloud of dust on the sand, like splashing waves. At that moment, Ricky seemed to have become a different person. His gaze became more ruthless and fierce, and his movements became fiercer and faster. He became even crazier. Ricky snorted softly. He turned around and took a step forward, but Zacriel's sword had already closed in on him like a shadow. Ricky wanted to dodge, but he frowned when he realized that Zacriel seemed to be at the most perfect angle. He could not dodge at all. So, he smiled faintly. *rip. Steel broke bone. But Zacriel was stunned. His sword cut into Ricky's cheek from the side. It even cut open half of Ricky's lips, but it stopped in his mouth. Did you say that you want to cut off my head? Ricky, who had half of his cheek cut open and was bleeding non-stop, bit the sword in his mouth, literally, in his mouth, and revealed a strange smile. Beautiful skills, His teeth and lips did not move, but that terrifying voice rose out of nowhere in an incredibly bizarre manner. It made Zacriel's body tense up, and he shuddered. Stupid idea. Ricky grabbed the sword by the side of his face, pulled it out, and pulled it back. Zacriel immediately let go of the sword hilt, and only then did he avoid being pulled back by Ricky's great strength. In just a short while, the sounds of battle rose all around them. The mercenaries surrounded them. Barney Jr. and the others, who struggled to get up, had no choice but to fight against the enemies. Give up, before more casualties occur. Samuel went up to Barney Jr. and advised him through gritted teeth. F***CKU. Barney Jr. cursed and flung a chain he had grabbed from the ground. Thales, who had finally reached the exit of the dungeon, felt his legs go limp. He needed quick rope support to stabilize himself. Go and help them. Thales tested the lifeless sin of Hell's River and the mystic energy, which was almost taboo, while he said firmly to the hesitant Canon, stall for time. Go. Canon's hesitation only lasted for a moment before he shook his head firmly. No. You're more important. Thales was so angry that he could only clench his teeth and gasp for breath. On the other side, Ricky retrieved his silver longsword. Without waiting for his half-cut face to recover, he charged at the unarmed Zacriel. Zacriel dodged the sword and frowned. To his dismay, he realized that Ricky's strength seemed to be endless. His movements were fast and coherent, and there was no hesitation. But his moves were ruthless, his momentum was astonishing, and he was very oppressive. The Knight of Judgment, who had lost the initiative and was in a terrible state, was in a difficult situation. He was in danger a few times, but he could always avoid danger at the most critical moment. After he forced Zacriel to roll away in a pathetic manner, Ricky suddenly stopped moving, turned around, and swung his sword. Asterisk clang. Asterisk he left a trail of sparks in the air. As the metal clashed, Ricky extended his right arm and stabbed a figure in the ripples in the air. Thales was shocked. You forgot something, Mask. Ricky turned his head to look at Yodel, who was gradually becoming visible. His terrifying voice rose again. The night is over, and dawn has arrived in the desert. And when you attack, I can see your footprints. The masked protector trembled. He grabbed the sword stuck in his left shoulder and tried to stop Everlasting Truth from advancing any further. In the next second, Yodel seemed to have given up on struggling. Instead, he raised his head, shook his right hand, and the gray short sword shot out like lightning. Ricky only tilted his head slightly and dodged the attack. You missed. Ricky sneered and looked at the masked assassin, who was trembling and kneeling on the ground because of his terrifying power of eradication. But the one who answered him was not Yodel. Instead, it was a gray short sword that pierced through the back of his neck and came out of his mouth. He did not miss. Zacriel, who had appeared behind Ricky at some point of time, said coldly. Ricky trembled. He felt his cervical vertebrae being severed, and he could no longer feel anything below his neck. He could not help but let go of the long sword. No, Ricky widened his eyes in disbelief. His oral cavity was clearly destroyed, but his terrifying voice still rose out of nowhere, causing Zacriel to shudder involuntarily. How did you? Zacriel tightened his grip and stopped Ricky from continuing. Do you know what abilities this legendary anti-mystic equipment has? The Knight of Judgment shook his head in disgust and pushed Ricky's body away. As expected, legendary anti-mystic equipment? Ricky fell down powerlessly. He watched helplessly as Zacriel pulled Yodel up, patted the latter's shoulder, picked up Everlasting Truth, and turned to him again. Zacriel raised his long sword coldly. I'm not telling you. However, in the next moment, Ricky howled on the ground. His howl was shrill. It shook people's hearts. All the people who were fighting in the field shuddered. They could not control themselves and instinctively knelt down. Thales used all his strength to hold onto the metal plate at the exit of the dungeon. Beside him, Cannon and Quick Rope had already knelt down. They were in great pain. What in the world is this? On the other side, Ricky struggled to get up at an even faster speed than before. He used his arms to block Zacriel's trembling long sword. It was as if he no longer needed time to regenerate and recover. Zacriel and Yodel looked at each other, then at Ricky in shock. The yellow light in Ricky's pupils became more obvious, and strange, charred muscles could be seen faintly from the wounds all over his body. Then don't ever speak of it again. Ricky stared at Zacriel and Yodel in front of him. For the first time, a resolute killing intent appeared in his eyes. At that moment, Zacriel instinctively trembled in the face of danger from his skin to his blood. In the distance, Thales saw with his eyes wide open. Ricky shook his arms, and Zacriel and Yodel were sent flying. Zacriel fell to the ground and coughed up blood in pain. Covered in blood, the horrifying Ricky walked towards Yodel. "You're great, Mask. The last person who killed me twice without me being able to fight back. My name is Jasmine Lorraine." Ricky lifted the masked protector from the ground and covered his right hand with the dark purple mask. "Then, let us see what's under your mask." "No, no." Zacriel, who fell to the side, extended his hand in pain and fear. "That mask. You can't." Ricky laughed savagely. He grabbed the edge of the dark purple mask, and infinite strength surged from his palm. For more than 10 years, Thales had never heard Yodel cry out in pain or in pain. The masked protector was a man of few words. Even when he was injured in battle, he would only let out a grunt. Until this moment. "Ayaha!" Yodel roared in pain and anguish. Under Ricky's incredibly delighted, savage laugh and endless strength, Yodel struggled even more. His limbs trembled uncontrollably, and the extent of his movements was so great that it was as if he was enduring the most terrifying torture. "No!" When Thales saw this, he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. He instinctively snatched the crossbow of time from Quick Rope's hand. "Give me the crossbow." Quick Rope was shocked. But that crosshair, at that moment, whoosh. A shrill, sharp sound rang. It was as if the morning light had broken through the darkness. What followed was an even more piercing explosion. Crack. The mercenaries, the royal guards, and everyone else froze and raised their heads. Under the faintly glowing sky, a dazzling spark flickered in the air. It flashed so much that the figures on the chaotic sand swayed wildly. The spark was not the only thing that broke the chaos. Woo, a melodious horn call came from afar. Clear. Loud. Penetrating the hearts of people. 8. Chapter 482. The expressions of all the mercenaries on the field changed. Cavalry. Beside Thales, Cannon, who had been lying on the ground and listening, was the first to shout. His voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. A large number of cavalry, very close. Soon, even without Cannon's reminder, Thales sensed something. The gravel beneath his feet began to tremble. The inexplicable vibration was getting closer and closer, coming from behind the sand dune above their heads. Just like the waves. The mercenaries and royal guards lowered their weapons when they realized what was about to happen. Looking at the cluster of sparks, listening to the horn, and feeling the tremors on the ground, Ricky stopped what he was doing. The madness and bloodlust in his mind stopped for a moment. That was, woo, Thales narrowed his eyes amidst the light and the horn. He felt something. True enough. Behind Ricky, a shadow suddenly appeared at the top of the dune below Sparks. A white shadow. A speeding white shadow. And it was rapidly approaching the chaos under the sand dune. Woo! Amidst the sound of the horn, the speed at which the white figure approached was comparable to that of a soaring eagle. In just 2 seconds, it was right in front of him. Hence, Thales quickly saw its appearance clearly. It was a white horse. A galloping white horse. Pure white. Flawless. Graceful. It moved its 4 hooves at an astonishing speed. It was like a streak of ink-colored lightning. However, its movements were unhurried and extremely elegant. It was so loud that people even ignored the sound of hooves. Woo, the horn continued. Everyone was stunned. That's... Barney Jr. stared at the white figure in a daze before Samuel pushed him away. Samuel panted as he wiped off the blood on his face caused by the chains. It's him. If you don't want to die, don't move. Thales also looked at the white figure in surprise, but when he saw the figure on the horse, he immediately realized that it was a knight. It was a knight with an equally elegant and calm posture, but his speed was so fast that he could not see his appearance clearly. Soon, the sound of galloping hooves became clearer and slower. Thales subconsciously raised his head. He suddenly discovered that, at some point in time, under the dim light that gradually appeared in the east, countless black shadows had already appeared on the surrounding sand dunes, looking down from above. Cavalry. That's right, they were cavalry. Countless cavalrymen. His footsteps rumbled as he crossed the hill. Just like the others, Thales turned his head to the left and right and stared at the top of his head in a daze. He watched as the cavaliers who suddenly appeared reined in their horses, and under the long but clear sound of the horn, they slowly urged their horses to descend the slope. They closed in on the little patch of sand. Like the waves of the sea over the reef. It was unstoppable. If Thales, who had been talking to the suzerains in Dragon Cloud City, still did not know what thousands of cavaliers meant, then he understood now. Several thousand cavalrymen. This meant that no matter how wide your field of vision was, the moment you opened your eyes and raised your head, all you could see was this group of black cavalry. There are no blanks. This meant that no matter how good one's hearing was, when they advanced in unison, the only thing that filled one's ears was the sound of their hooves galloping. No exceptions. This meant that no matter how mature and calm one's mind was, when thousands of warhorses weighing hundreds of pounds came over with a weight that made one's heart palpitate, the only thing that could remind oneself was that one's heart was beating faster and faster uncontrollably, to the point where it was about to jump out of one's chest. There was no room to breathe. Everyone was stunned. Except for Zacriel. As the person who was the least affected and the most focused, the Knight of Judgment stared at Ricky, who held Yodel hostage. In the next second, he seized the opportunity when Yodel was absent-minded and suddenly moved. He appeared behind Ricky and strangled the latter's neck. Thud. Ricky was forced to let go of Yodel. The battle began again. The sound of the horn changed. The cavaliers on the sand dune, whose faces could not be seen clearly, froze. They seemed to be hesitating about this strange battle. Only the white silhouette that appeared first was still rushing down. But under the sand dune, Ricky, who was threatened, roared in anger. His anger rose, and he activated his great strength. With a roll, he threw Zacriel to the ground. You're really annoying, Knight of Judgment. Ricky picked up his long sword. His terrifying voice rose again, and it made many people tremble again. But before Ricky could raise his sword, Yodel's figure and his strange gray short sword appeared again. The blade pierced through Ricky's chest. Aya! Ricky roared shrilly. He turned around and swung his sword. Yodel shuddered and rolled to avoid the attack. But he could not go any further. Because in the next moment, the white figure that first appeared on the sand dune closed in on him. It went straight to the center of the battle between the three of them. It was like a gust of wind that blew away a lot of sand. Ricky only had time to dodge to the side and narrowly avoid the white horse's charge. But Thales saw in surprise. The white knight rose into the air and shook his arm. In the next second, a long spear that was completely white and even shone with a faint light magically appeared in the knight's hand. It swept through the air along with the white knight's movements. Thud. The white spear hit Ricky's chest. With the momentum from the horse, Ricky flew out with a cry of pain. He landed on the sand slope behind him, and countless waves of sand were stirred up. The white knight in the air also trembled because of the recoil. But he easily adjusted his posture in the air. The long spear drew a trajectory on the sand, and he landed gracefully. Thales was shocked. He understood that this was an ally. But in the next moment, the White Knight suddenly turned around. The tip of his spear turned like a snake and lashed at Yodel, who had just ambushed Ricky. Thales tensed up. Whose side is he on? The masked protector nimbly parried the spear, and with a nimble but slightly pathetic roll, he avoided the attack. But on the other side, Zacriel frowned deeply. He picked up Ricky's longsword and wanted to help Yodel out of the predicament. But the White Knight seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He withdrew his spear and turned around. A shocking scene appeared. With a crisp mechanical sound, the white spear, which originally had its rear hand acting as a lock and its front hand acting as an axis, magically changed its length. It retracted its front and thrust backwards, and the second tip of the spear protruded from its owner's rear hand. It was only then that Thales realized that it was a double-headed spear. And it can retract freely? In the blink of an eye, the White Knight had already turned around. His front hand became his rear hand, and he thrust his spear at Zacriel. The moment the spear and the sword were about to clash, the Knight of Judgment's expression changed. He knew very well that a sword was at a huge disadvantage against a spear. He instinctively withdrew his sword, took 3 steps back, and barely avoided the White Knight's thrust. The White Knight was slightly surprised. He seemed to be puzzled by Zacriel's perfect evasion of his confident strike. At that moment, Ricky let out a shrill roar again, and it made everyone's hearts palpitate. In the billowing sand, Ricky rose again and rushed back into the battlefield. He rushed towards Zacriel, who had yet to gain his footing. The Knight of Judgment gritted his teeth slightly. But before he could react, a figure flashed in the air. Yodel appeared in Ricky's path and intercepted his knee. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk as the horn continued to sound, the battle between the 3 of them resumed. Ricky's momentum was aggressive. He was incredibly angry after being toyed with repeatedly, and he wanted to kill Zacriel. Yodel, who was hidden in the dark, moved back and forth. He dodged in a disheveled manner and tried his best to stop Ricky. While Zacriel defended himself calmly, he tried to find a chance to counterattack and cut off the demon's head again. But before Thales could react, the White Knight moved again. He dragged his spear behind him and strode across the sand at an astonishing speed. He charged into the battlefield between the 3 people. At that moment, Thales felt his vision blur. In the chaos, the White Knight did not have any qualms. He thrust his spear left and right, and it flew swiftly. He struck the enraged Ricky repeatedly, forcing the latter to slow down. At the same time Zacriel used the momentum to counterattack. The White Knight thrust his spear forward and accurately intercepted the Knight of Judgment, causing him to return empty-handed. Occasionally, the white spear would strike at a cold and baffling angle. When ripples appeared in the air, it forced Yodel, who had intended to launch a sneak attack, back into the shadows in a flustered manner. The 3 of them were like 3 wolves fighting against each other, but before they could touch each other, they were interrupted by the strange spear in the middle. Everyone, including Thales, stared at the chaotic battle in a daze. That White Knight, he's fighting against 3 alone? The figure moved back and forth in the sand. Thales felt his eyes sting as he watched. The White Knight's body was incredibly agile. His feet were not his only fulcrum. He would occasionally move back and forth while the 2 ends of the spear tapped on the ground as an axis. Every single time, he would avoid danger. Thales could not help but be reminded of the flying locust blade. And his 2-headed white spear was like the most amazing weapon. It could extend and retract at will, and its length did not matter. It could move left and right, front and back. It could be used in any position and from any angle to deliver the fiercest and most precise attacks. With his agile body and fierce attacks, the White Knight swung his spear in the air with a whistling sound, and it brought with it an intimidating momentum. He did not need to defend. He could force the enemy out of the threat zone. Finally, after the chaotic battle lasted for nearly 10 seconds, Zacriel seized the opportunity. He rushed forward, turned his long sword, and changed his target from Ricky to the White Knight. The new knight frowned. He moved his body and parried with his spear, but in the next second, he found himself in an awkward position. He was separated from Yodel, and could only watch as Zacriel pounced on Ricky. Rip. The longsword cut into Ricky's shoulder blade. That's it? But Ricky raised his head swiftly, and with a fierce voice that had never been heard before, it made Zacriel frown and retreat. This voice seemed to be very unique. Thales, who was standing a little further away, cried out in pain and knelt on the ground. Then you're finished. With a ferocious expression, Ricky pulled out Everlasting Truth from his shoulder and rushed towards the unstable Knight of Judgment. Yodel wanted to go forward, but he, too, swayed under the shrill voice. But at this moment, when everyone was in a terrible state because of the roar, only the White Knight moved. He faced the incoming attack without being affected in the slightest. Like a white feather fluttering in the wind, he gracefully and calmly swept past Yodel. Only the White Knight's voice could be heard amid Ricky's terrifying voice. Quiet. It was a cold, clear voice. It was like a clear stream in an endless pool of filth. It cleansed people's hearts. It could not be questioned, refuted, or disobeyed. Ricky, who was still angry just a moment ago, instantly fell silent, as if he could not control himself. In the next second, the white spear lashed down like lightning. It struck Ricky's shoulder. Thud. That dull thud seemed to have come from the bottom of his heart. Ricky's long sword fell, and he knelt on the ground. Very good. The White Knight said softly, and then withdrew his spear. Ricky did not stand up again. He shook his head, as if to wake himself up. Soon, Ricky raised his head again and stared at the White Knight before him in disbelief. The yellow light in his eyes slowly faded away, and the wounds on his face slowly healed. You. Ricky mumbled. Thales, who was slowly approaching, finally saw the White Knight's appearance clearly. The knight was of average height, and he was slender. He looked to be in his 30s. He was dressed in a white riding uniform, neat and clean. He walked with an upright posture, and he had a natural imposing manner, as if he could not be shaken by the chaotic battle just now. The only thing that stood out was, the knight's left shoulder, where his pauldron should have been, was covered with a grayish-white, ugly, and huge, skull. It added a murderous air to him. The White Knight seemed to have sensed Thales' gaze. He turned his head warily. The moment he turned his head, the teenager felt as if he had used a blade to cut through the waves. The sharp mark he left behind was fleeting, but it was unforgettable. Under the light of dawn, Thales was stunned. Because, Thales suddenly realized that the man who had descended from the white horse was really a little, too handsome. He was so handsome that when his facial features turned to Thales, it was as if lightning had broken through the air. Even in broad daylight, he had the illusion of dispelling the darkness. His jet-black hair looked like the most ideal ink color for an oil painting. It complemented and highlighted his white traveling uniform. His skin was fair, but in the desert that was filled with yellow sand, he exuded a rare, robust, and heroic air. Below his left ear was an exquisite, sparkling silver earring. It was right above the ugly skull. And his gaze, Thales stared blankly. He only felt that the pair of faint amber eyes hid the most beautiful, but also the most lethal blade. It attracted every connoisseur, and at the same time, stabbed every person who was overly engrossed in it. The White Knight glanced at Thales and turned his head back. It was only then that Thales realized that he had rudely stared at him for a few seconds without taking his eyes off him. The handsome White Knight no longer paid attention to Ricky. Instead, he turned to the other two. Under his gaze, Yodel sheathed his supreme sword and quickly vanished into thin air. Smart, the White Knight said coldly. The battle stopped without a sound. The empty space under the sand dune became quiet again. The White Knight withdrew his right hand, and the magical white spear shrank to the length of an elbow, as if it was a magic trick. He put it away behind his back. He glanced at the mercenaries and royal guards behind him as if nothing had happened. His expression was very indifferent, as if there was nothing there. But it made the people behind him nervous. The White Knight did not say anything. He turned around and gestured at the sky. Rumble, the sound of hooves could be heard again. The cavaliers on the sand dune began to move again. The mercenaries and royal guards raised their heads warily. The cavaliers on the sand dune from all directions were getting closer. There were many of them, and there were already hundreds and thousands of them in sight. More cavaliers were still appearing from behind the sand dune, and they were slowly descending the slope. Coupled with the size of the horses, they looked like black ants that covered the entire mountain from afar. They came from every direction in a black mass, and it was incredibly oppressive. It was only then that Thales recognized them. The cavaliers in the front row all raised their bows and aimed at the crowd under the sand dune with hostility. It was as if they were going to fire 10,000 arrows at once with just one command. This made the people under the sand dune even more nervous. Hey, Barney Jr. was about to speak when he saw Hope, but he was held back by Samuel, who was behind him. Don't speak carelessly, Samuel said in a low voice. At the same time, he swept his gaze over his former colleagues with a warning gaze. He gestured at the White Knight with his chin. That bastard doesn't like people interrupting when he's doing things. Under the nervous and wary gazes of the crowd, the handsome White Knight walked to Zacriel. He lowered his head and looked at the warrior, who had a bloody nose, a swollen face, and wounds all over his body. He looked incredibly pathetic, but he still continued to fight. The handsome man's voice was cold and hollow. There was an inexplicable power in it, and it was like a cold current in the silent air. I recognize your brand. The man raised his head. Like an eagle, he accurately captured the figures of Barney Jr. and the others in the crowd. And all of you. The expressions of the royal guards darkened at the same time. Zacriel also stared at the White Knight in front of him. He narrowed his eyes, as if he remembered something. Ah, I recognize you too. A few seconds later, the Knight of Judgment smiled. Young man. Zacriel sighed. You are this generation's prison guard 8. Chapter 483. Prison guard? Thales' heart clenched. He remembered something and quickly walked forward. Behind him, Quick Rope caught the crossbow he threw in a flurry and caught up with Cannon in a disheveled manner. It's not easy to forget that face when you escorted us to prison. Zacriel's voice was a little dejected. Before him, the White Knight's expression did not change, but there was a hint of weariness in his exquisite and handsome features. And you should be in prison, the handsome man said coldly. Not here. Zacriel shook his head and said nothing. The cavaliers around them drew closer, and they almost dyed the yellow sand dunes in front of them black. They were piercing and oppressive. The man in white turned around. The skull on his left shoulder swayed slightly. He looked at Ricky, who sat on the ground. Blood whistle, sword peddler. This time, there was a shocking chill in the man's eyes. All of you shouldn't be here. All of you should be, where you should be. There was a disturbing meaning in the handsome man's words. Many of the mercenaries could not help but gulp when their identities were called out. Ricky's appearance had returned to normal. He stared at the knight in front of him and answered respectfully, I'm sorry, Your Grace. I'm sorry, sir. We're on a mission. Ricky shrugged. His expression was resigned and innocent. But we ran into some accidents. The handsome man frowned slightly. Your mission, at that moment, Thales, who had already approached the knight and could no longer hold back, spoke loudly. Don't believe him. I am the second prince, but in the next moment, the White Knight suddenly moved. He turned his right arm, and the tip of a spear appeared out of thin air to attack Thales. The teenager, who was thinking about how to explain, did not even have the time to react before he felt his body sway. Clang. The air became blurry. The moment Thales could see the scene in front of him clearly, he was already leaning against Yodel's chest, protected by the latter's left arm. In front of the masked protector, the Grey Supreme sword blocked the white tip of the spear. Cannon and Zacriel had already drawn their weapons without a sound. Their expressions were solemn, and they were ready to attack at any moment. Interrupt me again. The White Knight stared at Thales. His amber eyes shone with cold, murderous intent, causing others to forget about his handsome face. "I'll kill you." Thales stared blankly at the tip of the spear that was only a few inches away from him. He was momentarily speechless. "You can't." Yodel shook off the tip of the man's spear and pulled Thales up. "You don't know who he is." The White Knight retracted his spear. The spear turned back into a short spear and was sheathed on his back. "I don't care." The handsome man said coldly, "The same goes for you, Anonymous, no matter what your relationship with the Secret Intelligence Department is." The earring on his left ear swayed gently, still as exquisite as before, as if he had not seen the tense scene just now. Canon and Zacriel, who were the closest to them, sighed in relief. It was only then that Thales regained his breathing. He touched his heartbeat, which had started beating again, and stared at Yodel in astonishment. But the masked protector just shook his head without saying a word, as usual. The White Knight turned to Ricky again. "Your mission?" Ricky smiled. "Ongoing." Crassus of the Disaster Swords looked at the increasingly dazzling red light in the east in resignation. "I believe that you will see the progress very soon." The White Knight was silent for a while before he spoke again. "Your accident?" Ricky sighed. "Please allow me to introduce you." Ricky extended his hand and gestured at Thales. "This is Prince Thales Jadestar, one of our accidents tonight." Ricky's expression was resigned when he said this. Whispers immediately rose from the cavaliers who were closer to him. The White Knight frowned, but it made his face, which looked like it came out of an oil painting, even more vivid and eye-catching. He turned his head and sized up Thales carefully. It was probably the first time in his life that he was stared at by such a handsome man. Thales felt that his clothes and appearance did not quite fit the standard of a prince. For some reason, he felt his face burn. The White Knight turned his head and spoke to Ricky again. "I need an explanation." Thales was shocked. But Yodel immediately pressed down on his shoulder and stopped him from speaking. "Williams doesn't like to be interrupted." The masked protector bent down and whispered into the teenager's ear, "And he is serious." As Yodel spoke, he added another sentence in his heart. "It doesn't matter if you are a prince or not." "Williams?" Thales was surprised. "Oh, it's my fault for not introducing you. That caused the misunderstanding between you, respected Prince Thales." Just as Thales searched for the memory of this name, Ricky seemed to have just come to his senses. He gave Thales an apologetic smile. "The one standing before you now is the legend of the battlefield at the eastern border of the desert." The mercenary leader extended his hand to gesture at the ridiculously handsome knight before him. Adjectives flew out of his mouth as if they cost nothing. "The thunder wings on horseback." "The ruthless killer who can travel 10,000 miles." "The terrifying nightmare of the mixed breeds and barren breeds." Thales looked at the handsome knight before him and listened to the adjectives. He only felt his heart become a mess. Legend, thunder, killer, nightmare. Compared to the black mass of cavaliers around him, the White Knight's figure was particularly eye-catching. And the only master of Blade Fang's Dune. Ricky sighed slightly. The gaze he gave the man became more complicated. "Baron Roman Williams." "Roman Williams." "Baron?" Thales frowned. Roman, on the other hand, only listened to Ricky's words coldly, not saying a word. "Of course, you can also call him." Ricky heaved a sigh of relief. He used the tone he was most wary of to call out that name. "The legendary wing." "The legendary wing." Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. His thoughts raced. Among the three commanders of Constellation, the one with the most terrifying reputation, the most contradictory, and the most complicated. He rose to power during the Bloody Year and the Desert War. He slaughtered countless people, and he even trapped and killed 6,000 orc captives alive. He once returned to Eternal Star City with a triumphant reputation. He brought his army along with the king and paraded around Eternal Star City. From then on, he was rumored to be the one who could conquer Western Desert with his face. The legendary wing? The legendary wing himself, the handsome and terrifying Roman Williams, who was rumored to be fierce and terrifying, stared at Thales indifferently. His expression did not change. At that moment, Thales' gaze was fixed on the hideous skull on the knight's left shoulder. He recognized it. It was an orc's skull. However, at that moment, bang. A loud sound came faintly from afar. It was like thunder behind the clouds. The crowd burst into an uproar. The cavaliers stationed on the sand dune were also shocked. They comforted their anxious horses. Thales instinctively looked in the direction of the loud sound, and he was immediately shocked. It was Blade Fang's camp. A puff of black smoke rose slowly from the direction of the camp. Everyone stared blankly at the unique situation in Blade Fang's camp. Only Ricky, who sat on the ground, exhaled and smiled. Roman turned his head around. Anger could be seen in his eyes. He roared angrily at the cavaliers on the slope. Frank? However, even his roar was clear and penetrating, as if it had the power to cleanse people's hearts. Soon, a gray-haired middle-aged knight in full armor walked out of the crowd and looked at the camp in the distance, where black smoke rose. The eternal oil has exploded, sir. The old knight named Frank frowned and said, "Those damn old soldiers. Those damn old soldiers. After we left, they didn't even know how to manage military supplies and logistics." But at that moment, a second puff of black smoke rose slowly from the other side of the camp. The legendary wing's expression became even worse. Wait, that is, Frank's gaze focused, and his tone began to change. The second source of fire, in the direction of the shops. It's arson on purpose. His voice caused a commotion among the cavaliers. Many of them began to whisper anxiously. But with just a turn of Roman's head, everyone who was swept by his gaze subconsciously shut their mouths. The army returned to silence. But as if the heavens wanted to play a joke on this handsome knight who liked silence, a few seconds later, a horn that was hurried and made people panic came from the direction of the camp. Woo. 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 3 consecutive blasts. The sound spread throughout the wilderness. This time, the mercenaries and the cavaliers finally erupted in a shock and uproar that was difficult to suppress. The handsome Roman seemed to be unable to take it anymore. He did not bother to restrain his subordinates, but quickly turned his head around and shouted in the direction of another hill. "Felicia!" A commotion rose among the cavaliers. A red-haired female cavalier shouted and chased away the people who blocked her way. She rode to the foot of the sand dune. It was clear that Felicia was a rare beauty, but she had strangely shaved off the left side of her head, and there was a strange tattoo on her face. It reminded Thales of Ralph, who was beside him. "Sir, the messenger has confirmed it. It's an invasion alert," Felicia said in exasperation. 7th grade. As they watched the smoking camp in the distance and listened to the increasingly urgent horn blasts, the commotion in the army grew louder. In the midst of the commotion, the legendary wing lowered his head and said nothing. Perhaps it was because of his attitude, or perhaps it was because of the strict military discipline, but soon, the restless cavaliers calmed down. What left a deep impression on Thales was that when an astonishing number of cavaliers calmed down from the commotion, the soundless silence that instantly disappeared was also astonishing. In the terrifying silence, Roman slowly turned his head around and looked at Ricky, who was on the ground. "You?" Ricky exhaled softly and raised his head with a smile. He stared at the legendary wing, who had an overwhelming advantage in terms of strength and numbers, without flinching. "Yes, Lord Baron. What you are seeing now is our mission." Whispers rose among the cavaliers. Thales frowned and looked at the crowd. Stake had been knocked unconscious during the chaotic battle just now, and he was still unconscious. Roman's expression was calm. There was not a hint of emotion on his handsome face. "How did you do it?" Ricky shrugged and spread his hands in resignation. "Oh, this is all thanks to my comrades from Shadow Shield." This time, Roman interrupted him without hesitation. His tone was cold. "What happened?" Ricky was silent after he was interrupted. He lowered his gaze and pondered for a while before he raised his gaze. The prisoners in White Prison, Ricky's tone was natural, and he was not panicked at all. They have been released, and they are looting and causing chaos in the camp. Ricky smiled and continued to speak. And the military supplies warehouse, which concerns the survival of the garrison army, is burning fiercely. It is shaking the army's morale. The Cavaliers began to stir again. Ricky looked in the direction of the camp and clicked his tongue. But now, the suzerains of Western Desert, the only ones who have the garrison army in the camp and have the strength to deal with them, are on the verge of internal strife and mutiny because of an assassination attempt by a feuding noble. As for the highest level of alert, level 7, Ricky listened to the indistinct sound of the horn beside his ears and chuckled. The gray mixed breeds and barren breeds led by Shattered Stone Tribe and Shureran Tribe have sneaked back from outside the camp. They are preparing to use this opportunity to launch a surprise attack and invade Blade Fang's camp while it is busy with its own affairs. They will plunder to their heart's content and wash away the humiliation they suffered during the Desert War 11 years ago. Shattered Stone Tribe? Thales was shocked. The army on the sand dunes around them finally burst into an uproar. The middle-aged knight, Frank, was first stunned before he roared in anger. F***CKU. But Roman suddenly raised his hand. Frankie's curse was stuck in his mouth. In the next moment, the army became quiet again. No one dared to whisper anymore. Roman raised his head and glanced at the camp where black smoke billowed out. Indeed, they are selling swords, Roman said coldly. You have exceeded my expectations. Ricky nodded. He looked rather sentimental. Tonight is not an ordinary night. There are some small surprises. Both of them were silent for a few seconds. In the next moment, Roman suddenly spoke. So, what do you want? When he said this, the royal guards, Frank, and Felicia looked at the legendary wing in surprise. Ricky smiled. You do have sharp reflexes, Your Grace. He stood up and gestured to his subordinates before he bowed respectfully. We, the friendly and kind Blood Whistle, are your mercenary companions, Baron. Ricky hooked his finger. Klein immediately patted an unconscious captive awake and brought him forward. We will offer you the highest person in charge of Shadow Shield in Northland, Stake. Ricky looked at the frightened expression on Stake's face when he woke up in front of the Cavaliers. He smiled faintly. His appearance will make the assassins who have been causing trouble in the dark give up on their target and flee in all directions. The legendary wing frowned and did not speak. We will also return the only heir of Constellation, Prince Thales Jadestar. Ricky extended his arm to the nearby Thales, who could not help but grit his teeth. His status is enough to suppress those wild and unruly suzerains of Western Desert in your camp. Ricky observed the other man's expression and seized the opportunity to smile humbly. Of course, we will also offer you an opportunity. Ricky pointed at the camp in the distance, where black smoke billowed out. You do not have to waste those opportunities on us bumpkins who have hostages in our hands. You can use them to quell the chaos and turn the tide. This time, even Zacriel began to frown. He re-evaluated the man who had been a crazy, ruthless, and belligerent demon just a moment ago, but had now become the level-headed and wise Crassus. The legendary wing still did not speak. We, Blood Whistle, will use all of the above to buy from you, Your Grace. Ricky nodded respectfully. Our lives, safety, and freedom. Chapter 484. The crimson hue in the east began to fade, and the sky became brighter. But the atmosphere on the sand became stranger. Under countless gazes, Roman, who was as handsome as a painting, stared coldly at Ricky, whose armor was damaged and covered in blood, but who was not injured at all. Thales sucked in a deep breath and turned to look at his surroundings. The Cavaliers who were ready for battle, the nervous mercenaries, the royal guards who had complicated emotions, and the mini and exquisite Blade Fang's camp in the distance. He was deep in thought. Finally, the legendary wing turned to Stake, who was guarded by Klein. Shadow. Shield. Roman looked into Stake's eyes, which were filled with indignation and pain. Steak stared at the handsome man in front of him and realized something. He no longer struggled pointlessly, but frowned and fell into deep thought. More. Ricky raised his arms with a smile on his face. He has a close relationship with all of you here. Aside from the fact that he is the mastermind behind most of the chaos tonight. The leader of the disaster swords pointed at Blade Fang's camp in the distance. His tone was mysterious. He is also the main culprit who colluded with the enemy to sneak into Blade Fang's dune and assassinate Herman Jadestar during the bloody year 18 years ago. Thales sighed. Steak closed his eyes in indignation. At that moment, the sand became quiet. For a moment, only the howling of the wind could be heard. Even the intimidating gaze of the legendary wing froze. In the next second, the cavalier officers in the first row on the sand dune burst into an uproar. What? Frank frowned in disbelief. Are you talking about Ghost Prince Tower? And the fall of the camp? This person? For a moment, countless pairs of eyes were trained on Steak. Ricky nodded and looked at the scene he caused with satisfaction. A surprise gift, right? Zacriel, who was obviously exhausted, sat on the ground and stared at Steak with a profound gaze. Damn you, Samuel, that guy. Barney Jr. pushed Samuel hard, but perhaps because of the arrows around him, he did not continue to attack. Did you always know? Samuel only pursed his lips and did not speak. In the slightly chaotic scene, Thales looked at the person who had the most authority. The legendary wing did not say anything, and he did not restrain his subordinates, who were in an uproar. The White Knight only stared at Steak, who had his eyes closed. His attitude was unclear, and he did not move. That's impossible. The female knight, Felicia, gritted her teeth. It was obvious that she had recalled some unpleasant memories. When I was young, I saw the scene of an execution. The king had already killed the assassins that night, but at this moment, the silent Roman finally raised his right hand. The uproar of discussions and whispers in the army were all put to a stop. It was as if that hand possessed supreme majesty. Soon enough, the mercenaries and royal guards quietened down. Everyone looked at Roman's actions with solemn but nervous expressions. However, the legendary wing only turned his head around slightly and looked at Ricky. Evidence? The corners of Ricky's mouth twitched. He reached into his bosom confidently. I have a letter, but halfway through his words, Ricky seemed to have remembered something. He put down his hand and looked at the prince in the distance with a strange expression. Ahem, our prince has a letter written by Prince Herman. On it is the signature and date of his death. It is the spoils of war that the leader of the assassins took away that year. Steak opened his eyes and stared at Ricky in disbelief. Roman's gaze immediately shot towards Thales like lightning, and Thales shuddered. Yodel's words rose in the air and crept into Thales' ears. Give it to him. Thales frowned and cast a glance at the legendary wing's perfect face, but he still obediently took out the letter and handed it over with trembling hands. Roman stared at the expensive letter. He was silent for 2 seconds before he slowly took it and opened it to read. Steak's expression became even more gloomy. Ricky only said nothing and waited quietly. Finally, under the gazes of hundreds and thousands of pairs of eyes, Roman put down the letter. Ricky exhaled. See, I didn't lie to you. So. The legendary wing did not speak. Only his amber eyes shone faintly, reflecting the boundless desert. Crassus. Do you think that he will let you go just because you used the prince and me as a bargaining chip? At that moment, Steak, whose face was ashen and defeated, let out a broken laugh that was close to despair. He is the legendary wing. He is resolute, ruthless, and merciless. Under everyone's disgusted gazes, Steak coldly stared at Ricky, who betrayed him. He said viciously, let's not talk about whether he likes your threat or not. Obviously, it will be more beneficial for him to eat all of you. The mercenaries' expressions instantly became very unpleasant. At that moment, a voice that was not very harmonious rose into the air. Ahem, about that, everyone frowned and turned to the teenager who was ignored. Can I get it back? Thales ignored Yodel's anxious reminder from behind him. While he touched his head, he smiled foolishly and extended his hand to Roman. You know that it belongs to my uncle? Everyone stared at him in a daze. It was as if someone had popped a balloon, and the tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. Roman frowned for a few seconds, as if he wanted to reevaluate the teenager who dared to interrupt him again. And Thales could only brace himself and endure it. His smile froze. Fortunately, perhaps because he had confirmed his identity, the legendary wing did not threaten to kill him at every turn. Instead, he extended his hand in an abnormal manner and returned the letter to Thales. Asterisk tick, tick. Asterisk by the side, Ricky narrowed his eyes and imitated the sound of the clock. Time is passing, Your Grace. He pointed at the smoking Blade Fang's camp in the distance. Roman did not answer him. Instead, he turned to the third dune. Duro? On the third dune, a sturdy knight rode out from a group of cavaliers who were dressed very casually and arrived in front of the legendary wing. Thales and Quick Rope both moved. They recognized him. It was Duro. He was the psionic warrior they met on their way back. He was the boss of the Freak Squad in the Stardust unit. The lads are ready, Your Grace, Duro, whose left arm was thicker than his right, answered respectfully. Anytime. Roman stared at the camp in the distance and nodded. Of course, if you want, we can snatch the prince back right now. Duro looked at Thales. It was obvious that he did not recognize the teenager, who was even more disheveled than he was during their journey in the desert. He then glanced at the mercenaries in disdain. Then, we only need one charge. We don't even need to use Karl's rotating troops, and we can crush all of them. Duro's gaze was filled with hostility and murderous intent, just like the other cavaliers' gazes. His words made the mercenaries and the royal guards nervous. Only Ricky sighed unhurriedly. I have another piece of news for you, Your Grace. Crassus, the current leader of the Disaster Swords, narrowed his eyes. One of your deputies seems to be called Duro? In the next second, Ricky pointed at Duro, then at Stake. He has been selling information to Shadow Shield for a long time. Thales frowned. He first remembered Duro's act of accumulating wealth, then he remembered the conversation between the three parties in the tavern. Duro, who was named, was first stunned, then his expression changed. He urged his horse to charge at Ricky. He was furious. *CK your mothers. At that moment, Klein and Joseph instinctively moved closer to protect Ricky, who was still smiling. The cavaliers in the first few rows also aimed their bows and drew their swords. Even Thales' arm was grabbed by Yodel, who was hiding in the dark. The scene instantly became chaotic. At that moment, *whoosh. White light flashed. The white long spear instantly appeared in the legendary wing's hand, and he stabbed it into the sand with one hand. At that moment, Thales felt as if the air around him had been replaced by water. All the noisy sounds stopped. Roman spoke softly, but he sounded as if he was talking in his sleep beside everyone's ears. Silence. Thales shuddered. This sentence seemed to have some sort of power that forced the chaotic crowd to stop their hands and mouths. They also subconsciously stopped moving. 1 second, 2 seconds, no one spoke, no one moved. The scene instantly became quiet again. Only the rustling of the wind could be heard. The legendary wing then pulled out his long spear and put it back on his back. The people in the area looked as if they had just woken up from a dream. They seemed to have remembered how to breathe. Sir. Duro's steed raised its front hooves. It stood up like a human and stopped moving. Duro pointed at Ricky angrily. He was so angry that his lips trembled, and he spoke incoherently. This son of AB *TCH. He's so bad, but the legendary wing only glanced at him. His words. Is it true? When he saw his superior's face, Duro's words instantly froze. But he immediately reacted. How is that possible? I don't know this so-called assassin at all, however. Ricky gently pushed Joseph away, who was shielding him behind him. He chuckled and said, but he told me that your wife and daughter are seriously ill, right? Duro was stunned. Maybe you'll do something unusual for them? Duro gritted his teeth. He glanced at the cavaliers around him and said angrily, don't you King slander me. At that moment, the legendary wing spoke softly again. I hate arguing. It was just 3 short words, but they were like holy words from a religion. They instantly made Duro and Ricky shut their mouths. Roman raised his head slightly. His eyes were like lightning as he stared straight at Duro. You only need to say yes or no. Duro panicked. Of course not. I was promoted by you, and I have always been loyal to you, but he was interrupted by his superior again. But you don't sound so sure. The legendary wing's voice was still steady and hollow. It sounded as if it came from the horizon. Duro instantly froze. He stared into his superior's eyes and instinctively lowered his head. He seemed to be hesitating. My wife and daughter are indeed not in good health, Your Grace. Duro's tone was a little soft. He rubbed the reins with his hands, and he spoke with great difficulty. I can't pay for my labor. Sometimes, I will think of ways to earn some money with some merchants. The legendary wing frowned. Felicia, who was by the side, saw Duro's embarrassment. She could not hold it in anymore. Your Grace, we should deal with these things in the future, but before she finished speaking, Frank, who had urged his horse to her side, pressed down on her shoulder. The middle-aged knight shook his head at the puzzled Felicia. As a bystander, Thales frowned slightly. Earn money? With information? Ricky snorted softly and looked at Stake. Your wife and daughter are not sick. They are just periodically poisoned by these assassins. At this moment, Duro's expression finally changed drastically. He turned to Stake, who seemed to be unafraid of death. What? Ricky said sarcastically. You don't have to thank me, but this is the cause. On the other side, Stake, who was subdued, laughed so hard that he bent over. The legendary wing looked at Duro quietly. So, you are indeed selling information? Duro's face was livid. He looked around at his colleagues and was extremely flustered. It's just some unimportant information. You know, Blade Fang's camp does not have a police station. The merchants are always worried about security and want to get some insider information. His colleague, Frank, sighed softly. But Roman interrupted Duro. For example, this time, the so-called information about the various armies gathering in Blade Fang's camp, and the main regular army mobilizing on a large scale? Duro's words died in his throat. He was terrified, and the successive blows made him unable to react to them. But I don't know, Your Grace. I really don't know about those merchants, the legendary wing still responded coldly. By the side, Felicia could no longer continue watching. Your Grace, she said tentatively. We should first rescue the camp, but Roman interrupted her without hesitation. The camp is always impregnable. He stared at Duro, who was drenched in sweat. The coldness in his voice even infected the air. But my deputies may not always be the same. These words caused Frank and Felicia, who were beside him, to shudder and fall silent at the same time. Duro shuddered. Your Grace. Roman took a step forward and slowly approached Duro's steed. Your family member is seriously ill. Why didn't you come to me? Duro was clearly taller than Roman when he rode on the horse, but at that moment, he looked like a trembling mouse that saw a cat catching mice. In the next second, Thales only saw a flash of white light before his eyes, and it was followed by Duro's pained screams. Ah! The cavaliers in the first few rows cried out in surprise. When the shocked Thales turned his gaze around, Duro had already landed on the ground. The leader of the freaks did not die. He lay on the sand and panted in shock while he stared at the white spear in front of his chest. The tip of the spear was only a few inches away from his throat. True, because Roman said coldly. I don't care. The legendary wing turned around, and the white spear returned to his back. It was only then that Duro breathed a sigh of relief after surviving a disaster. Just like the other cavaliers. Snake shooter, Roman said loudly. On the third sand dune, a cavalier was pushed by someone, and he hurriedly urged his horse forward. By the looks of it, he was a little flustered. Your Grace. Thales recognized him. He was another psionic under Duro's command, and he had met him once in the desert. The legendary wing looked up. From now on, you are the new leader of the freaks. The cavalier known as Snake Shooter was stunned. He looked at leader Duro, who was on the ground. Huh. But Frank grabbed his arm by the side to stop the panicked Snake Shooter from continuing to speak. As for you, after today, you will retire. Roman looked at Duro, who was lying on the ground with a dazed expression. Go to Nikolai and solve the problem of money. You have too much in common, ranging from stupidity to blindness. He snorted coldly and turned around, allowing Duro to be helped up by Snake Shooter and Felicia. But in the next moment, the legendary wing walked towards Stake. This instantly attracted many people's gazes. Under Ricky's signal, Klein gently let go of Stake's arm. So, it's you. Roman stared at Stake coldly. 18 years ago, you extended your hand to the camp, and now, you extend your hand to my army. The legendary wing's voice was light and hollow, but there was a chill in it. You. Stake froze for a moment, as if he was frightened by the other party's aura. He then sighed. It's just work. Stake lowered his head and coughed violently a few times. He looked very disheveled. Just like you, Your Grace, I only obey orders from a higher authority. Thales remembered something, and he frowned slightly. I do not obey orders, assassin, the legendary wing answered coldly. I only protect my property. Roman walked forward slowly. As he spoke, his handsome facial features seemed to have turned into a sharp steel blade in an instant, and he stared at everyone who stared at him. And Blade Fang's camp is my property. No one can touch it. Roman stared at Stake intently. No one. Stake stared at him in a daze, as if he was a little frightened by the Baron at this moment. You don't need to be like this, Your Grace. I have already admitted defeat, and I will cooperate with you. Stake seemed to have lost his composure a little when he sensed the meaning behind the other party's words, but he still tried his best to save himself. All of this, including all the assassinations during the entire bloody year, was the handiwork of our master. His name is Teng. The Secret Intelligence Department definitely knows him. And I can help you, help the Secret Intelligence Department, and help Constellation find him. Stake cast an indignant glance at Thales. He has a terrifying secret in his hands, including the mastermind of the bloody year. It concerns the fate of all of Constellation. Frank and Felicia looked at each other. Even Zacriel pursed his lips tightly. But this time, Stake made a miscalculation. But Blade Fang's camp belongs to me. The master of Blade Fang's camp, the legendary wing, Roman Williams stared at Stake and said softly, it belongs to me. It only belongs to me. Thales watched this scene quietly. Stake was anxious. Of course, and you protected it very well. Listen, I know who participated in this incident. The Northlanders, the secret room, and even other forces of power. I can bring you to them. I still have a lot of resources that can be used by my subordinates. You can treat me as, but in the next moment, the legendary wing moved. A strange white light instantly flashed and turned into a long spear that went straight for Stake's heart. Rip. The sound of flesh being torn rose. Thales tensed up. In the next second, Stake lowered his head in a daze and saw endless blood gushing out of his chest. No. He did not understand. The legendary wing continued speaking. He was cold, unwavering, and emotionless, as if he did not hear Stake's words. That's mine. He stared at Stake from above, as if he was looking at a powerless, struggling worm. Stakes seemed to finally understand his fate. He lifted his gaze from the fatal wound on his chest and tried his best to squeeze out a final, broken smile. Then, it turned into a ferocious look. Phantom. Phantom's shadow shall never be destroyed, forever, but the white light flashed again, and it sliced through Stakes' neck. Stakes' fierce last words came to an abrupt end. Those who want to take it from my hands. Roman held the severed head expressionlessly and let the spear in his right hand drip with blood. You will have to pay the price. Stakes' headless body fell limp on the ground. Thales widened his eyes as he watched this scene. Shadow Shield Stake, the person who once manipulated the situation in Dragon Cloud City and Blade Fang's camp at night, died quietly in a corner of the desert just like that. He did not even have time to finish his last words. But in the next moment, Roman retracted the spear in his hand, turned it into a short spear, and stabbed it into the head's mouth. His next action made quick rope cover his mouth in horror. Thales stared at Roman's actions in a daze. He leisurely and skillfully used the short spear to tear the flesh on the head back and forth. Cut. Everyone's expressions changed. Amid the terrifying sound of friction, flesh and bone flew, and blood flowed. Roman's movements were skillful, and his expression was indifferent. It was as if he was cutting vegetables. The people around him felt a chill in their hearts as they watched. Fortunately, Roman did not like to talk much, or else Thales guessed that he would definitely hum a tune at that moment. Soon, after a few seconds, only 2 bloody holes were left in Stakes' eyes, which had died with everlasting regret. His lower jaw had also been separated from his head. The head became even more hideous, and the blood continued to drip down. It made Thales' skin crawl. Roman put away the spear and turned the head in his hand left and right with great interest. That expression, it was as if he was watching a craft. This thought made Thales feel disgusted. Everyone's expressions were unpleasant. Only Frank coughed. Sir. The legendary wing then turned around and tossed half of Stakes' head to Frank. The latter endured great disgust and caught it. He turned the bloody eye holes to the other side. Roman's expression was indifferent. He did not show any emotion, but Thales felt that he was in a good mood at that moment. He grabbed a handful of sand and rubbed the blood stains on his hands. Deal with it on the spot first, then burn it after the war. Burn it? Thales frowned. Carusa Shattered Stone Chief's quality is not bad. In the face of his subordinate's strange gazes, Roman shook his shoulders and tapped the ugly half of an orc skull on his left shoulder. It's just that it's been more than 10 years, and I'm a little tired of wearing it. I want to change it. The legendary wing pointed at the ferocious head that Frank had tied onto the horse and said softly, be gentle. End of chapter. Chapter 485. Be gentle. Thales felt suffocated when he heard that. Under almost everyone's unpleasant expressions, Ricky coughed. Can I treat this as a deal being made? Since we've done you so much, help? This sentence brought Roman, who had just completed his artistic creation, back to reality. The legendary wing slowly turned around and walked towards Ricky. His footsteps were slow, but there was a rhythm to them that made one's heart tremble. Klein and Joseph stared at the Baron, who made them shudder uncontrollably. They wanted to brace themselves and go forward, but Ricky stopped them. The leader of the mercenaries went up to him without fear. Sir. Roman and Ricky stared at each other. One of them was indifferent, and the other was calm. The people around them became nervous. Many of the mercenaries and cavaliers tightened their grip on their weapons. The royal guards instinctively stood together and drew closer to Thales. But Thales lowered his gaze and sank into deep thought. Finally, after a few suffocating seconds, the legendary wing snorted softly. Take your men and get lost. Blade Fang's dune no longer welcomes you. Once he said that, many people breathed a sigh of relief. And if you dare come back, Roman did not continue. Ricky smiled and nodded. Very good. Very fair. Then, good luck. And, happy working with you? Ricky extended his palm. But the legendary wing, with an indifferent expression, did not even look at him. He walked past him and walked towards his subordinates. Ricky raised his eyebrows and retracted his palm in resignation. The cavaliers in the first few rows put away their weapons when Frank and the others signaled them to. "That's great," Quick Rope whispered gratefully behind Thales. "No need to fight anymore." On the other side, Roman led his white horse back and loudly gave orders to the people around him. "Felicia." At that moment, Roman's previous bloodthirst and abnormality were gone. He became agile and straightforward, and he had his own awe-inspiring presence. "Send out the flying wing cavaliers. Occupy the lookout points around us and observe the enemy. Don't be in a hurry to engage in battle. If the Baron and mixed breeds really come, I want to know each and every one of their positions." The female cavalier shouted in response to the Baron's orders. Under her lead, hundreds of cavaliers on one of the sand dunes turned around in an orderly manner and disappeared into the rolling sand. The legendary wing turned his head around. "Frank. Poe. Equip the Edge Breaker cavalry and feed them the last of their rations, including those who have only been here for a month. Especially Poe, your new recruits who came from the inland. I will come later. Remember, we all have 4 legs. Try to fight outside on flat ground." Poe, another knight beside Frank, seemed to be a little puzzled. "Shouldn't we first light the beacon and ask for help?" Roman answered without hesitation, "Who are you pointing at? Ruins or Brave Soul's castle? You must know that the men of the Western Desert are shivering in their camps, waiting for us to save them." Frank and Poe nodded in response, then led their respective subordinates to ride away. Thales quietly watched Roman deploy his troops. His frown deepened. Just like that, half of the cavalrymen left in a grandiose manner. The scene was no less imposing than when they had first arrived. Snake Hand. The new leader of the freak squad was stunned for a few seconds before he hurriedly replied, "My lord?" Roman glanced at him. "Prepare the guards, especially the freaks. Once we deal with the outside, there will only be thugs and rebels left in the camp. It won't be very difficult, but it will be very troublesome." Snake Hand hurriedly responded to him and led his new subordinates away in a rather unpracticed manner. There were immediately only 200 to 300 cavaliers left on the sand dunes around them. By the looks of it, they were Roman's most trusted personal guards. Before Thales' eyes, the mercenaries began to count their luggage and number of people under Klein and the others' orders. Roman finally turned around and ordered the remaining cavaliers, "Carl. You and my personal guards will bring the prince to the first supply outpost in the east." Thales instinctively raised his head. The legendary wing lowered his head and stared at Zacriel, who sat on the ground. "Also, keep an eye on the prisoners in the prison of bones. Send them back after the war." Roman said coldly, "They do not belong to the sunlight." The expressions of the royal guards darkened at the same time. Roman walked to his white horse. The cavaliers surged forward and stared at the prisoners with hostile gazes. Thales sucked in a deep breath and refused a cavalier officer's attempt to help him up the horse. "They helped me a lot in the prison of bones. They even saved my life." The prince walked forward and attracted many people's gazes. "Can you let them go?" Barney Jr. and Belden's eyes sparkled. But the legendary wing only shook his head coldly. "They are prisoners." Roman did not even look at Thales. He just packed his luggage and minded his own business. "And I am the prison warden. Move faster. We still have a mess to clean up." Thales clenched his fists tightly. On the other side, 3 cavaliers roughly pushed Bruley, who seemed to be the biggest among them, to the ground. The latter struggled continuously. "Hey!" Barney Jr. protested, but he was immediately pushed down by countless cavaliers and tied up. Thales took a deep breath. "It's nothing. Don't resist." Zacriel calmly waited for the cavaliers to drag him up from the ground and tie his hands. At the same time, he tried to persuade the others. "We are just returning to the place where we belong." His tone was very normal, as if this was just a stroll. Very soon, Tardin, Cannon, and Belden were all escorted away. Barney Jr. gave him a sarcastic and resigned smile. Zacriel gave him the most profound expression. Thales stood where he was and watched everything quietly. Cheer up, everyone. At least we saw real sunlight, and not those damned flames. Tardin was forced to walk, but he still straightened his neck and looked in the direction of the sunrise. He smiled with tears in his eyes. It was as if he could not bear to part with the last ray of sunlight. Thales watched expressionlessly as the cavaliers took away the prisoners from the royal guards and tied the ropes from their hands to their mounts. Belden, who was the last to be escorted past him, sighed at Thales. Take care, Your Highness. We can only escort you up to here. At least, you are safe. Thales nodded bitterly. He had a lot on his mind, but he did not speak. Hey, I'm not committing a crime. The prince turned his head and found that Quick Rope was also escorted away. The pitiful man struggled, and he was so excited that he shouted with a Camian and Northland accent. Why? Thales. I'm the prince's favorite attendant. My father is new, that's something Casso. But the cavaliers ignored his protests and continued to escort him to the row of prisoners. Thales shut his eyes tightly while he struggled and shouted. Then, he opened them abruptly. Baron Williams. For the third time, the prince rejected a cavalier's invitation to get on his horse. He walked resolutely towards the legendary wing and said loudly, "Let them go." Under Roman's surprised gaze, Thales gritted his teeth. Anyway, the prison of bones has already been broken. If you are worried about your responsibility as a prison guard to guard the prison of bones, then... He raised his head. I will bear the responsibility. In the name of the heir to the kingdom, Thales Jadestar. His voice attracted a lot of attention. Roman glanced at the cavaliers around him, who were somewhat curious about the prince. They lowered their heads and went about their own tasks. The legendary wing turned his head around and strode forward until he was a few inches away from Thales. He lowered his head and looked down at him. Before you tell me what to do, tell me, Prince. Roman said coldly. His handsome face had a different kind of sharpness at this moment. Do I look like your father? Thales pursed his lips and gritted his teeth. Roman did not intend to wait for his answer. He snorted coldly. Then don't cry to me. The legendary wing lowered his body and whispered into Thales' ear, that's right. Because I don't care whose son you are or which kingdom you are going to inherit. Thales' face immediately turned livid with rage. But you are a baron of the kingdom. You are stationed in Constellation's territory, and you control the regular army of the royal family. The prince suppressed the anger in his chest with great difficulty. His face was red. The baron snorted. Very well, then let me guess, what you're thinking now is when I become king, I'll make you pay? Am I right? Thales clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Don't wonder how I know what you think. Roman sneered and whispered, because, that's what the trash would think. Once he finished speaking, Roman straightened his back and left in front of Thales, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. The prince was left alone in the wind, trembling in anger. Ricky walked over from the side. He looked at Roman's back, then at the sullen Thales. He seemed to have understood something. But he only shook his head. I guess this is our separation, Your Highness. Thales suppressed his temper and turned to him. Ricky smiled faintly. Don't forget your sin of Hell's River. We are full of expectations for your future. Thales clenched his fists tightly. Samuel also has a brand on his face. If I remind Williams that Samuel was also rescued by you from the prison of bones, do you think he will be locked up with Williams? Ricky was taken aback by the words that came out of nowhere, but he quickly reacted. Yes, it's possible. Ricky shrugged and smiled. But do you really have the heart to do that? After Samuel suffered for so many years for your royal family, he still ended up like this? Thales took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I see. Ricky glanced at him in puzzlement. In the end, he raised his eyebrows and strode towards his mercenaries. As he listened to the sounds of the prisoners being locked up in the distance, Thales clenched his fists for the last time before he released them. Thales closed his eyes and whispered to the air, "Yodel, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to do me a favor." A few seconds later, a weak and hesitant voice came from the air. "I can't win against Williams." Thales opened his eyes swiftly. "No. I want you not to show yourself." A questioning voice rose in the air. But Thales only stared at the backs of the royal guards who were tied up one by one. He said softly, "No matter what happens." Once he finished speaking, Thales did not wait for Yodel's response. He strode forward and caught up to Roman and Ricky. "Hey, pretty boy." William's back froze. "And you, dummy." Ricky stopped in his tracks. Under the strange gazes of many people around them, both of them turned around at the same time and frowned at Thales. But this time, Roman frowned a little. He felt that the prince seemed to be a little different. "We have to talk, the three of us, in private." Thales strode over and waved his hand to signal the others to do what they were supposed to do. Perfect timing. "I'm very hungry. It's best if we can have something to eat and drink." The teenager's footsteps were exaggerated, and his tone was casual. The way he ordered people around made it seem like this was his home. Roman and Ricky looked at each other. They did not seem to be able to react to the situation. Thales, on the other hand, put his hands on his hips and stared at them arrogantly. A few seconds later, the legendary wing exhaled. He looked at Thales as if he was looking at a lunatic. "We're in a state of war now. We don't have time to satisfy your royal extravagance." Roman shook his head in disdain. "Your Highness." Thales snickered. The teenager put his hands on his hips and pointed at Roman arrogantly. "No, you are not in a hurry to save them, because everything is under control." He turned to the side and pointed at Ricky. "And you are not in a hurry to leave either, because you are not worried." There was another period of silence. The situation was a little awkward. The prince's terrible sense of humor seemed to have ruined it a little too much. A few seconds later, the legendary wing no longer wanted to pay attention to Thales. He snorted, turned around, and left. Ricky shrugged, flashed a mocking smile, and turned around to leave as well. "By the way, not a bad attempt, child." Thales sighed as he watched them leave into the distance. "Do I have to be so straightforward?" However, after Thales' next sentence, the situation changed. "Or do I need to tell everyone after the war that the two of you are actually in cahoots?" At that moment, Roman and Ricky shuddered at the same time, and they immediately stopped moving. A few cavaliers who were closer to them seemed to have heard something. They looked over in puzzlement. Thales smiled. He walked forward. As he slowly approached the duo, he lowered his voice. "And the legendary wing himself is the culprit and mastermind behind the disaster in Blade Fang's camp from last night until today?" 1 second. 2 seconds. Finally, on the 3rd second, Roman and Ricky, who were frozen on the spot, turned around at the same time. They looked at the smiling Thales. At that moment, there were no words that could describe their expressions. The teenager walked until he was face to face with them and stopped. The wind blew gently, and the sun rose from the east. The gazes of Roman, Ricky, and Thales interacted with each other in this atmosphere. They looked at each other, and they stared at him together. "Baron, we need to depart," a cavalier officer approached from afar and reminded Roman. But the legendary wing turned around in an unusual manner. He said angrily with a fierce tone that was rarely seen on him, "Do what you need to do." The officer was so frightened that he took a step back and quickly walked away. Many of the cavaliers and mercenaries who were staring at them instinctively lowered their heads. Roman took a deep breath and turned his head around to stare at Ricky. His tone was impatient and displeased. "What did you tell him?" Ricky's face turned green and red as he gritted his teeth. He gritted his teeth and said, "Nothing." But at the same time, Thales quickly blurted out, "I told him everything. I told him everything." Ricky turned his head around and stared at Thales in disbelief and resentment. What? Thales still had a smile on his face. He gave the mercenary leader a thumbs up. By the way, not a bad attempt, Ricky. Roman's expression was unpleasant. He looked at Ricky, then at Thales. The legendary wing took a deep breath. He felt that he had nowhere to vent the power in his arms. Then, in front of the two adults, who were almost petrified, the dirty teenager sat down cross-legged. Now, can we talk? Thales puffed out his chest. With his bruised face, he said to the two people in front of him with strange expressions, "Then, I want food and drink." What? At that moment, Roman's handsome face was filled with anger. His expression said, "How dare you?" And Ricky's eyes practically popped out of their sockets. Oh. Thales suddenly remembered something. He patted his thigh in a pompous manner, turned around, and pointed at the prisoners who were being escorted. He added, "Same for them." End of this chapter. Chapter 486. The fire in Blade Fang's camp had died down, but the black smoke continued to rise. The legendary wing's subordinates stood in formation and watched the prisoners wolfing down their food in puzzlement. The mercenaries stood further away cautiously. What happened? Tardin stuffed a piece of dry food into his mouth. He did not even have time to drink water. Is this a parting meal? As he ate, he cast a glance at the sand dune in the distance. There were 3 figures, 2 big and 1 small. The first 2 were standing very stiffly, while the small figure sat cross-legged on the ground and also wolfed down his food. Beside him, Tardin shook his head and continued to bury his head in his food. What does it matter? Barney Jr. grabbed a piece of hard bread. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. I can't think of anything worse than today. Zacriel sat a little further away from them. He chewed on the jerky in his mouth and stared at the 3 people in the distance. If I want to enter the prison of bones. Beside him, Quick Rope ate heartily while tears streamed down his face. At least I won't, Sob. Can I take a bite of your jerky? Thank you, Sob. I mean, I won't leave, Grass, it's not tasty. I won't leave any regrets, Sob. His sincere cries made everyone frown. At that moment, Barney Jr. put down the bread in his hand and spoke airily. Why did you come back? All the royal guards froze. Only Quick Rope was left to stuff himself with food. Barney Jr. raised his head and looked at the Night of Judgment. You can't possibly think that we can go back to the past just because we killed a few people together, right? The Vanguard's eyes burned. Do you think that everything can be the same as before? Brotherhood? Brotherly love? Belden patted Barney Jr.'s shoulder with a troubled look on his face. The latter snorted coldly. Zacriel did not speak. He just stared into the distance without moving. The wounds on his face and shoulder were clearly visible. So what are you going to do? Barney said sarcastically. Still want to kill the prince? The Night of Judgment shuddered slightly. And you're still not going to tell us anything, even if we already know his secret? By the side, Belden sighed and tried to persuade him. Barney. Zacriel was silent. All the guards were silent as well. Quick Rope was the only one who carelessly swallowed his food. When he sneakily extended his hand towards the food of the person beside him, Tardin slapped him away. Barney. Finally, the Night of Judgment raised his head. His gaze was unfocused. Don't ask. Barney Jr. was stunned, then he gritted his teeth. You bastard, but he was interrupted. Do you know, there was once a disaster in this world. It was invisible and limitless, but it was endless, because it lived in everyone's mind. At that moment, everyone, including Quick Rope, was stunned. Even someone as wise as Prince Tormund and as brave as the hero Rikaru are helpless against it. The Night of Judgment looked into the air. There was an unquestionable coldness in his voice. There are some things, the less people know about them. Constellation will be safer. His voice fell. What was left was a lingering silence. and the endless sandstorm. However, in the distance, the three people under the sand dune did not have such an atmosphere. When Thales painstakingly tore open the fifth piece of jerky, he could even feel the two pairs of eyes above his head exuding a cold aura that was as sharp as a blade. He was forced to swallow it in 2 mouthfuls with water. The prince wiped his mouth with his sleeve without a care for his image. When he touched the swollen part of his mouth that was hit by quick rope, he could not help but grit his teeth. The legendary wing and the leader of the mercenaries stood in front of him and watched him eat. One of them had his hands behind his back, and the other stood with his arms crossed. The two of them looked at each other, and their gazes became more and more impatient. Thales burped. Before he was torn to shreds by their gazes, he finally spoke. The key. Roman and Ricky were stunned by the word. What? Ricky asked, puzzled. Thales' next words caused Ricky's expression to change. The key that can open Black Prison and even the exit. If I remember correctly, you told Stake that you coincidentally found another key outside the camp? The prince noticed the gradual change in their expressions. But when you told me that Fate is a bigger prison, and you have the key, perhaps the only key to open it, Thales narrowed his eyes and pointed at the legendary wing, whose expression became more and more unpleasant. I can't help but think, what if there is really only one key? At that moment, it was as if someone had struck the air with a heavy hammer. Ricky furrowed his eyebrows. The legendary wing stood dumbfounded and did not move. Thales burped again. I ate too much. Sorry. Then, I followed this clue and retraced everything that happened. The teenager's finger slowly moved and pointed at the long closed exit of the prison of bones. Thales' eyes lit up. Guess what? I connected all the strange clues one by one. The prince smiled. His tone was a little relaxed and dramatic, but it was obvious that the other two did not have a sense of humor. They only stared at Thales coldly. It was obvious that they were in a bad mood. Thales looked around him and awkwardly put away his smile, which showed that no one was supporting him. He chuckled dryly. Ricky, after you walked out of the prison, you were not in a hurry to escape. Instead, you were leisurely waiting for the so-called opportunity. The mercenary leader's expression became worse. And Williams, who should have led the light cavaliers to search for me in the desert, just happened to appear here. The legendary wing in front of him became even more gloomy. But Thales persisted. He continued to attack the two with his words. After Williams appeared, even if he did not care about my existence, he only vaguely and anxiously asked you about the mission, even if he did not care about my existence. What is accident? The teenager looked at Ricky again with a smug expression. In front of an overwhelming army of cavaliers, you unwittingly used me, who was not even in your hands, as a hostage and arrogantly threatened the famous legendary wing. Perhaps it was because you were not threatening him, but handing over a mission to your employer? Thales took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. And just now, I specifically mentioned the prison of bones to the two of you. Roman and Ricky were stunned again. They recalled what happened just now. Thales sighed. Williams, you were indifferent to the strange fact that he appeared here with the prisoners from Black Prison. You turned a blind eye to why Black Prison was breached. Ricky, you were not worried about Samuel, who also had a brand. It was as if you were confident that even if Samuel's identity was exposed, you would have a way to escape unscathed. And both of you seem to have forgotten about the damn exit of the prison of bones that we just walked out of. Look. Thales waved the jerky in his hand and bit into it. There are too many suspicious points, too many strange things, so much so that things have become very clear. At first, Roman and Ricky would exchange glances to exchange their dissatisfaction and anger. They even opened their mouths to speak. But as Thales spoke more and more, and his reasoning became more solid, they no longer looked at each other. They only stared at the ground in a daze. Thales pointed at Ricky with the tip of the jerky he had bitten, then at Roman. The two of you have been in cahoots since the beginning. From the moment you obtained the key to Black Prison without any obstacles, to the moment he stood here and watched Blade Fang's camp burn. Thales said a long string of things and looked at the two people's almost petrified expressions. He finally nodded in satisfaction, grabbed his water skin, and drank a mouthful. Both of them were silent. It was as if a few centuries had passed. Finally, the legendary wing closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. He extended his hand to Ricky and flattened his palm. On the other side, the leader of the disaster sword stared at the teenager indignantly. With an expression as if he had eaten **T, he brought out the rectangular crystal green strip that Thales was all too familiar with from his bosom. The key. Thales smiled. As expected of someone from Renaissance Palace. Roman coldly took the key to Black Prison from Ricky's hand. You were born cunning. Thales raised his eyebrows and bit the last bit of jerky into his mouth. No, this is just a simple observation and deduction, he said vaguely. I think that any normal person would be able to tell. His words made Roman's expression turn even more unpleasant. Ricky let out a long sigh. Key? He laughed in resignation, snorted, and shook his head. Ha 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 ha, just because of a damn key? Ricky's laughter stopped. He gritted his teeth and exhaled. He stared at Roman indignantly and discontentedly. That's why I told you that you can't ignore this just because there are few people who know the truth about Black Prison. At the very least, you should put on a show of a theft, but that damn pride of yours, Roman snorted coldly in response. And you brought a large group of tourists in for a free tour, and you even flaunted the key in front of everyone for 5 minutes? Thales watched the two argue through the corner of his eyes. They are more familiar with each other than I thought. As his thoughts wandered, the legendary wing turned his head to look at Thales. So, you know, Prince. Baron Williams said coldly, we were the ones who destroyed Blade Fang's camp. At that moment, Thales felt a chill run down his spine when he was stared at by Williams' sharp and deep eyes. The legendary wing raised his head and looked around. He gestured to his subordinates, who were waiting anxiously for him, to hold their horses. Then, how dare you expose our schemes so brazenly? Roman lowered his head and observed his surroundings. At the same time, his tone was threatening. Do you really think that the Nameless can protect you? Ricky stood beside him and flashed a similarly malicious smile at the youth. Thales' heart froze. He gulped. No, but I thought that what you want can help me. The legendary wing snorted coldly. Then, what do I want? Thales met his gaze and raised his finger with great difficulty. Roman and Ricky turned their heads and looked in the direction of Thales' finger. Then, they immediately frowned. The prince pointed at the cluster of fortresses in the distance, which had smoke rising from them. He said softly, Blade Fang's camp. Roman and Ricky fell silent again. Thales sucked in a deep breath. My past experience told me that if a series of events happen one after another, they must be connected. There must be an invisible clue that connects everything. In the beginning, I thought that I was that clue, because the Secret Intelligence Department wanted my return, Shadow Shield wanted my secrets, and the Northlanders wanted the value of my identity. Thales raised his head and looked straight at Ricky. But gradually, all of you appeared. You got involved in the situation out of nowhere and mixed everything together. I couldn't sort everything out, so I thought that it was a coincidence that connected us together. The leader of the disaster sword seemed to be deep in thought. But what if it's not a coincidence? Thales changed the topic. There was wariness in his eyes. What if all of you appeared because of me? Roman and Ricky looked at each other. The teenager's lips curled up. Then, I remembered that the disaster swords, no, Blood Whistle is first and foremost a group of mercenaries, and second, a loser support group. Ricky was instantly stunned. He immediately protested in dissatisfaction. Hey! But Thales did not pay attention to him and continued to speak. He continued, yes, all of you are selling swords. With a serious expression, he punched his palm. What if your goal tonight was to fulfill your employer's wishes first? Then, the sin of Hell's River, Black Sword, the secret in the prison of bones, and Zacriel? Thales looked up, and his expression became extremely serious. Then, who is the most likely to hire a 100-man group like you, which is strong enough to fight a series of battles, and can even cause chaos in Blade Fang's camp? Ricky pursed his lips. The teenager was a little thirsty from talking. He picked up the water skin, but found that it was empty. He could not help but frown a little. But unexpectedly, in the next second, a heavy water skin was thrown into his arms. Thales looked up and saw that the legendary wing had retracted his arm. Continue. The teenager raised an eyebrow. He gulped down a mouthful of water and said eagerly, Ricky, tell Zacriel that more than 100 years ago, your leader made a deal with the Red King of Constellation, and the disaster swords were able to operate as mercenaries in the Western Desert. You also told the tavern owner, Campa, that you know the background of my home. You know that it is the place where Queen Erica, the conqueror of the North, and her remaining followers, who were ousted by the Red King more than 100 years ago, went into exile. You said it as if you saw it with your own eyes. Ricky's expression changed slightly. Thales sighed. I guess it's not a coincidence, right? Ricky's expression as he looked at Thales became more and more solemn. Thales took a deep breath and sensed that his senses and balance had recovered slightly. He stood up again. He looked at Ricky seriously. So, I guess that more than 100 years ago, the disaster swords came to the Western Desert for no other reason than to accept the Red King's employment to destroy the remaining followers of the conqueror of the North? No one spoke. The wind stirred the sand slightly. The horses in the distance neighed uneasily. Ricky suddenly spoke. It's even simpler. Thales was puzzled. What? Ricky raised his head and looked at the rising sun in the sky above the desert. He felt the wind and sand wash over him. He said with a sigh, the Red King is a person who does not like complicated matters. He sent Hilcrassus to the Western Desert to bring back his own sister, Queen Erica's. The mercenary's gaze became fierce. The head on her neck. Thales immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Bring back his own sister's head. The old saber by King Chapman's side appeared before his eyes again. Thales could not help but start thinking about the origin of the Red King's title. He also remembered what Gilbert had said to him when he was young. The history of Constellation has never lacked bloodshed. Roman's gaze was cold. He did not say a word. Thales resisted the urge to look at the skull on his shoulder and asked tentatively, yes? He asked tentatively, then, Crassus, did he succeed? Ricky only gave him a mysterious smile. This made Thales feel uncomfortable. Thales coughed and tried hard to get rid of other thoughts. He returned to the topic at hand. In short, from the day Blood Whistle was established, it was closely related to Constellation, or more accurately, to the interests of the kingdom's central government in the borders of the Western Desert. Under the duo's increasingly solemn gazes, the teenager turned to Roman. And another veteran who sold swords told me that ever since the Desert War and the Bloody Year, Blade Fang's camp has been under the direct command of the Baron of Blade Fang's camp, which is under the jurisdiction of the royal family. Thales stared at the legendary wing with a burning gaze. Over the past decade or so, with the support of the royal family and the threat at the borders, your regular soldiers have truly turned this place into your private land. The legendary wings. Blade Fang's camp. Thales looked at Roman, who did not bat an eyelid. It is also a sharp knife that the kingdom's central government has inserted into the vital parts of the Western Desert to control the suzerains in the West, be it in terms of military affairs, politics, or commerce. The legendary wing did not say a word. He only stared at Thales with a piercing gaze. His almost sharp facial features looked like the most perfect sculpture of nature. Thales sucked in a breath before he exhaled. But during this month, I saw many interesting details on my way from the desert to Blade Fang's camp. Thales stared into Roman's amber eyes, which were like vortexes. For example, Constellation's Prince Rescue team that ventured deep into the desert was formed by the regular soldiers of the royal family and the suzerains of Western Desert, who did not fight against each other. For example, the soldiers who stood guard at the entrance of Blade Fang's camp and collected tolls were actually soldiers from the Fakenhas family. They had been here for so long that they had already surpassed their term of service. For example, the amount of supplies sent by the armies from all over the western desert was so much so that it was ridiculous. It was so much that some black-hearted merchants could smuggle them out of the camp to earn the difference in price. For example, the soldiers who started patrolling the camp and were in charge of capturing people and sending them to White Prison were recruited soldiers who had not set foot in Blade Fang's dune for many years. They did not even know the severity of the law enforcement. Every word the prince said caused Ricky and Roman's expressions to become even more profound. Roman sucked in a deep breath. You are very observant, and you are very detailed. So? Thales smiled. He lowered his head and recalled the bad old man who smoked a pipe. When I was still a hostage in Dragon Cloud City, one of my subordinates once told me that my father had already negotiated with the suzerains of Western Desert, led by the 3 great clans, so that I could safely return from Extet through the desert. They were absolutely trustworthy. Roman furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Ricky, on the other hand, breathed softly. He seemed to be slightly surprised. Thales exhaled. He said that Renaissance Palace paid a huge price to make the nobles of Western Desert completely stand on our side and welcome my return. Thales turned his head, and his eyes shone with a sharp glare. Blade Fang's camp, right? At that moment, Roman did not speak. But the legendary wing's eyes shone with a complicated light that had never been seen before. This made Thales even more certain. He observed the other party's expression and slowly said, King Kessel completely or partially handed over the royal family's control over Blade Fang's camp. He gave up the initiative in the western frontlines in exchange for the support of the suzerains of Western Desert. Thales thought absent-mindedly about everything he had experienced since the day of the state affairs hearing in Dragon Cloud City. In exchange, he obtained the largest mobilization of military forces and logistics from the great clans of Western Desert after the war. In exchange, he obtained the Western Desert and the royal family to join forces, enter deep into the desert, press against the Alliance of Freedom, and intimidate Extet. In exchange, he obtained the chaotic eastern part of the desert. For 2 to 3 months, it was uninhabited, and not a single blade of grass grew there. Thales' heart sank. In exchange, for my return. The teenager no longer thought about other things. He raised his head. But you. Thales' gaze was fixed on the legendary wing. Roman Williams. You were not happy. Especially when the deal behind the scenes had been completed, and the suzerains of Western Desert entered Blade Fang's camp in a mighty wave. His tone was very certain. Roman looked back at him slowly. His gaze was cold. Because you have long regarded Blade Fang's dune as your exclusive property. Thales shifted his gaze to the orc skull on Roman's left shoulder. He repeated what the latter had once said to Stake. And anyone who wants to take it from your hands will have to pay the price. They all have to pay the price. Chapter 487. My lord, Felicia and Frank's men are already in place. Poe's troops are also on standby. In the distance, a cavalier who looked like a messenger arrived not too far away from them and reported to Roman in a loud voice. They are waiting for your orders. The legendary wing did not turn around. He continued to stare at Thales, who had a solemn expression on his face. The exquisite earring on his left ear and the ugly skull on his left shoulder formed a stark contrast. Tell them to continue waiting. The messenger did not hesitate in the slightest at the strange order and quickly left. The 3 of them still stood facing each other. In this case, everything is clear. Thales watched the cavaliers leave into the distance and solemnly said to Roman, You couldn't do it yourself. You couldn't let your subordinates suspect anything. You couldn't let the camp see through the truth. You couldn't let the cunning nobles be on guard. So, you bribed Blood Whistle. Maybe your old friends. After all, they're war mercenaries. They even worked with the government before. The legendary wing was silent. Ricky, on the other hand, shook his head helplessly and gave Roman a funny expression that said, See, I told you. Thales stared at the legendary wing without blinking. You asked them to create chaos and conflict in Blade Fang's camp, which no longer belongs to you, such as releasing the prisoners from White Prison, disrupting the logistics and garrison, or something else. Thales looked at the royal guards in the distance. And the reward you gave them was the key to the mysterious Black Prison. It allowed these mercenaries, who had nowhere else to go after running into a wall and the Tower of Eradication, to obtain the information they wanted the most. After Thales finished speaking, he waited for the other party's response. Roman did not say anything, but his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Payment? On the other hand, Ricky sighed and looked at the prince mockingly. Your Highness, what kind of information is worth risking our lives for? Come here to risk your life for this guy? Roman remained silent. Maybe it's not just a reward, Thales quickly added. Maybe someone gave you a, if you don't do it, I'll kill you, look. The mercenary leader's expression froze. Thales stared at the expressionless Roman and gestured with his chin. Just like this. Ricky turned around, looked at Roman's cold face, and laughed. He laughed for a few seconds. I'll kill you if you don't do it? Ha 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 ha, yes, I must say. Roman snorted through his nose without even turning his head. Funny? Ricky's laughter stopped abruptly. He leaned back slightly and pushed his palms forward, making a humble expression that said, "You guys continue chatting." Thales observed their interaction and could not help but frown. So, does Roman know Ricky's true identity? Did he know that his partner was actually a mutant that would not die a normal death? So, that's your story? Roman said in disdain. Ricky shrugged beside him. Thales' gaze moved back and forth between the two of them. One side represented the government, and was a powerful and pure commander. On the other hand, there were black mercenaries who lived on the edge of a knife and lived outside the law. Protection and destruction, occupation and abandonment. One white and one black, one straight and one reverse, one inside and one outside. So that was how it was. Two sides of the same coin. Blade Fang's camp drifted between war and blood. It was filled with chaos and evil. It was filled with scum and criminals. It had always operated like this. This was how the legendary wing controlled his territory. What about outside the camp? The teenager suddenly understood something. These stories. Thales sighed and continued his topic. They are all things that a normal person can think of, but what really shocked me is, Thales hesitated and pointed at the smoking Blade Fang's camp in the distance. Orcs and barren bone people. When they heard the new term, Roman and Ricky frowned again and looked at each other. Here comes the question, when the entire eastern part of the desert was sealed off, how did the gray mixed breeds, I mean, the warriors of the Shattered Stone tribe, including the barren bone people, foresee the future, travel lightly, and gather together to form a large force? They almost perfectly hid from the regular army and the conscripts, as well as the patrols, and invaded the camp that was in civil strife. Thales looked at the smoking Blade Fang's camp in the distance again. How did they force the suzerains to panic and have no choice but to sound the level 7 alarm? This question made the two people across him frown. Roman lowered his eyes. His expression was so cold that it could not be any colder. Thales raised his head and met his gaze without flinching. Everyone is saying that the legendary wing is the orc's worst nightmare. He shows no mercy when he slaughters the mixed breeds. Thales muttered to himself as he recalled the terrifying encounter in the desert. But a few days ago, when the Stardust unit under your command and the Chroma family's Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers chased after Shattered Stone tribe, Kandal Nushan and his small troop managed to escape from the Stardust unit's pursuit. Because of this, Duro, the leader of the army, almost fell out with the nobles who recruited the soldiers on the spot. When he heard that name, Roman's gaze on Thales became even more unfriendly. Thales frowned. Tell me, Roman. Did you purposely expel Duro and make him leave the camp because you were dissatisfied with him selling the information? This made Ricky frown as well. Roman had unknowingly clenched his fists. Thales said softly, and you know, that orc leader really did tell me a lot of things. At this moment, Thales' tone was deep and serious. Quite a lot. At this moment, a crack finally appeared on Roman's almost perfect facial features. It was as if his mask was starting to shatter inch by inch. The fiery red of the sun faded away and turned golden. The atmosphere became tense at this moment. Tell me, Baron. As an isolated and helpless glacial orc from the north in the xenophobic and dangerous desert for 20 years. Thales sucked in a deep breath. How did Nushin gain power step by step, slowly become stronger, and finally become the war chief of Shattered Stone Tribe? He stared at the skull on the legendary wing's left shoulder. What about you, who also stayed in the desert for 20 years, and even the handsome orc bone on your left shoulder, which has the same surname as Shattered Stone, does it matter? This sentence seemed to make the air freeze. Just like how Roman pursed his lips tightly, in that second, he seemed to have truly turned into a statue. The silence lasted for a long time. Even Ricky lowered his head and did not move. Finally, when Thales could not help but speak again, the legendary wing snorted. Kandal Nushin. There was an unusual anger hidden in his tone. It did not bring warmth, but coldness. That damned, restless glacial bastard. What did he tell you? No one knew that at that moment, Thales' heart skipped a beat. Shit. It's actually true. He tried his best to breathe and recalled his brief encounter with the cunning orc. Tell your father, and tell Murat. I found you first. And I know who you are. Wow, Urk. The leader of the disaster swords waved his hand in a rather awkward manner. I'll temporarily avoid the next part. You know, military and national affairs, but Thales shook his head. It's fine, Ricky. Even though the teenager was talking to Ricky, his gaze never left Roman. I won't ask about these secrets. On account of our friendship, you can continue listening. Ricky curled his lips and cast a glance at Roman, as if asking for his opinion. But the legendary wing did not say a word. He only stared at Thales, as if he wanted to dig out something that did not exist from his eyes. The teenager sorted out his thoughts again. So, the official statement will be like this. When the legendary wing left, Blade Fang's camp fell into chaos, and the orcs and Baron Bone people heard about it and made a comeback. Not only could the local nobles in Western Desert not protect the camp, but they also suffered great losses and made a fool of themselves. Thales' gaze was fixed on Roman. And when the flames of war burn, and all hope is lost. Baron Williams, yes. He is still the most terrifying and reliable legendary wing. He has returned with his invincible army. While people are shivering in fear, and while the lords are moaning and running away helplessly, he has descended from the sky, defeated the enemies, quelled the civil strife, defended the camp, and saved the world. The prince sucked in a deep breath. That's what you want. You want Blade Fang's camp to rely on your strength again, and remember that you, Roman Williams, the legendary wing, are their true, only, and eternal master. Thales extended his arm and extended it towards Blade Fang's camp in the distance. The wind and sand swept past his palm, and it was slightly cold for a moment. But the sun shone on the back of his hand, bringing warmth. Cold and heat intersected on both sides of his palm at the same time. It was like the temperature of the desert. It was like the legendary wing's gaze at that moment. That's why you are not in a hurry to rescue them. On the contrary, your men have long since withdrawn in the name of searching for me. Thales felt the wind and sand blow at him. He said with a myriad of emotions, on the contrary, you can't wait for Shadow Shield, orcs, and Baron Bone people to cause more chaos. You can't wait for them to cause more trouble for the camp. You can't wait to deal a heavy blow to the military strength of the suzerains of Western Desert, crush their reputation, burn the supplies they prepared for a long period of time, and make their panicked army have no place to stand in Blade Fang's camp, which they lost and regained. Roman did not say anything. His handsome face was also blown by the wind and sand, but it did not seem to affect him at all. Thales sighed softly. You want to shatter their dreams and destroy their hopes. You want them to be utterly humiliated and lose all their prestige. You want them to suffer heavy casualties and retreat in dejection. You want them to lose everything, from their bargaining chips to their morale, so that they will never be able to rise again. Then, you can rightfully reclaim Blade Fang's camp, which belongs to you, from the ruins. Roman and Ricky did not say anything. This time, the silence was exceptionally long. In the next second, Thale's gaze focused, and his pupils gradually focused. Of course, what you did not expect was, he stared coldly at Roman and Ricky. I appeared. Yes, the cause of all this is the prince hostage who caused you to lose Blade Fang's camp. Thale's Jade Star, who was supposed to meet up with the army in the desert, has mysteriously entered Blade Fang's dune. He was involved in Ricky's operation with Shadow Shield and the Northlanders. Roman hugged his arms tightly and exhaled slowly. I told you. Ricky extended 2 fingers and hooked them in the air. He said to Roman in resignation and awkwardness, I told you. Accident. Roman did not answer. Thales snorted coldly. I understand that you do not like me. Because of me, you lost Blade Fang's camp, and perhaps you also lost your army and power. And you want to take all of this back. Thales stared straight at the legendary wing. I can help you, as long as you promise me a few things. At that moment, Roman slowly raised his head. The handsome knight stared at the horizon in the distance. His gaze was profound. What makes you think that you can come up with a few pleasant stories? His voice was as calm and clear as ever. Do you have the right to negotiate with me? Thales sucked in a deep breath. Because if you don't agree, Thales mustered his courage and tried his best to make his voice sound confident and calm. Then, the entire camp, the entire western front lines, and even your subordinates who respect you greatly will know that the beautiful and alluring legendary wing is actually a hypocrite who colluded with the orcs and framed the camp. He is their true enemy. Roman's gaze shifted. And the suzerains of Western Desert, such as the famous Duke Fakenhaz, will also know that you put in so much effort to chase them away dejectedly and occupy Blade Fang's camp for yourself. Thales gritted his teeth and said, and I promise you, when that happens, Blade Fang's camp will never be yours. The legendary wing lowered his head swiftly. It gave Thales quite a shock. When you threatened me, did you know that you had no bargaining chips in your hands? At that moment, Roman's murderous aura surged. Even if you knew this, what could you do? Thales' heart tensed. He stared at the legendary wing with a dark expression. Roman snorted coldly. He turned his body to reveal the royal guards in the distance. The latter were anxiously waiting for the results of the battle under the watch of the cavaliers. On the contrary, look at my bargaining chips. Your prisoners have had their fill. The legendary wing took a step forward, and there was a faint, oppressive air about him. Listen, Prince. Threaten me one more time. Roman's handsome face, which was originally eye-catching, seemed to have become aggressive at that moment. I'll kill one of them. Until I kill them all. Thales clenched his fists in secret. Ricky noticed that the atmosphere was becoming more and more off. He frowned and instinctively took a step back. I can even knock you out right now and send you back to the capital. The legendary wing's words were as sharp as a knife. For the sake of your and their lives, you had better not resort to foolish actions. Roman slowly lowered his body until his amber eyes were at the same level as Thales. A warning look flashed in his eyes. Because you are so weak. Aside from a useless title, you have no bargaining chips or power. Thales instinctively gulped. He felt a heavy weight on his chest, and there was a bitter taste in his mouth. Damn it. Damn it, Roman stared at the trembling teenager who was so angry that he could not speak. He snorted softly and straightened his back. Follow the cavaliers back to the capital. Blade Fang's camp is not prepared to entertain you. He turned around and was ready to leave. Ricky spread his arms by the side and put on an expression that said, Do you understand now? Thales breathed deeply. Damn it, he only has a good appearance, bastard military ruffian. I've had enough. Thales sucked in a deep breath for the last time before he opened his eyes swiftly. Ricky. The prince's sudden words caused the two to stop in their tracks. This time, Thales' tone was calm and indifferent. If one of my subordinates who are prisoners loses even a single strand of hair, Ricky turned his head around in puzzlement. Or I will be knocked out and sent away by this pretty boy." Roman narrowed his eyes in displeasure. "Then, after you leave this place, spread the fact that you were hired by the legendary wing, including the truth you just heard. Spread it to Blade Fang's camp, the entire kingdom, and especially to the ears of the nobles in the western desert. Tell them everything." Ricky was instantly stunned. The legendary wing frowned. "You sure are humorous, Your Highness." The mercenary then laughed involuntarily. "Why should I?" Thales suddenly raised his voice and interrupted him. "Because I promise you in the name of Jadestar, just like what the Red King promised the first Crassus." Thales' eyes were burning. He glared at Crassus of the Disaster Swords. "As long as you complete my request, you will forever have Thales Jadestar's friendship, and you will also have a place in Constellation." Ricky froze for a moment. Roman's expression slowly changed. But Thales still gritted his teeth and continued speaking resolutely. "And I will tell you Black Sword's hiding place, the details about Black Sword, and Black Sword's power of eradication. I will even tell you the whereabouts of the Dragon Breaker and how to use it. By the way, the name of that weapon is the Blade of Purification. It is indeed a legendary anti-mystic equipment. It once sealed a calamity in Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago." The information contained in this sentence was too much and too heavy, so much so that the two could not react for a moment. They were stunned on the spot. Then, Ricky shuddered slightly. "What? Purify?" Thales raised his head swiftly. "This promise is valid forever. You can fulfill it at any time." Ricky was stunned. But Thales' next sentence made the expressions of the two people in front of him change at the same time. "Now, Your Grace, if you want to touch my people, then you better kill Ricky as well," Thales said fiercely. "Unless you believe that in the future, in the face of benefits, this sword seller will uphold his conscience and loyalty, reject my temptation, and keep your secret." At that moment, Ricky's expression could not tell right from wrong, and it was incredibly interesting. He stared at Thales in a daze. The legendary wing's expression changed as well. It changed from indifference to shock and anger. But Thales continued speaking anxiously. "But you cannot be certain how much Ricky has told his subordinates. So, the safest thing is to kill all of them." At that moment, Thales' gaze was incredibly cold. "Leave no one alive." Ricky's expression instantly fell. "Your Highness, this. His gaze moved back and forth between Thales and Roman, as if he could not understand how the situation had changed so suddenly. Thales snorted coldly at Ricky. His gaze never left the legendary wing, who was extremely shocked and furious. "What? Did you really think that I called you over to listen in because we are good friends?" Ricky's gaze changed. He glanced at Roman and said fiercely to Thales, F***CKU. F***CKU. Thales snorted softly. "You're welcome." Ricky sighed and turned to the legendary wing. "Baron, you know me very well, it's impossible for me to." This Jadestar brat, Roman did not even look at him. He only nodded slowly. "I know." Ricky seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he turned his head around in embarrassment. They stared at the prince with dark and displeased expressions. But Thales could feel that their gazes were meeting less and less. "You." Roman took a step forward coldly. He slowly raised his arm at Thales and extended it to the white spear behind his back. "You don't understand him. And you don't understand your own situation either." Roman gently pulled out the shortened spear. As he watched Ricky's actions, Thales began to feel nervous. He sucked in a deep breath and shouted, "Where is he?" Roman's arm froze for a moment. "Before you attack, my bodyguard. Where is the nameless person you mentioned?" Thales suppressed the fear in his heart and turned to Ricky. "Don't you find it strange?" Obviously, Ricky had recalled some unpleasant memories. He turned his head around warily and looked at his surroundings. Thales cocked an eyebrow in all apparent seriousness. That's bad." Roman frowned. His expression was terrible. Thales sneered and said, because once I am knocked unconscious by you, he will immediately run to Duke Fakenhaz's bedside and tell him everything, especially Prince Thale's suggestion. No matter how badly the legendary wing forces them, no matter how disastrous their losses are, no matter how humiliating they are, the nobles and suzerains of Western Desert must never withdraw their troops. They must not leave, and they must not let go. Thales gritted his teeth. They must be rooted in Blade Fang's camp like they have taken root. They must not let anyone interfere with the matters of power there, even if the other party is the famous 3 commanders of Constellation. The legendary wing's grip on the spear tightened. The prince pointed in the direction of Blade Fang's camp. Because that is what His Majesty promised them. It is the reward they deserve after they saved the prince. It is their most legitimate property. No matter what kind of crisis they face, they cannot give up on it. I will let them know that Blade Fang's camp belongs to them alone. Thales panted and stared at the person in front of him. The legendary wing's breathing quickened, and he glared at the person in front of him. He turned his head and stared at the empty sand around him. But the only thing that answered him was the rustling of the wind. Thales enunciated each word slowly. Now, either you take action and wait for my nameless or Ricky to tell on me. His words made Ricky, who was beside him, unhappy. Let them bury all the hard work you've done over the past few months. Let them forever lose your army, your status, your power, your reputation, and Blade Fang's camp, which you fought for more than 10 years. Or put away your weapon and listen to my conditions. The moment he finished speaking, Roman's spear trembled slightly as he gripped it angrily. Ricky stared at the prince in disbelief. You. The legendary wing's voice changed. It was no longer pleasant and clear, but terrifyingly sharp. Do you believe that if I throw caution to the wind? But Thales interrupted him fiercely. Do you believe that you will kill me now? Thales sucked in a deep breath and looked at the incredibly handsome but terrifying legendary wing. Of course. He gritted his teeth and said, because in this world, all the good-for-nothings who only know how to respect power, will think so. Roman's gaze changed. It changed from disgust and disdain to anger and hatred. There was also an ominous glint in his eyes. Because they are so poor that they only worship power. Thales frowned. And this way of thinking determines that even if they have power, they will only be good-for-nothings. He suddenly remembered Black Sword. He remembered Black Sword's figure when he charged into the sea of flesh and blood without hesitation. He remembered what Black Sword told him about the truly powerful. For some reason, when that scene appeared in his mind, Thales felt much more at ease. It was as if his fear and anxiety had been flattened. Good-for-nothings? How dare you say that? Roman's words came out through gritted teeth, and they were filled with hatred. Thales sucked in a deep breath and said airily, You know, Roman, many of my enemies are just like you right now. They either only care about my identity and status, or they only care about the talents of my subordinates. They think that the young prince has no bargaining chips or power aside from that. He is just a weakling who cannot lift a sword and is worthless. But all of you have made the same mistake. Roman narrowed his eyes slightly, but the anger in them did not subside. In the next moment, with a whoosh, the short spear in his hand instantly elongated, revealing a ferocious and sharp tip. Thales instinctively shrank back. Steady, Thales. Steady. He only wants to knock me unconscious, and before that, Thales clenched his fists and forced himself to speak. The bargaining chips and power you speak of are only important. They are only important in the hands of those who know how to use them. The fear in his heart slowly dissipated, and the trembling of his body disappeared from his senses. Because what is important is not the bargaining chips and power, the prince said softly. But the people who use them. At that moment, Ricky's gaze when he looked at him was different. Thales raised his head, and his gaze was bright. It went straight for the legendary wing, who was extremely enraged and mighty. Please allow me to reintroduce myself, Your Grace. In the face of the handsome man with an imposing aura, the teenager smiled. Thales Jade Star. I do not need to become a king. I can also make you look bad. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. The anger in the legendary wing's eyes was at its peak. All sounds disappeared. Only Thales's heartbeat became incredibly piercing to the ears. 1 second. 2 seconds. The third second. The tip of the spear trembled before Thales's eyes. For a moment, the teenager's hair stood on end. The lifeless sin of Hell's River surged uncontrollably. He almost thought that the legendary wing was about to stab him with the spear with a terrifying expression. But, a few seconds later, the tip of the spear was still moving slowly and pathetically. It drooped down. Finally, the legendary wing lowered his arm. He seemed to have used his entire life's worth of strength to complete this action. A few seconds later, all sounds returned to the teenager's ears as his blood returned to normal. Thales then closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. He felt like he had escaped a disaster. You. Roman suppressed his anger with a smile, as if he was so angry that he nodded slowly. You're really not afraid of death. Roman slowly put the spear back on his back. Ricky also breathed a sigh of relief. No, it's not that I'm not afraid of death. As he watched the tip of the spear return to its original position, Thales relaxed his shoulders. He also smiled. But, I believe that the legendary wing, who has roamed the desert alone for 20 years, and even when faced with the threat of the desert and the ostracism of the nobles, he still managed to slaughter his way out and make a name for himself. You're much smarter than trash. Roman quirked an eyebrow. Thales stared at him intently. So, the deal is complete? Roman ignored him. He stared at Thales for a long time. Then, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Thales looked at him in puzzlement. Surprisingly, the legendary wing turned around and slapped Ricky's shoulder hard. You're not really going to tell on me, are you? Ricky sighed by the side and flung the man's hand away in resignation. I like my head very much. Especially when it's still on my shoulder. Roman sneered. Thales stared at them in a daze. He did not understand what was going on. A few seconds later, the legendary wing turned around. Child, how dare you threaten me with the ownership of Blade Fang's camp? But do you think that everything that is happening here, is it really just my will? Thales' expression froze a little. There are less than 2,000 regular soldiers stationed in Blade Fang's camp, and there are less than 500 cavaliers. Roman snorted coldly. But this time, all the regular soldiers stationed in other places from Western Desert to Central Territory have been called over as reinforcements. There are even quite a number of rotational soldiers from Broken Dragon Fortress who are on standby duty. There are more than 2,000 cavaliers among them. All for the sake of being able to match the local forces in Western Desert. Do you know what this means? The legendary wing sneered. Do you really think that they are just here to bring you home? Thales' expression darkened. I know. The teenager seemed to have suffered a blow. He said resentfully, this time, they mobilized their soldiers and used the excuse of welcoming the prince to test Western Desert's strength. Thales raised his head and stared at the burning camp in the distance. He was absent-minded. And once they find their weakness, they will hit them hard, weaken their strength, attack their reputation, extinguish their ambitions, and strengthen their influence and control over the borders and the desert. At the same time, they will show their strength and make the restless suzerains return to their original, obedient forms. Thales first thought of the Arund family in the Northern Territory, then he thought of Dragon's blood, and he could not help but sigh slowly. Killing many birds with one stone, not wasting anything. This is indeed very fitting, his way of doing things. The three of them were silent for a while. So, you understand how big this matter is and how many people are involved. Even the Secret Intelligence Department is involved. Ricky pressed his hand against his waist. He seemed puzzled. Then, why are you still so rash? The sun continued to rise. The gloomy and cold desert began to turn into a boundless golden color. You said before, Ricky. Thales was a little dejected. The power of eradication is the warrior himself. And the sin of Hell's River is not just waiting to be imitated. Ricky was first stunned, then he smiled. The legendary wing chuckled. By the looks of it, his anger and murderous intent had faded away. This made his face look especially dazzling like the sun. Thales, am I right? Roman walked forward slowly. He pressed down on Thales' shoulder with one hand and stared straight into the teenager's eyes. The conflicts in the desert may come and go, and there will always be fights and stops. His eyes reflected the sand dunes and the endless meandering horizon of the wasteland. Thales was a little absent-minded as he stared at him. The Baron stared at Thales with a profound gaze. But you better remember it. The legendary wing's expression was extremely complicated in that second. The war in Renaissance Palace, it will never end. Thales was first stunned, then he fell silent. Renaissance Palace. Ricky curled up the corners of his lips and shook his head at Roman. The legendary wing snorted softly and let go of Thales' shoulder. Tell me, what exactly do you want? So that you will no longer be naughty and ruin your father's plans? At that moment, the stone in Thales' heart was finally lifted. He took a deep breath and expelled the unnecessary thoughts from his mind. The teenager looked into the distance, at the group of people who were watching them anxiously and expectantly. Roman and Ricky also turned their gazes. Those prisoners in the Black Dungeon, they are all former royal guards. Barney Jr., Belden, Tardin, Cannon, Bruley, and Zacriel. At that moment, hesitation flashed in Thales' eyes. I know, a group of stubborn old men who won't die. Roman stared at the Night of Judgment from afar, frowned, and nodded. Thales closed his eyes gently. You want me, the jailer, to turn a blind eye and let them go? The legendary wing asked softly behind him. In the next second, the prince opened his eyes resolutely. No. He frowned, and his gaze was cold. I want you to, Thales said coldly. Kill them. Chapter 488. When Thales stepped on the sand under his feet in exhaustion, most of the royal guards stood up and waited with solemn expressions. They were filled with reverence. Only Zacriel, who sat the furthest away, turned his head towards him at a moderate pace. Thales plowed through the sand step by step in the desert. Every step he took sank into the sand, but every time, he would use all his strength to break free from the grit and take the next step. Just like always. Finally, Thales stopped in front of everyone. He quietly stared at the disheveled and gloomy royal guards. This is the group of people, Quick Rope, who was fighting against the army biscuit, rolled his eyes and quickly scrambled to his feet. He pointed at himself and flashed a flattering smile that said, Hey, it's me, it's me. Belden looked at Barney Jr., then at Zacriel. When he realized that neither of them looked like they wanted to speak, he could only sigh. Your Highness, but Thales interrupted him. It's over. The prince smiled before the astonished crowd. Even though thousands of people witnessed the scene of you escaping from prison, Thales' voice became downcast. But, it's over. Over? Belden and Tardin looked at each other, and they could read the surprise in each other's eyes. The prince turned around and looked at the desert at dawn. Groups of cavaliers came and went as they were dispatched to deliver Roman's orders. He then watched Ricky return to his men and placate the mercenaries who were pointing at them. The official statement is that during the civil strife in Blade Fang's camp, the legendary wing personally executed every fugitive and left no one alive. The royal guards looked surprised and bewildered. They looked at each other. The teenager said airily, So, all the prisoners who were imprisoned 18 years ago have passed away. Do you understand now? Everyone slowed down their breathing and digested the news. Thales' eyes dimmed. I wanted to do more. I wanted to reopen your old cases, clear your name, and restore your reputation, but, he did not continue speaking. The royal guards were silent. They looked at each other from time to time, and their faces were filled with hesitation and confusion. Your Highness, Belden sucked in a deep breath, as if he had gathered a lot of courage. But Thales continued to speak to himself. Baron Williams will take care of the rest. Be it the Secret Intelligence Department or the Army, you will not be stopped again. Barney Jr. frowned. As for how to leave this place, conceal my identity, conceal my name. Thales swept his gaze over the tired and injured royal guards in front of him. His voice was hoarse. You are all experts with great skills. I believe you will have a way. Concealing his identity, concealing his name, Belden and the others looked at each other. They could not understand each other. Without waiting for the others to react, Thales looked at the grinning man. Do me another favor. Take Quick Rope, this guy with you. Take him away from this place. Make sure he stays out of the sight of those with ulterior motives. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Quick Rope, who was still smiling foolishly, froze. Don't ask who he is or where he came from. Thales looked at Quick Rope with a tired expression and forced a smile. This is what I owe him. Quick Rope was stunned. After saying this, Thales sighed and stepped on the soft, cold, and lifeless gravel under his feet. Now. He raised his head and looked at the rising sun in the east. All of you are free. Free. The moment he said this word, all the royal guards were stunned. Including Zacriel. Free? At that moment, confusion and perplexity filled the air. Bruley and Cannon followed his gaze and looked to the east in puzzlement. They seemed to be slightly shaken. Barney Jr. stared at the sand under his feet and sank into deep thought. Belden and Tardin stared at everyone in a daze. They did not know what to say. Quick Rope's eyes darted around, as if he knew that this was not a good time to speak. Only Zacriel stared at Thales without moving. Enjoy it. Thales cast them a few deep glances, flashed a gratified smile, and turned around. He staggered towards Roman, who stood with his white horse at the foot of the sand dune. He looked as handsome as a man from a painting. Your Highness. At that moment, Belden finally could not help but speak. What about you? His words dragged the people who were immersed in their thoughts out of the indescribable atmosphere. Thales stopped moving. But he did not turn his head around. I am a prince, remember? Thales exhaled and looked at Roman, who was in the distance. I will go back with them to Blade Fang's camp first. Then I will return to Eternal Star City. Return to my starting point. To face my fate, Thales clenched his fists. My future. Your Highness. Belden took a deep breath, looked to his left and right, and nodded at his colleagues. Let us follow you. Be at Blade Fang's camp or Eternal Star City. Thales frowned slightly. Belden took a step forward and pressed his hand against his chest while facing Thales' back. He said sincerely, this sword will only be swung for the Emperor. It will only be broken for the Emperor. Tardin and Cannon also pressed their hands against their chests and followed him solemnly. There is no other use for it. Thales shuddered slightly. He turned his head around slowly and looked at the group of wounded and exhausted veterans who still tried their best to puff out their chests and straighten their backs. Perhaps, just like 18 years ago. Thales could not help but feel a little sentimental. At that moment, the desert was silent. Quick Rope, who did not even dare to breathe loudly, looked around. He was so embarrassed that he managed to suppress his urge to ask if he could leave first. A few seconds later, Thales chuckled softly. First of all, I am not the Emperor. The prince sighed. There have been no emperors in this world for a long time. The guards lowered their arms. They were slightly surprised. Secondly, I cannot convince my father, and he will only throw all of you into prison again. Thales swept his gaze over each of them, then looked at the brand on their faces. Or worse. The guards did not seem to be able to react for a moment. They looked at each other at a loss. Thales smiled, shook his head, and silently rejected the offer before he left. He left behind a group of confused and puzzled guards. Another gust of wind blew, dispersing some of the heat that had risen slightly. But we are already dead. Tardin's bleak voice rose into the air and stopped Thales in his tracks. Tardin stared at the sand under his feet in a daze. He slowly raised his head. Your Highness, we have nowhere else to go. His words caused the rest of the guards to become emotionally unstable. Zacriel, who stood the furthest away, even turned his head away. "Let us serve you." "This is the only value I can think of," Tardin said in anguish. Thales exhaled. The only value. He remembered the guard's oath, and he suddenly had mixed feelings. Royal guards, huh? As he felt the indescribable sorrow, the teenager nodded and smiled. "If this had happened in the past, when I was young, perhaps I would have said, 'All right, come serve me.' But now," the prince was dazed for a moment. He then raised his head and looked at everyone sincerely. He received their gazes of confusion, indignation, emptiness, or disappointment. "It has been 18 years. You have already paid a great price for Constellation, for Renaissance Palace, for the Jade Star royal family, and more importantly, for yourselves and your own choices." Many people shuddered. Thales slowly walked back to Tardin and looked at his puzzled gaze. "What all of you need is rebirth." Thales wanted to put his hand on Tardin's shoulder, but regretfully realized that because of their height, this action was a little awkward. "You need to be truly free, unfettered, and without any restrictions," the teenager shrugged in resignation. He could only clench his fist and tap Tardin's shoulder lightly. "Live." The wind blew, and Thales' words were blown into the distance. All the guards stared at the prince in front of them in a daze. Silence and confusion enveloped the place for a moment. "And believe me, all of you will always have a place to go." Thales revealed a gentle smile and looked at the east, where the sun had just risen. "A better place." Tardin stared at the prince in a daze. Belden opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he did not say anything. But Barney Jr.'s sonorous voice rose and attracted his attention. "Based on Constellation's history, being a prince is definitely not easy." Thales frowned and turned his head. He watched Barney Jr. pass through the crowd and arrive in front of him. "You will need a hidden force outside your field of vision. We are very suitable to be your swords outside Renaissance Palace." Barney Jr. stood in front of the crowd and stared at Thales with a burning gaze. Thales was stunned for a second. As a prince, gazing at the wild, hiding power, at that moment, Thales remembered many things. For example, the map of Renaissance Palace that King Niven gave him. For example, the Raven of Death's crazed gaze when he was on the verge of death. And the Black Prophet's gloomy tone from a long time ago. This made Thales a little absent-minded. What a coincidence. Thales raised his head and smiled at the crowd. "Stake, that guy from Shadow Shield just now also said something similar to me." Everyone was taken aback by his words. "Shadow Shield? You want to become my secret, sharp blade." But Thales immediately burst out laughing. "Power?" Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Thales raised his head with a sigh and looked at the endless desert. "Yes, I pulled all of you out from the dark dungeon, from the bottomless abyss, and from the eternal nightmare." He shook his head, spread his hands, and sneered. "So, I have gained your loyalty? And you can become my power?" The prince's words, which seemed to be muttering to himself, confused everyone. "And then, we get along well with each other, build up our achievements, conquer the world, and leave our names in history?" Thales stared at the sunrise in the distance. There was a teasing look in his eyes that others could not understand. Good story. Enough to write a book. The guards looked at each other, surprised and bewildered. Belden asked tentatively, "Your Highness," but Thales quickly snapped out of his daze and spoke with a complicated expression. "A long time ago, I knew a man. He always smiled and watched the children fall into the endless abyss. He watched them struggle helplessly. Then, with a smile, he appeared as a savior and extended a helping hand to them. In this way, he could occupy a flawless high ground, and with impeccable ethics, he would be rewarded for his kindness. He would feel no guilt, shoulder no burden, and rightfully become the master of those who were saved. He would gain subordinates who were loyal and grateful to him." Thales sighed softly. His words made Belden and Tardin look at each other. They had puzzled expressions on their faces. The prince looked around at the people in front of him. He stared at their scattered and tired figures and said desolately, "If I change my perspective and writing style, and hide the evil behind the false beauty, a person like him would be enough to become the main character of a legendary story. His image would be perfect, and he would naturally achieve great things in the ending of the final chapter and bring harmony to the world." Thales said airily, "Except I was once one of those children." The group fell silent. Thales was quiet for 2 seconds before he raised his head. "You know, Zacriel's words are somewhat reasonable. I am thinking, did I do everything to help all of you, or to help myself?" The veteran guards were stunned again. Only the Knight of Judgment looked straight at him. His gaze was obscure. Thales looked straight into everyone's eyes with a profound gaze and called out their names. Barney, Belden, Tardin, Cannon, Bruley, Zacriel. The people who were called could not help but instinctively straighten their backs. "Listen up," Thales said solemnly and seriously, "I am not the one who saved you, but yourselves. Your freedom is something that you have earned with your own hands. You don't owe me anything." His words stunned many of them. "You were tortured, and you escaped with great difficulty." Thales looked in the direction of the camp. His tone was firm. "Not to pledge loyalty to me, not to change a pair of shackles, not to change a master. Not to stay where you are, not to return to the abyss of power." The prince looked at everyone with an unquestionable gaze. Even Quick Rope subconsciously stood at attention. "If you become my subordinates after you escape from the prison of bones, and become the second prince's bargaining chips, then everything I did today, and everything you endured in the past, will be meaningless." Thales tightened his throat and sighed. "I will just use the selfishness of another Jade Star to tie you back to the game of the past, push you back into the vortex 18 years ago, and let the nightmare repeat itself. All of you do not deserve such a fate." At that moment, everyone was speechless for a moment. Zacriel's gaze on him changed. "Do you know what you are doing?" Barney Jr.'s voice rose slowly. The vanguard frowned, as if he was determined to refute Thales' words. "Let's not talk about anything else. At least, we all know your secret." He bit down on the last word very hard. It also made everyone's expressions change. Even Thales' expression darkened. "My secret." Quick Rope subconsciously grabbed the crossbow of time in his hand. Barney Jr. ignored Belden and Tardin's gazes and gritted his teeth. He gritted his teeth and said, "For your safety and interests, if you don't use this chance to bind us to your side and strengthen yourself, that would be very unwise." Barney Jr. said coldly, "If there is even the slightest leak, the fate that awaits you will be very bad." Thales was silent. Belden patted Barney's shoulder, but the latter just ignored him. But a few seconds later, Thales raised his head and smiled in a relieved manner. "Not long ago, I met a prince, another one." Everyone was puzzled. Only Quick Rope's expression changed drastically. "The way we choose to live determines our end. It has nothing to do with power or status. If I always seek personal gain, live in fear, and even try to curry favor with others, and care about power and interests," Thales looked at Quick Rope in the crowd, seemingly unintentionally, and sighed. "Then I will never be able to break free from the shackles of fate." His words made everyone fall silent. Thales looked at each of them. "Just like all of you right now. Your choice will determine whether you will obtain another set of chains with a different name, or..." Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. True freedom. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Even Barney Jr. lowered his head slightly. While many people began to contemplate, a voice that had not been heard for a long time pierced through the sandstorm. "You are not like your father." Everyone turned their heads, and to their surprise, they found that the person who spoke was Zacriel, who stood at the periphery. "Father." Thales recalled the scene of his first father-son meeting in Mindy's Hall. He thought of the Northern Territory, Dragon's Blood, and Blade Fang's camp. He thought of the crown and scepter on the throne. "Father." But Thales was only slightly absent-minded before he smiled. "Because I am not him," he said with certainty, and I will never be. Zacriel stared at him, then suddenly snorted softly. Not necessarily. This made Thales' smile fade a little. However, Zacriel said his next words. Your mother is already dead. Thales was instantly shocked. The Knight of Judgment said faintly, don't look for her anymore. In an instant, everyone's gazes turned to Zacriel. Already, passed away? What do you mean? Thales asked in surprise after he registered what he meant. You know my mother? There in Jarana? But Zacriel only shook his head. His expression became indifferent again. No. Remember what I said. This time, Thales stared at him for a long time. What he said, passed away, then, in the end, the prince could only sigh helplessly in the face of Zacriel, who was as silent as an ice cube. Forget it, I guess you won't tell me anyway. Zacriel did not answer. He only stared at him coldly. But Thales immediately snorted softly. She is already dead, don't look for her anymore. Do you know what's the most interesting part about languages, Zacriel? Zacriel frowned. The prince narrowed his eyes. People always like to put the important points at the end. These words made Zacriel stunned. Thales smiled. The neighing of warhorses rose in the distance. The prince sucked in a breath and gave up on asking more questions. He turned his head to look at the rising sun. Royal guards, this is the last time I, as Thales Jade Star, order. No, tell you. The royal guards were instantly filled with respect. The prince said faintly, the nightmare is gone. The darkness is no more. He swept his gaze over everyone seriously. Barney had a stubborn expression, Belden had a worried expression, Tardin had a gloomy expression, Cannon had a cowering expression, and Bruley had an indignant heart, the silent Zacriel. And the dumbfounded Quick Rope. From now on, you are truly free, he flashed a smile. Live. Once he finished speaking, Thales did not care about the others' reactions. He turned around resolutely and walked towards the sand dune in the distance. Roman was waiting for him there. Thales dragged his tired body and walked through the sand, just like how he came. He walked towards his destination. The morning sun shone on his back, and it reflected a golden light. It's over. Compared to these, everything in the dungeon flashed before his eyes. He was filled with emotion. What a pity, Your Highness. Belden's faint, choked voice came from behind him. But Thales only shook his head and continued walking. Stop. Royal guards. A faint, muffled sound came from behind him. Thales did not turn around while he was in a daze. But in the next second, more muffled sounds came one after another. The cavaliers and mercenaries in the distance seemed to have seen something. There was a slight commotion, and they cast their gazes in his direction. Thales stopped walking because his thoughts were interrupted. Roman frowned in the distance. Ricky also stopped talking to his subordinates. They all looked in his direction. Thales turned around in puzzlement when he was reminded by these abnormalities. He was immediately stunned. The morning sun shone on the endless yellow sand. 6 stubborn figures stood on the horizon of the desert like they were cast from iron. They leaned forward slightly. The light and shadows were blurry, but they formed neat and uniform figures. They were washed by the morning sun and the wind. Thales stared at the scene before him in a daze. Zacriel, Barney Jr., Belden, they were the royal guards. The wind blew gently. At some point in time, all the royal guards had knelt down on one knee on the sand. They did not say a word and did not move. Their faces could not be seen clearly, and their expressions could not be discerned. They only placed their right palms on their chests and swung their left arms back in the prince's direction. They bowed their heads deeply. It was as if they were paying their final respects. At that moment, Thales looked at the 6 kneeling figures, and he suddenly felt his chest sink. He pursed his lips. But Thales did not say anything in the end. He raised his right fist with the ghost of a smile on his face and tapped his chest gently. Then, He turned around resolutely. Behind him, the 6 figures lowered their heads even more. The legendary Wing frowned as he watched the scene before him from afar. In the distance, among the golden sand dunes, 6 men covered in wounds knelt firmly on the ground. They lowered their heads and saluted in the same direction. Near them, under the slightly white sky, the thin and weak teenager walked over slowly. His footsteps were arduous, but firm. His expression was anguished and gratified. He looked like an oil painting. Jade Star, Roman mumbled and snorted coldly. Joseph stared at the 6 figures in annoyance from the Disaster Swords team. He said in disdain to Samuel, who was staring at them with a slightly dazed expression, "If you want to, you can join them. You won't be able to forget them anyway." Samuel's expression darkened. He then turned to Joseph. "I thought you would know better than me." Joseph was stunned. "Know what?" Samuel snorted softly and looked at the horizon. "Will you forget your wife and children, Joseph?" Wife and children, Joseph froze. He subconsciously tightened his grip on his sword hilt and gritted his teeth. When he saw Joseph's expression, Samuel sighed. "Yes, I know. But once some things are lost," Samuel said in a melancholic tone as he watched the 6 figures slowly stand up from the ground on one knee. "Then there is no turning back." In the next moment, determination returned to Samuel's dazed gaze. "Aside from the future, we have nowhere else to go. We have nothing." Samuel turned around and left on his own. He left Joseph behind with a complicated expression. Joseph looked at the 6 figures, then at Samuel's back. Klein walked over and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Joseph shook his head. "It's nothing. TSK, you self-righteous bastard from the Empire." He grumbled indignantly and turned around to pack his luggage. In the distance, Thales suppressed his desire to turn around and walked forward step by step. Then, Quick Rope's voice rose from behind him. "Hey!" Thales turned around in shock and subconsciously caught the package in his arms. "Your luggage." Quick Rope stood behind him. His tone was a little dejected. "And your crossbow." Quick Rope tossed the crossbow of time to him again, forcing Thales to be flustered. Quick Rope sighed and looked at the royal guards who slowly got up and gradually walked into the distance. "Are you sure you don't want them? They'll be great help, and it's rare for them to have such a deep bond with you. They'll be loyal to you, and they'll be willing to die for you." Thales struggled to hang up the package. He exhaled and smiled. "Maybe." Quick Rope frowned. "You know, your status is not good to begin with. If you have them as your subordinates, at least when you run into an accident in the future," he did not continue. Thales curled up the corners of his lips. "Yes, that's right. So, Disaster Swords." Thales suddenly said. "Did you know? They specialize in searching for those who fall into the endless abyss and make use of the despair and emptiness in their hearts. They make empty promises, capture their spirits, and take advantage of their perilous state to use them when they have nowhere else to go. Even if the person who pushes them into the abyss is not Ricky." Thales looked at the puzzled Quick Rope and said seriously, "And I hate that feeling." Quick Rope narrowed his eyes to show his puzzlement. Thales sighed and averted his gaze from the back of the royal guards to look at the sky. "It's as if there's an invisible hand in fate, torturing these pitiful people until they're riddled with scars, crazy, and desperate, just for today, when I stand here, to make them willingly become my chess pieces and be used by me until I complete the predestined ending." Quick Rope was stunned. Thales said airily, "But I can't do it. But I can't do it. I can't be that hypocritical, shameless, and selfish. They're not my chess pieces. Just like how I'm not a chess piece of fate." Both of them were silent for a few seconds. Quick Rope sighed. "If my father were here, he would definitely scold you for being stupid." "King Niven?" "Yes. Maybe." Thales smiled. "Did you know that Ricky said that my power of eradication has been drifting with the flow, swaying left and right, and has no direction?" "I think he's right," Yizichin said. "So I made my choice. Thales stared at Quick Rope. Just like how you also made your choice. That's all. This sentence made Quick Rope's expression fade, and he looked like he was deep in thought. A few seconds later, Quick Rope suddenly spoke. You're different. Thales was stunned. What's different? Quick Rope shook his head. I can't say, but, Quick Rope frowned and sized up Thales. I can feel it. Compared to the Thales in the desert, Quick Rope put on a serious expression. His expression was solemn and serious. You seem to have gained something, but also lost something. Both of them faced each other and were silent for a few seconds. Thales raised his eyebrows and smiled helplessly. Maybe. I've grown up. Quick Rope raised his eyebrows. You know, I've learned a lot during this trip. Thales sighed slightly and looked to the northwest, in the direction where he came from. He was a little dazed. It's even more than the total of the previous 6 years. Quick Rope looked at him and sighed. So, this is your farewell. You're going back to be a prince, right? Thales snapped out of his daze. I guess so. With a barely discernible sadness, he teased him in resignation. Back to the chains of power. The chains of power. Quick Rope was silent for a few seconds. As a prince, Thales, what do you think of my father? Quick Rope asked abruptly. As a king? Thales was stunned. King Niven? When he thought of this name, Thales recalled many things from the past, and he could not help but frown. Extet's Wrath the Seventh. As a king? As he looked at Quick Rope's sad and indignant expression, Thales sighed softly. He was a well-deserved hegemon of his generation. He had great foresight, outstanding skills, wise, and cold. But, he's not very lucky. Thales lowered his head dejectedly. Yes. Quick Rope seemed to have recalled something. He nodded absent-mindedly. How do you think you are compared to him? Me? Compared to King Niven? Thales was stunned again. In just a few seconds, he recalled how resolute he was when he challenged Pofret, how ruthlessly he poisoned Arikos, how dignified he was when he ordered the archdukes, how resolute he was when he delivered his triumphant return, how courageous he was when he personally went to war against the Calamities, and how he hid behind the scenes and schemed against him and Lampard. Thales could not help but laugh. No, even if I spend the rest of my life, I'm not as good as him. Quick Rope was silent. His expression was unpleasant, as if he had recalled some unpleasant memories. Listen, Thales. A few seconds later, Quick Rope sighed. I don't know how wise extension kings like the Dragon Knight King, the Frost King, Steel Breaker, and the Whisperer can lead thousands of troops and rule the land. I also don't know how constellation kings like the King of Renaissance, the Oath Keeper, and the Virtuous King can prosper the country and bring about great rule. When he mentioned so many people's names, his tone was not as relaxed and humorous as usual. It was rather serious. Thales was not used to it. In that second, Quick Rope's face was full of seriousness, and it made Thales subconsciously straighten his back. It was as if the person before him had become Mariah Walton again. But after today, I know at least one thing. Mariah stared at the teenager. Thales, be it my father or my elder brothers, he shook his head slowly, but his tone was firm. They can't even compare to your little finger, they can't even compare to you. There was silence. There was a long silence. As he stared at Mariah's resolute and unquestionable gaze, Thales was completely stunned. He said, what? Mariah, you, Thales, who finally managed to react, instinctively opened his mouth. But Mariah interrupted him. Thales. King Niven's second son approached Thales slowly and placed a hand on his shoulder. Become a king. A good king. At that moment, Prince Mariah Walton's eyes shone with a sparkle that was rarely seen. Because after today, I believe that you will be better than them and the other kings. You can prove that even when you are shackled by the shackles of power, you can also live in a different way. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 489. Under the sunlight, Thales stared at the smiling Mariah in a daze. He pondered over his shocking words. A few seconds later, the Prince of Constellation exhaled and smiled. When did you learn how to flatter people? Flatter people? Mariah snorted softly. Faint nostalgia appeared in his eyes. 6 years ago. Mariah looked at the sky and sighed with emotion. When I was beaten up by a few street thugs in Valier gang and was on the verge of death, I trembled and crawled to the roadside to beg for food from passers-by. I learned it. Thales' smile faded away. Is that so? He stared at Mariah, who was disheveled and covered in wounds, but still smiled. He imagined the man's past. So, in the past 6 years, when I faced the watchful gazes of Lisban and the Star Killer in Heroic Spirit Palace, this man, Thales suddenly remembered what Mariah said. You have to smile, Thales, because life is heavy enough. You have to smile to make it lighter. When he thought of this, the way Thales looked at Mariah was no longer the same. He took a deep breath and tried to make his farewell sound more relaxed. Then why can't you sell your business of getting people to save money? Mariah's expression immediately froze. Thales looked at him with the ghost of a smile. Mariah lowered his head and scratched his hair, which was covered in dust and sand, and seemed to have lost some of its color. A few seconds later, his cheeks relaxed. All right, as a sincere farewell before I leave. Mariah raised his head again and showed a rare look of relief. 29. Thales did not understand. What? Mariah chuckled, and there was something else in his gaze when he looked at Thales. Over the past 2 months, I helped Tampa get 29 clients who saved money for insurance. What? Thales was stunned for a second. 29? The prince immediately registered what he meant and said in shock, but I remember Kant. He's your... Mariah chuckled and finished his sentence. The pitiful, painstakingly begging for your first business deal? Thales nodded skeptically. When he saw the puzzled Thales, Mariah shrugged. Yes, but, the man nicknamed Quick Rope showed a hint of shrewdness. That's what they all thought when they came to me in private. Thales was stunned. Was that what they all thought? But last night, you were crying to me in the tavern when you were drunk. He recalled subconsciously. Mariah sighed and cast the teenager a glance filled with pity and resignation. Yes, because you were supposed to be the 30th business deal. A young noble who is compassionate and has some money can make up for Kant's loss, be it eating him raw or skinning him, exporting him or selling him. Thales stared blankly at the young man in front of him. What did he say? The 30th deal, eat it raw, skin it, export, sell, Mariah reacted. He looked away apologetically and scratched his chin. Sorry, it's an insider's term. But Tampa said that you're a friend of his old acquaintance, and your identity is obviously not ordinary, so we let you go. We want to observe you a little longer and make sure that you don't continue with your act, whether it's drugs, trickery, or something else. Thales was stunned. He suddenly remembered the tavern owner Tampa's first lesson and his Western Desert old beer. An insider, tricks, drugs, trickery, wait. This guy. As he slowly figured it out, Thales stared at Mariah with an even stranger gaze. So, when Quick Rope knocked out Dean and needed to get rid of the evidence, the first person he thought of was Tampa. Because they were together to begin with, they swindled and deceived, gang? Thales' expression instantly became extremely unpleasant. He stared at Mariah, who looked innocent, in disbelief. But Dante's great sword, they won't let you do that. Mariah coughed. Captain Louisa, do you remember? Thales was stunned again. He then remembered the female warrior who led the mercenary group. Louisa Dante. Mariah showed an awkward smile. According to the rules, if a sword seller picks up a white pig in the desert and eats it raw and exports it, such as to Blood Bottle Gang or White Prison, then Louisa can get 20% of the profit from Tampa. What? Thales froze again. Picked up. White pig. Share. If she cooperates with Tampa's act and skinning and selling it in the camp, she gets 20.5. She can even sell it directly to Mickey's Baron Bone tribe. They have a way to the west, but it's much more complicated. My level is not high enough. Mariah touched his ear and rubbed his hands up and down as if he had nowhere to put them. He seemed a little embarrassed. Under very rare circumstances, we will only take you in as one of us. Thales's cheeks were frozen in place. He could only maintain the twitching smile mechanically. Mariah helplessly pointed at Blade Fang's camp in the distance. But Big Dean has always insisted that he will not cash you immediately. He will wait until you enter the camp before making any plans. Of course, now we know why. Cash. Thales stared at Mariah in a daze. 1 second. 2 seconds. The young man in front of him bared his teeth and still had that simple-minded, silly smile on his face. But from this moment on, Thales could no longer see simplicity and clumsiness in his eyes. Instead, it was cunning and treacherous. I told you, whether it's the Great Desert or Blade Fang's camp. Mariah glanced at Thales' expression and tried his best to put on a helpless expression. He smiled awkwardly. They're all very dangerous. Thales realized that he could no longer speak. He could only stand there in a daze. His thoughts were a mess. So, Louisa Dante, the female mercenary leader who had a hearty smile and did not flinch even when facing the orcs. She looked bright and responsible. And this seemingly innocent and funny newcomer, Quick Rope, who I always thought was in charge of telling jokes. And Dante's great sword, who saved him. Routine. It's all F***King routine. At that moment, Thales only felt lost. From the Baron leading the group to the mercenaries at the bottom. So, Blade Fang's camp is really, the people are simple and honest. Thales' lips twitched as he thought with a complicated expression. But the gloom did not linger around the prince for long. A few seconds later, Thales took a deep breath and got rid of the gloom in his heart. He laughed involuntarily in front of the surprised Mariah. Ha ha ha, in the face of the surprised and bewildered Mariah, Thales, who was laughing non-stop, suddenly realized that after he experienced everything, when he turned his head around to dig out the details of these trivial incidents, what occupied his heart was no longer the indignation and anger he once felt. Instead, it was relief, which he had not felt for a long time. And open-mindedness. Ha 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 ha, it was as if the twists and turns and uneasiness of the past 6 years had disappeared with these few laughs. It was no longer heavy. So, this is me. Ha ha ha, Thales' laughter gradually turned into laughter. It shocked Mariah so much that his expression gradually changed. He almost thought that Thales had gone mad. Finally, after a few seconds, Thales stopped laughing and looked at Mariah again, who had a strange expression on his face. So, your experience in Camus Union was still helpful to you, right? Mariah's expression darkened. Yes. The other prince nodded. His gaze was obscure. It was very helpful. At least, I'm getting closer to renting my first ship. Mariah looked up and chased away the gloominess in his eyes. It was replaced with optimism and elation that Thales was familiar with. And I am very certain that neither my father nor my elder brother can do this. At least, not when they don't have titles. He narrowed his eyes, pointed at Thales, and flashed a cunning smile. It's the same for you. Thales looked at him and laughed again. But this time, Mariah also laughed with him. After an unknown amount of time, Thales put away his smile and said with a profound tone, "Did you know, Mariah Walton?" The sudden appearance of his full name, as well as his real name, caused the man who was laughing to freeze for a moment. He stopped and listened to Thales' next words. You are probably the most special and possibly the most amazing prince in Extet's history. Mariah lowered his head and remained silent. Thales stared at him carefully. Wrong. A few seconds later, Mariah raised his head again and revealed his white teeth, which were unique to Northlanders. My name is Quick Rope. I'm a sailor and a sword peddler. Quick Rope. Thales fell silent. He stared at the smug and happy Quick Rope, and an indescribable emptiness suddenly rose in his heart. Mariah Walton, he's Quick Rope. Then, what about me? Thales Jade Star. Who is he? A few gusts of sand swept past the empty space. Thales stared at Quick Rope for a long time before he finally nodded and swung his right arm. In the next second, Quick Rope subconsciously caught the thing Thales threw at him. Quick Rope looked at the weapon in his arms and raised his head in surprise. What is this? Thales smiled and pointed at the crossbow of time that he threw into Quick Rope's arms. Your 30th business deal. 30th, Quick Rope was stunned for a few seconds before he asked in disbelief, Are you sure? You know this. Thales hummed in acknowledgement and nodded. This thing has always been a Northlander's. And I don't want to worry about when I will be killed by it. When they mentioned this secret, both of them fell silent for a while. Quick Rope sighed, but he moved quickly and carried the crossbow without hesitation. As a calamity, you're really generous. Generous. Thales snickered. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not the generous one. Quick Rope snorted softly, as if he knew what Thales was thinking. Don't be smug. The Prince of Constellation looked at Quick Rope as if he wanted to size up this unqualified colleague he met in the desert from head to toe. He sighed and said, If I die, according to the rules, you will have to pay a lot of compensation. Quick Rope put away his smile and looked back at him quietly. Pay a lot of compensation, is that so? Then, Quick Rope said faintly, Don't die. Don't die. The two of them stood quietly and remained silent for a while. A few seconds later, Thales said softly, All right. For some reason, Thales suddenly felt that, this is my final farewell. The Prince of Constellation exhaled. And you, don't forget, the secret room wants you, and Lampard wants your life. Thales looked at Quick Rope seriously. Don't get caught. This time, Quick Rope was also silent for a while. He looked at the bruises on Thales' face and answered slowly, All right. There was a breeze. So, we have no more problems? Thales asked faintly. Quick Rope looked at him with a profound gaze and nodded. Yes. But just when Thales and Quick Rope were speechless and the sentimental atmosphere of parting was about to overflow, thud. An arm suddenly wrapped itself around Quick Rope from behind. Don't bother His Highness, we still have a long way to go. Tardin of the Royal Guards appeared out of nowhere, and under Thales' astonishment and Quick Rope's struggle, he forcefully dragged Quick Rope away without giving him any chance to say anything. Don't worry, Your Highness, we will take good care of him. Tardin gritted his teeth as he dragged Quick Rope. He seemed to have a deep grudge against Quick Rope. Thales watched in surprise as Quick Rope struggled for help while he waved goodbye to him. Thales, the confused Prince of Constellation could only nod subconsciously. Oh, that's good, but Tardin's tone suddenly changed, and he was filled with worry. And, Your Highness, with a hint of hesitation, Tardin wanted to say something, but stopped. Thales raised his eyebrows in doubt. However, Tardin looked at Quick Rope suspiciously, then at Thales nervously. In the end, he hardened his heart and said earnestly, You're getting old, you should find I have a girlfriend. Huh? Thales was stunned. Tardin squeezed his eyes in a troubled manner. You know, women. The confused Thales blinked. But before he could answer, Tardin forcefully grabbed Quick Rope and placed him on his shoulder. He then carried Quick Rope and jogged towards the Royal Guards. My good nephew Waya, right? We haven't seen each other for so long, come, let me see. You are my uncle. Am I right? No, uncle, don't. Tardin's enraged roars and Quick Rope's wails rose and fell as they watched Thales in a daze from afar. The prince laughed involuntarily when he understood something. He suddenly noticed that the royal guards who had left were divided into two sides. On one side, Barney Jr., Belden, and the others watched in annoyance as Tardin and Quick Rope dashed towards them. On the other side, Zakriel's figure drifted alone on the sand. He gradually walked further away under the morning light, and he did not turn his head back. They were like two lines that started from the same point, and they gradually moved further and further away in different directions. They no longer met. This made Thales fall into deep thought. In the other direction, the mercenaries from Blood Whistle also retreated. Before Ricky left, he gave Thales a profound look, and Thales could not help but be stunned. That guy, whoosh. At this moment, a sharp sound that was different from before came from the sky. Alert! The cavaliers in the distance immediately moved. They got on their horses and got into a mobile formation. Thales could not help but feel nervous. The legendary wing frowned. Then, a messenger knight ran over from afar and shouted, "Withdraw the alert. Friendly forces." The nervous cavaliers then withdrew their alert and returned to normal. But soon, in the direction of the sharp sound, two fast horses were approaching from afar, quickly galloping over. Thales looked at the two fast horses in puzzlement. The two men on the horses were dressed lightly, and they did not look like soldiers. But in the next second, the voice that immediately traveled into his ears caused his expression to change drastically. "This is the kingdom's secret intelligence department." The man on the horse galloped over with a scroll held high. He stared at the people who scattered under the sand dune in the distance. His voice was filled with anger and indignation. "In the name of King Kessel and Lord Murat Hansen, all suspects and targets present here, no one is allowed to leave." Chapter 490. *T, King Kessel and Lord Hansen, the Secret Intelligence Department. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists and glanced at the royal guards, who were getting smaller and smaller. Perhaps it was because the king's name was shocking, or the Secret Intelligence Department's reputation was terrifying, but as the knight's voice spread, the hundreds of cavaliers under Roman's command, from the sentinels at the periphery to the awaitings inside, instantly burst into an uproar. The two members of the Secret Intelligence Department were getting closer. No, it was not just two people. Behind them, there were more than a dozen cavaliers charging over. Once Thales registered what was going on, he turned to Roman with a pale face. "Hey, young white. I mean, Williams." He shouted loudly, and his tone was full of anxiety. Maybe I can use my identity to delay, but Roman's reaction was faster than his. "What are you panicking for?" The legendary wing rode on his white horse. His earrings swayed in the wind, and he looked very heroic. He urged his hooves forward while he roared at his subordinates around him to suppress their uneasiness. "Do what you have to do." Roman approached slowly and cast Thales a glance. Thales was shocked. At that moment, the legendary wing exuded an ominous emotion. His expression was dark, as if lightning was about to strike. "You too?" he said coldly from his white horse. The teenager nodded instinctively. Roman then raised his head and looked at the dozen cavaliers who were getting closer. More than 10 seconds later, the dozen members of the Secret Intelligence Department finally arrived in front of Thales and got off their horses in a familiar manner. The person in the lead with the scroll in his hand looked slightly plump. From afar, he looked rather cheerful. He wore thin clothes and a headscarf commonly seen in Western Desert, and he panted. The second person who followed him had a burning gaze. His face was tough, and his movements on the horse were calm. But for some reason, Thales felt that his upper lip and the left side of his jaw were slightly red, as if he had been stained with some sort of lipstick. The cavaliers behind them all looked different, but they all wore different clothes: merchants, mercenaries, farmers, and herdsmen. They were all different. "This is the Secret Intelligence Department?" Thales was on guard. The slightly plump man took the lead. He stepped on the sand laboriously, trying to lift the scroll in his hand higher. "This is Lord Hansen's warrant of appointment. It also has His Majesty's confirmation signature." His Western Desert accent was very strong. The calm and robust man behind him carefully sized up the teenager behind the legendary wing. Thales stared at the warrant that was said to be from the Black Prophet with a headache. He hoped that the former royal guards could run faster. After all, be it them or Quick Rope, they were not existences who were suitable to appear in the eyes of the Secret Intelligence Department. As for this place, hopefully, the gigolo and him could drag it out a little longer. Roman snorted lightly. He nimbly and elegantly got off the saddle and casually took the scroll from the fat man's hand. So, who the F***ck are you? Compared to his handsome appearance, Roman's tone was cold and his words were crude. He had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. The robust man and the slightly plump man were stunned at the same time. The people from the Secret Intelligence Department behind them also had different expressions. Williams, the chubby man, seemed to be suppressing his impatience. After he said his name, he remembered something and added his title. Baron, my lord. Roman squinted at him. I am one of the people from the Secret Intelligence Department stationed in the Western Desert. You can call me Gomez. The slightly plump Gomez adjusted his breathing, gritted his teeth, and gestured to the robust man behind him. We met a few times when we were arranging this operation. Perhaps you don't remember, and this is my superior. However, Roman's next move stunned everyone, including Thales. The legendary wing calmly pulled open the warrant from the Secret Intelligence Department. He did not even look at it. Instead, he tore it in half. Gomez, his superior, and the dozen people from the Secret Intelligence Department frowned. Thales arched an eyebrow and lowered his head slightly. He had a bad feeling about this. I know who you are. The legendary wing's gaze was as cold as ice. In front of all the people from the Secret Intelligence Department, he nonchalantly continued to tear the scroll into even smaller shreds. He said coldly, what I mean is. Who the F***ck do you think you are? The expressions of the two leaders of the Secret Intelligence Department froze. The legendary wing tore it 4 or 5 times in a row until the warrant from the Secret Intelligence Department was shredded into countless pieces. He sneered and threw it away. You came all the way here, to order me around? The shredded warrant scattered all over the place and returned to the ground along with the gravel. What the F***ck? Thales stared at the shredded paper on the ground. His emotions were complicated. Are they so arrogant? The legendary wing looked at the people from the Secret Intelligence Department in disdain. There was a dangerous look in his eyes. The people from the Secret Intelligence Department stared at the shredded paper on the ground. Their gazes at Roman were filled with hostility. There's His Majesty's signature on it. Gomez's breathing quickened when he saw the other party's disrespectful behavior. He clenched his fists, and his face trembled in anger. But just as Gomez was about to flare up, his superior pressed down on his shoulder from behind. I believe that this is Prince Thales. Thales' gaze flickered when his name was called. The man with a tough face was half a head taller than Gomez. He had a machete that was commonly seen in the desert hanging from his waist. He pulled Gomez back a step, stepped forward, and bowed. The people from the Secret Intelligence Department behind him, including Gomez, also bowed in unison. Your Highness, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Norb, the highest-ranking person in charge of the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department in Western Desert. Norb's voice was a little rough. Although it had a Western Desert accent, Thales could understand it very well. He could also tell from his words and habits that he seemed to be from Central Territory. Thales sucked in a deep breath. Damn it. The Secret Intelligence Department. It's the Secret Intelligence Department again. And I'm the highest-ranking person in charge of Western Desert. Hello? Thales puffed out his chest and raised his head. He awkwardly tugged at some of the wounds on his body. He twisted the bruises on his face to a spot with his back to the light, and tried hard to maintain the dignity of a prince. Norb, who looked much calmer than Gomez, raised his head and said respectfully, Your Highness, welcome back. Your Highness, welcome back. It seems that my colleagues in the north have been very successful in their rescue operation. His gaze was sharp. But for the sake of the kingdom, I still have a few small questions, sh**t. What will he ask? The group of escaped prisoners from the prison of bones behind the sand dune? But just as Thales was having a headache about how to deal with the people from the Secret Intelligence Department in front of him so that they would ignore the figures that were slowly leaving in the distance, Roman held him down. Boy, go to the back. The legendary wing rudely cut off Norb's words. Let the Lord speak. This made the expressions of the two members of the Secret Intelligence Department change again. In the past, Thales might have been displeased with Roman's tone, but this time, he was truly grateful that Roman's interruption saved him. Thales put on a sickly expression that he had just escaped from after a great deal of trouble, and he took a few steps back like a donkey going down a slope. He made Roman face Norb of the Secret Intelligence Department. Norb's expression was a little unpleasant, but he still bowed politely. Sir Williams, thank you for taking the trouble to bring the prince back. You have once again done a meritorious deed for the kingdom. Unfortunately, his politeness had probably hit a wall. If you have something to say, just say it, the legendary wing snorted softly. If you have anything to say, just say it. Norb's expression froze. Behind him, Gomez was so angry that he furrowed his eyebrows. But at that moment, Gomez's expression changed drastically, perhaps because he saw the backs of the royal guards or the disaster swords leaving. He pointed at a group of people who were retreating on foot in the distance. He ordered the people behind him, no, Norb, those people are leaving. Go and stop them first. The members of the Secret Intelligence Department were obviously well trained. Without waiting for Gomez to finish speaking, they pulled the reins and mounted their horses, ready to stop the people who were leaving into the distance. Thales was shocked. Damn it. It doesn't matter if it's the royal guards or the disaster swords who are discovered. I have to stop them first. But just as he was about to step forward and use his identity to stall for time, the legendary wing suddenly waved his hand. Asterisk thud, thud, asterisk in the next second, the sound of countless horse hooves hitting the sand rose. Norb and Gomez's expressions changed, and they instinctively turned their heads. They saw Roman's hundreds of cavaliers galloping swiftly towards them like a tidal wave. Within a dozen seconds, the fierce-looking cavaliers formed a loose but not negligible circular formation that galloped back and forth. They surrounded the people from the Secret Intelligence Department from dozens of feet away. Their swords were unsheathed, and their bows were nocked. They were filled with murderous intent. Asterisk thud, thud, asterisk horse hooves thundered, and smoke rose. The people from the Secret Intelligence Department were shocked and bewildered. They instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons. Baron? Norb looked at Roman in disbelief. The latter snorted coldly. Here, the only person who has the right to command. The legendary wing lowered his hand and stared coldly at the people in front of him. Only me. Do you understand? Gomez was stunned. He then gritted his teeth. No, you are, but Norb held Gomez down again. He bent down and lowered his head. Sir, we have no intention of offending you, nor do we intend to interfere with your right to command. It's just about tonight's joint operation. Norb seemed to have realized something. His tone was very polite. The kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department has a few questions to ask. Roman glanced at him gently and turned to the smoking camp in the distance. Questions? So, you want to interrogate me? He asked softly. Norb forced himself to smile. No, it's just a discussion. As if he was afraid that Gomez would not believe him, Norb immediately turned around and ordered his subordinates. Everyone, get off your horses and step back. Under the hesitant and nervous gazes of his subordinates from the Secret Intelligence Department, Norb smiled and said, We just need some space and time to have a private chat with you, Your Grace. Aside from Gomez, the people from the Secret Intelligence Department looked at each other. In the end, they got off their horses, held the reins, and retreated to a safe distance. The legendary wing's cavaliers immediately changed their formation. Dozens of them split up and stuck close to them, almost as if they were monitoring them. They waited for them to lead their horses into the distance. Norb turned his head around to look at Roman. His gaze was serious. It was as if he was waiting for something. The legendary wing snorted. He then raised his right arm and made a gesture. Asterisk thud, thud, asterisk the sound of horse hooves changed again. The cavaliers who surrounded the group then sheathed their swords under their commander's orders, drew their bows, and slowly retreated. The clearing regained its calm, and the tense atmosphere relaxed. F***ck, those people, the helpless Gomez stared at the mercenaries and royal guards who were moving further and further away. He slapped his thigh hard. Thales also breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. When he saw that the conflict had subsided, the calm Norb nodded. Your Grace, according to the original plan, we will solidify the loyalty and obedience of the Western Desert nobles during the unfortunate incident in Blade Fang's camp. We will also use the false impression that the camp is empty and there is an opportunity for us to take advantage of it. We will lure and incite the bandits who are entrenched here, capture them all in one fell swoop, and clear the western front lines. Norb stared at Roman calmly. His eyes burned. Of course, you are the key person and commander of the operation. The Secret Intelligence Department will assist you from the side. As he listened to their conversation, Thales subconsciously tugged at his parcel. I knew it. But Roman only narrowed his eyes and answered nonchalantly with a nasal voice. Aha. His expression was calm, and his posture was stern. Obviously, the legendary wing's arrogance displeased the slightly plump Gomez. But Norb was not affected at all. He continued, but after lying in ambush for half a night, aside from a few unimportant pawns, we only caught a Northland noble who insisted that he had met King Kessel and obtained diplomatic immunity at the entrance of the Prison of Bones. He sounded indignant. Thales frowned. That's LaSalle. He represents King Chapman. There is also a certain tavern owner and mercenary intermediary who have a deep relationship with us. Of course, Your Grace, we believe that after we beat up that Tampa, the mercenaries in the camp with a long history and complicated connections will know their place. Your rule will also be more stable and smooth. As Norb spoke, he observed the legendary wing's expression. He was very careful with his words, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. The tavern owner. Thales was worried again. Tampa has a close relationship with Quick Rope. If he reveals anything, but Roman still responded with a faint nasal voice. Aha. He looked very much like those portraits on canvases that were full of postures but did not move. Norb frowned slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. This time, he said seriously and cautiously, but we did not catch Steak. Steak. Thales clenched his fists. He is an important target for us to track down in the near future. He may have control over a considerable part of Shadow Shield, including their deployment at the borders of Constellation and Extet. And the secrets regarding the other higher-ups in Shadow Shield. Norb's expression was very serious, and there was indignation in his eyes. And we did not manage to catch that group of mysterious mercenaries who betrayed the Tower of Eradication and were hired by you, Your Grace. As Norb spoke, he looked suspiciously at the mercenaries in the distance, who were armed with swords and sabers, and were about to leave his sight. According to the plan, since the disaster swords have a large number of people and astonishing combat power, we must capture them immediately after we close the net. And their value is not lower than Shadow Shields. Norb stared at Roman, as if he wanted him to react. But the legendary wing only continued to stare at the smoking camp and did not reply. Gaius could not stand it anymore. He opened his mouth and continued his superior's words. Listen, our two main targets did not appear. And you did not even carry out the plan that we agreed on, so it can only be, but he did not finish speaking. I'm guessing. Once again, Norb interrupted Gaius. At the same time, he warned his subordinate with a stern gaze. Your Grace, you must have encountered an unexpected emergency that you could not inform us of in time, so you had no choice but to change the deployment of the operation? The legendary wing still did not move. But Norb's eyes were bright. He cast a glance at Thales. For some reason, such as to save the prince, you opened the secret exit that is only used during emergencies? And because of that, the target unexpectedly escaped from our net? He seemed to be pressing for an answer. Net. Thales remembered. Be it Ricky or Samuel, after the disaster swords entered the underground prison, regardless of whether they were facing Shadow Shield or Thales, their attitude was always, do not return to the surface. Thales understood something. This time, the legendary wing finally reacted. So, after you closed the net, you left the camp, and chased us here. He turned his head around and glanced at the solemn Norb and the angry Gamus. You're not too stupid. Norb exhaled through his nose, as if he was suppressing a wave of emotions. Alright, let's forget about the disaster swords, but Shadow Shield Stake, I believe that he is in your hands, right? Roman suddenly snorted, like the sunlight that broke through an iceberg. Don't worry. I've taken care of him. Norb's pupils shrank. Taken care of? The legendary wing turned around and tapped the huge skull on his left shoulder. The exquisite earring on his left ear swayed along with his movements. I coincidentally discovered that your stake was the mastermind behind the assassination of Prince Herman and the torment of Blade Fang's camp during the Bloody Year. So, I gave him the punishment he deserved. Thales and Norb moved at the same time. Punishment? Norb frowned and exchanged glances with Gamus. The legendary wing turned his body sideways and gestured at an empty space in the distance. If you want his corpse, or at least most of it, go ahead. Norb and Gamus looked in the direction he pointed and saw a headless male corpse half buried in the yellow sand. As for the other parts, I'm sorry, I want to keep them. Even though Thales had seen plenty of dead people, Stake's corpse, which was processed by Roman, was too imaginative. The area above the shoulder was a mess. It was covered in an unknown red and white liquid, and soft tissues that had been cut off, such as eyeballs. It did not look like a human, and it made Thales want to vomit. The moment they saw their target's corpse, Norb and Gamus' faces instantly turned pale. Norb even swayed. No, that's really. Gamus was in disbelief. He's dead? Norb gritted his teeth. His emotions were not any weaker than Gamus. The legendary wing snorted coldly and turned around. When you go back, tell your father and Kessel that you have taken revenge. You don't have to thank me. Thales rubbed his nose and looked away. The two people from the Secret Intelligence Department breathed rapidly. They automatically ignored the fact that the other party had called the king by his name. They only stared at Stake's corpse in a daze. It took a few seconds. They looked as if they could not accept death. Even Thales could not help but feel sorry for them. The wind blew, and the morning sun shone on the ground. But the two people from the Secret Intelligence Department turned around with ghastly pale faces, as if their mother had died. I see, Thales could tell that Norb was suppressing the displeasure and anger in his heart. Then, Your Grace, as for those sword peddlers and the people you hired to do the dirty work, were they also dealt with? The legendary wing cast Thales a mocking glance. They have the prince in their hands. So, yes, I can only let them go. Thales could only play along with Roman and put on a silly quick rope smile at the skeptical Norb. The prince, let them go? Norb clenched his fists tightly. He was indignant. But Gamus, who was behind him, could not help but shout, impossible. Impossible, you clearly have an overwhelming number of troops. But Nob held Gomez down again, very quickly. Gamus shut his mouth in anger, but he did not hide the disgust in his eyes. Your Grace. Norb forced out the words through gritted teeth with difficulty. I know that His Majesty trusts you, and I also know that he gave you a lot of autonomy in this operation, but regarding this imperfect capture operation. Norb stared at Stake's corpse, as if he was in great pain. I think that the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department and Lord Hansen might need an explanation from you. At that moment, Thales felt as if the temperature around him had dropped a little. Explanation? The legendary wing raised his head. His expression was dangerous. Such as? Norb pressed down on Gamus, who was fuming with rage, and panted. He panted and said, Your Grace, regardless of whether it is Shadow Shield or Disaster Sword, their value is very high, and they are of great importance. Some of them even involve the plans and operations of the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department that have been carried out for months, years, or even longer. And you should not arbitrarily deal with them. You should control them and let us deal with them. This is how you should be loyal to the kingdom and His Majesty. Norb's voice faded away. The legendary wing did not move. Gamus clenched his fists tightly. Of course, now that Stake is dead, there is no turning back. When Norb saw that Thales was not moved at all, there was a hint of anxiety in his tone. He pointed into the distance. But I can see it. The disaster sword is still in sight. Thales exhaled. If Ricky and his people fall into the hands of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, then Samuel and the royal guards who have dealt with them. Norb gritted his teeth and spoke in a gentle tone. And based on what I know, the Stardust unit under your command is the best of the Light Cavaliers. They are invincible when it comes to interweaving and pursuing. They are the best in the desert when they charge and break through enemy lines, Norb said anxiously and seriously, Your Grace, as long as we can stop them, we still have a chance to make up for it. The legendary wing raised his head and looked in the direction where the disaster swords disappeared. He was silent for a few seconds. It was just a few seconds, but it made Thales extremely nervous. Finally, Roman turned around, lifted his feet, and walked forward slowly. Tell me, kid. He stared at Norb with an even sharper gaze. Are you trying to teach me? Norb was stunned. Teaching me how to do my job? Roman said arrogantly. Teach me. Norb understood something, and his face turned pale. In the next second, he took a deep breath. Of course not, Roman snorted and cut him off. That's good. He enunciated each word clearly. And now, I'm telling you, let them go. Norb froze. His clenched fists began to tremble. It was as if he was enduring something. Gamus also bit down hard on his lower lip. The legendary wing turned around and stared at Blade Fang's camp, which had been in chaos for a long time. Just do as I say. He turned around and left the two members of the kingdom's secret intelligence department behind him, who were trembling in anger. But in the next moment, just when Thales thought that everything was going to end, Roman Williams. Are you sure you want to do this? When he heard his full name, Roman froze for a moment. With his back straight, he slowly turned his head around. But unexpectedly, this time, the person who spoke was not the slightly plump Gamus, who had an indignant expression on his face. Instead, it was his superior. The calm, courteous Norb. Are you sure you want to let them go just like that? Norb glared at him, and his face was dark. Even Gamus, who was behind him, was shocked. The legendary wing furrowed his eyebrows, as if he saw something strange. Are you deaf, or are you stupid? Norb closed his eyes and took 3 deep breaths. No, I'm just, Gamus, who was behind him, seemed to have realized something. He pressed down on Norb's shoulder. Norb, you, in the next second, Norb opened his eyes swiftly. I've just had enough. Thales noticed that the previously calm person in charge of the western desert of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, Norb, was gone. In his place was an angry man who was trembling and gritting his teeth. The legendary wing, one of the 3 marshals of Constellation. Are you really worthy of it? Just because you like to kill, like blood, and like to carve human skulls as accessories? Thales frowned when he heard this. The legendary wing seemed to be shocked by this sentence as well. He was silent for a second before he spoke slowly. Oh. The legendary wing seemed to be mulling over this sentence. What do you mean? Norb took a step forward and stared at Roman, who had an otherworldly appearance. He spoke in a resolute tone. He said firmly, what I mean is, ever since the bloody year, I've been in Western Desert for more than 10 years. Roman Williams, you're such a sissy. Aside from relying on His Majesty's leniency and negligence, you do whatever you want in Blade Fang's camp, act in a domineering manner, give up your territory, disregard orders, throw your weight around, and abuse your power. Norb's eyes seemed to be burning with anger. Have you ever done anything good? When he said this, the others in the area were shocked. Do whatever you want, act in a domineering manner, give up your territory, disregard orders, throw your weight around, throw your weight around. Throw your weight around, throw your weight around. This series of descriptions, or rather accusations, widened Thales' horizons. He suppressed the shock in his heart, frowned, and looked at the motionless legendary wing. He recalled his impression of him. It seems like, there's nothing wrong with it. Gamus seemed to be terrified by his superior behind Norb. He wrapped his arms around Norb's chest and tried to drag him back. Norb, you're crazy, stop talking, but the legendary wing waved his hand to stop him. There was a rarely seen interest in his eyes. No, let him talk. Roman stared at Norb, whose face was filled with anger. He walked back slowly. I like to listen to different opinions. They are beneficial. It makes me more. The legendary wing licked his lips. Coupled with his handsome face, he looked even more mysterious and delicate. Excited. At that moment, Thales sensed that something bad was about to happen. Chapter 491. Excited? Norb slowly pushed away Gomez, who tried to stop him. Don't misunderstand. If it isn't necessary, we don't want to deal with a cold, selfish, and cold-blooded sissy like you. The legendary wing's lips curled up slightly. Norb, however, snorted coldly. Anyway, you made Blade Fang's camp a mess, and everyone felt insecure. You offended all the officials and nobles from the central government as well as the Western Desert. You made our work a mess, and we couldn't have peace. You messed up the balance between the tribes in the desert, and this isn't the first day. The legendary wing listened quietly and did not move. Thales' gaze kept moving back and forth between Norb and the legendary wing. He felt that the conflict between them had been going on for a long time. Norb paused for a moment before he slowly pointed at the smoking Blade Fang's camp, and then at Stake's corpse. But this time? It's different. Norb's voice became deep. Do you know how valuable Stake is? Do you know how many things are related to him? Do you know how important this task is to Lord Hansen? Do you know what it means to us? Do you know that this is a major case that even His Majesty personally asked the kingdom's secret intelligence department to do their best? Norb turned his head abruptly and stared straight at the legendary wing. Do you know how much we sacrificed to get this chance in this western desert that no one remembers? The legendary wing narrowed his eyes slightly. 18 years. When he said this, Norb seemed to have remembered something. He was silent for a moment, and his breathing quickened. It's different from your title, which was stained with blood, Williams. My people and I were punished by the Lord because of a mistake during the Bloody Year. We were demoted, and exiled to the western desert. From then on, we stayed in this remote and desolate land, and dealt with countless scumbags and criminals. His gaze was complicated, and he looked absent-minded. It's been a full 18 years. Thales' gaze shifted. Roman's posture was still elegant and unmoved. Behind him, Gomez let out a long sigh. Norb, but Norb ignored him. He only stared at the indifferent legendary wing. It's been 18 years. You've been muddle-headed, dizzy, with no future and no hope. You can only watch your subordinates, who are in the prime of their lives, grow old in frustration day after day. Do you understand what kind of torture it is? As Thales listened to his words, he was struck by a thought. He was muddle-headed and dizzy. There was no future, no hope. Dean, Duro, the royal guards, the disaster swords, and even the orc war chief. But now, it was Norb from the secret intelligence department. It seemed that this piece of land had given everyone a reason to take risks out of desperation, unwilling to remain silent. Blade Fang's camp, Western Desert, Great Desert. What kind of place was this? Norb pointed at the smoking camp in the distance, then looked at Thales. Finally, after 18 years, the prince is going to return to the country. The West Wilderness is going to be reshuffled again. His Majesty is going to take this opportunity to get things done. He took a deep breath as if he was trying his best to suppress himself. We, the forgotten ones, are being remembered again. I once again have the conditions and reason to ask the Lord for a chance to turn things around. Dig out Stake, dig out Shadow Shield, dig out Tang and his lackeys. Norb looked at the headless corpse. Do you know how important this operation, which is our only hope for more than 10 years, is to us, who are far away from the center of the kingdom, far away from the Lord and His Majesty's line of sight, and how important it is for us, who are unknown and no one cares about us. Norb's face was livid. He pointed at Stake's corpse, as if he could not find any other suitable words. It's been 18 years, and you dealt with him just like that? Dealt with our only chance to turn things around in 18 years? Norb gritted his teeth. This is unacceptable. Roman only glanced sideways at Norb. He seemed to be interested. So? Norb took a step forward. So, chase them back, Williams. Norb stared at the figure in the distance, who was getting further and further away. If we chase after those people we let go, be it the disaster swords or anyone else, we might be able to find some clues and save ourselves from this failure. Make a contribution and reverse the situation. Reverse our future. Thale's heart sank. Norb seems to have made up his mind to chase after those who escaped. Otherwise? The legendary wing sneered. Norb's eyes were red, and his chest was heaving. Otherwise, legendary wing. He looked at Roman, and his tone became even more sinister. Don't forget, everything you have, your title, your army, your territory, everything you have, was given to you by His Majesty and the kingdom. The legendary wing frowned slightly. Gamus, who was behind Norb, widened his eyes. Norb said coldly, the regular soldiers of the royal family under your command, the so-called Stardust unit that traverses the desert, their supplies, equipment, warhorses, military resources, personnel, and even the Blade Fang's camp where they are stationed belong to His Majesty. But he can take it back at any time and turn you back into the worthless soldier from the western desert who has nothing. Thales, who had a premonition about something, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Oh no, but it was already too late for him to do anything. Norb gritted his teeth and spoke firmly. And do you know how this can be achieved? At that moment, the legendary wing's gaze changed. Norb. Gamus interrupted his superior, sucked in a deep breath, and was prepared to stop him with all his might. Norb, that's enough. Let's go back first, but the legendary wing spoke again. I said, let him speak. Roman stared at Gamus coldly. The meaning contained in his gaze terrified the latter so much that he froze. Is there a phrase you don't understand? His words seemed to have ignited a barrel of oil. Norb's gaze turned cold, and he flung Gamus' hand away. Disobeying the king's orders, sabotaging important tasks, colluding with foreign enemies, harboring evil, indulging wanted criminals, nurturing bandits to gain self-respect, colluding with others, conspiring to murder your colleagues, privately opening the prison of bones, conspiring to harm the kingdom's bloodline, endangering the interests of Constellation. Norb spoke tirelessly, and Thales cursed in his heart. This is what you did today. His abnormal actions alerted the Cavaliers and the people from the kingdom's secret intelligence department. They cast him surprised and bewildered gazes. But the legendary wing did not interrupt him. The Cavaliers under him also continued to stand in a stalemate. Norb sneered. As for the rotten things you and the scum under you have done over the past 18 years, extortion, bribery, torture, abuse, plunder, killing indiscriminately, claiming land for your own benefit, filling your own pockets, and even resorting to underhanded means on the battlefield to murder your fellow nobles, Norb glared at the legendary wing. With every word he said, Gamus' expression changed. We have long since grown tired of cleaning up after you. What? These crimes. The more Thales listened, the more shocked he became. Norb said coldly, 18 years. Every piece of evidence and every crime we have collected over the past 18 years is enough to make Renaissance Palace furious at the Baron of Blade Fang's nobles, make the nobles in Western Desert who have hated you for a long time go mad with joy, make the entire kingdom despise you, and make the illustrious you lose your reputation, and all of the above, including all of the filthy things you have done over the past few years, will be reported to the Imperial Conference, to His Majesty, and to Lord Hanson, word by word. A hint of madness appeared in Norb's eyes. Then, under pressure from many parties, he had no choice but to decide to strip you of everything. From the title of nobility to the army. From the territory to the reputation. The legendary wing's expression became very unpleasant. Thales also had a similarly unpleasant expression. This is bad. What Norb did was no different from what I did just now. If I can do it, then Norb, then this pretty boy. Thales stared at Roman with a pale face. He watched as the man's handsome face changed. Now, Your Grace. Norb sucked in a deep breath. His voice sank, as if he had instantly released his anger back into his chest. We can either make up for everything together. Norb glared at the legendary wing, as if he wanted to dig out a piece of flesh from his handsome face. Or we can die together. You lose your title, and I lose my future. We can rot in Blade Fang's camp, in this bottomless abyss that devours people to the bone. He said softly, time is limited. The choice is yours. The moment he finished speaking, the place became quiet again. But the people present were far from being at peace. Damn it. This was the only thought in Thales' mind, which was in a mess. A few seconds passed, but Thales felt like a long time had passed. Sir Norb, Baron Williams, in truth, I am very tired now. These messy things. He pretended to be impatient and thought about how to deal with the situation. But before he finished speaking, the legendary wing interrupted him again. This is strange. Roman spoke softly, and there was a hidden meaning in his words. Why do all the people today think that? Do you have the right to threaten me? Thales' expression changed. The legendary wing walked forward slowly. You are from the Secret Intelligence Department. You have met Murat, right? Norb narrowed his eyes. Thales was also slightly puzzled. Murat? The Black Prophet's figure appeared in his mind. What does it have to do with me? The legendary wing chuckled. Do you know why that black-robed prison chief always uses a cane? Norb frowned. Because he once said something similar to me. Something similar? The legendary wing's voice was very weak and calm. It was not even louder than the wind. But before Thales and Norb could react, the legendary wing's hand flashed with white light. In the next second, with a dull thud, Norb fell to the ground. What followed was his pained grunt. Gamus, who had reacted, instinctively wanted to draw his sword, but Roman, who had a spear in his hand at some point of time, flung a white shadow, and Gamus was sent flying. Thales was shocked. And I. The legendary wing's voice suddenly became loud. Back then, I was like this. His eyes were as cold as ice as he walked towards Norb, who was moaning on the ground. In the next moment, before everyone's eyes, the legendary wing lifted his leg without hesitation. Roman ended his speech coldly. I broke his leg. A crisp sound rang out. Ah, Norb hugged his right leg and screamed. When the people around them saw this, the people from the Secret Intelligence Department instinctively wanted to rush over. Sir. But Roman's subordinates reacted quickly as well. They unsheathed their weapons, tightened their bowstrings, and forced the people from the Secret Intelligence Department to retreat. The stunned Thales watched this shocking scene. He could not understand it at all. Why did he? Norb's screams turned into moans. He crawled on the ground, trying to stay as far away from Roman as possible. His pained moans continued to travel. The legendary wing snorted coldly. As if he had not had his fill, he swung the white spear in his hand and walked towards Norb. Roman, no. Thales quickly spoke after he came to his senses. There are too many people watching. The legendary wing's footsteps froze. He turned around abruptly. He stared straight at Thales. The cold warning in his voice caused the prince's remaining words to be stuck in his mouth. The legendary wing snorted coldly. He turned around and walked towards Norb, who was on the ground. The white spear in his hand slowly shrank into a handgun. Now, from the Secret Intelligence Department. The legendary wing extended his long arm and grabbed Norb's collar. I want all of you to report everything I said and did today, including your broken leg, to that old bastard Murat, that son of AB*TCH, without missing a single word. Report everything to that son of AB *TCH king whose surname is Jadestar and who wears a crown on the supreme throne. Thales was shocked when he heard this. Old bastard, son of AB *TCH, did he just say? Roman's tone was so cold that it could freeze the sand around him. That's right. Not only did I kill your target, I also let your suspect go. I've also jeopardized your interests and ruined your plans. The legendary wing turned around abruptly and pointed his handgun at Thales. It made the prince jump in fright. I even injured the people you sent to monitor me and threatened to kill the heir of the kingdom. The legendary wing's gaze was terrifying. And I don't care what all of you think. I don't care what all of you think. Thales was stunned. Norb gritted his teeth. He seemed to have understood the situation. The legendary wing tightened his grip on Norb and enunciated his words clearly. Because this is my King, Blade, Fang, camp. The legendary wing let go of Norb, turned around, and whipped Gamus, who had climbed up, back to the ground. And as always, I find them an eyesore. Roman roared, as if he was burning with rage. The people from the secret intelligence department around them burst into a commotion again. Then, a cavalier lashed out with his whip and whipped one of them back to the team. The legendary wing stood up slowly and looked at Norb and Gamus, who were hissing and coughing up blood while enduring the pain. Next time, they send an idiot like you to threaten me with the king, the secret intelligence department, and my Blade Fang's camp, like an ignorant brat, threatening me with Blade Fang's camp. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Next time, if they want to use my territory to play some political game to balance power, the legendary wing's gaze turned cold. Just wait for me to go to Renaissance Palace to look for them. When he said this, Roman suddenly turned around and cast a glance at Thales. The teenager felt his heart palpitate again, and he could not help but take a step back. And if they are unhappy, if they have the guts, the legendary wing's face was filled with murderous intent. They will come to take away my title, take back my army, and take away my territory. With that *T Jadestar's *T warrant, they will come and kill me. The legendary wing roared. Jadestar, Thales subconsciously gulped. Damn it. He stared at the legendary wing, who was brimming with murderous intent. He is really a vassal directly under the royal family? Roman turned around and stared at Norb, who was panting on the ground. Kessel and Murat, if they don't have the guts, if they don't dare. At that moment, Roman was filled with pressure. Every word he said seemed to have been cut through the air with a blade. Let them hold it in, tuck their tails between their legs, and keep their balls between their legs, continue to hide behind the throne and the veil, obediently become cowards who are sons of cheese. Thales was incredibly shocked. He stared at the murderous Roman, and he could not believe his eyes. His attitude towards the Iron Hand King, just now, how did he successfully convince Roman? Norb panted. He endured the pain and pressed down on Gomez, who wanted to get up again. He glared, as if he could not believe it either. Listen up, Secret Intelligence Department. The legendary wing snorted coldly and sheathed the white spear behind his back. If you leak even a single word, 2 words. Roman's tone was no longer cold, but his words were still sharp. I will personally go to the capital and break Murat's remaining leg, together. Once he finished speaking, he did not wait for the person on the ground to respond. He turned around and faced his subordinates. Everyone, get into position. Prepare to leave. Hundreds of cavaliers responded in a manner that sounded like an avalanche. The legendary wing got on his horse and roared his orders. These people's horses are now ours. Thank you, Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, for supporting us. Norb and Gomez, expressions changed again. Under the panicked expressions of the people from the Secret Intelligence Department, the cavaliers charged forward without hesitation and roughly snatched away their steeds. Along the way, they took down a few people who wanted to resist. Thales widened his eyes and watched with complicated emotions as Roman circled the area on his horse and gave orders to his subordinates. My apologies. The teenager approached him slowly and flashed a friendly smile at the disheveled Norb. The Baron is probably in a bad mood today. When he said this, Thales's heart sank again. Norb gasped painfully and leaned hard against Gomez's shoulder. Thank you for speaking up, Your Highness. It's just. I'm sorry that you had to see this. Norb endured the pain and stared at the legendary wing from afar. Even in the country, the royal family's rule is not always smooth sailing. Thales forced himself to smile. But before he could respond, the sound of galloping horses came from behind him. Norb's expression changed. Your Highness, Thales instinctively turned his head around and saw a flash of white light. In the next second, the prince's legs left the ground. He disappeared before Norb and Gomez. Norb watched the prince leave into the distance with a contemplative look on his face. At some point in time, all the cavaliers moved, and the sound of galloping horses could be heard. Gomez looked at the galloping horses in shock before he turned his head around. You know William's temper, Norb. The slightly plump man supported Norb. He was a little exasperated. Why did you have to do this in front of him? Why? Norb snorted softly while he frowned and inspected his leg injury. Because, Norb hissed in pain. Because I didn't do it in front of him. Gomez was stunned. What? Then who did you do it in front of? Norb did not answer him. He only narrowed his eyes and watched Thales gradually disappear from his sight. Can you feel it, Gomez? He raised his head and looked at the sky. The direction of the wind has changed. Gomez stared at the desert, which was as barren as ever. He was baffled. Wind direction? While Gomez was confused, Norb's eyes shone brightly. The chance for us to leave this place and return to the capital. It has truly arrived. In the distance, Thales felt the tremors under his butt in a daze. Just now, he was so surprised that he almost summoned the sin of Hell's River, until he realized, his line of sight had left the ground, and the scenery on both sides kept retreating. He's on a horse? And I'm hugging. This is. Thales raised his head. Don't move. Hold on tight. This time, when he heard his voice, Thales instinctively moved back. But he was jolted by the galloping white horse, and he almost let go. But another hand came from the side and steadied him. In the sound of the wind, the legendary wing held the reins and said loudly above his head, Why are you trembling? Don't you know how to ride a horse? Thales froze. He suddenly realized that he was sitting sideways on the white horse in a very uncomfortable position. He was sitting on the legendary wing's bosom. And he was still hugging his waist. Okay, awkward. Thales remembered the legendary wing's performance just now. He tried his best to stabilize himself and forced a smile. No. I'm just. I can ride a horse myself. Roman did not wait for him to answer. I'll try to be steadier. In the next moment, Roman pulled the reins back a little. He patted the white horse's neck with his other hand and let out a few whistles that Thales did not understand. The white horse magically slowed down and became steadier. Thales could only laugh dryly and lower his head, pretending to be very interested in the legendary wing's clothes. Oh my God. He's with a man who just threatened to attack Renaissance Palace, ride on the same horse. So, Thales saw countless cavaliers galloping in front of them and on both sides of them. They surrounded the two of them in the middle, and they stirred up clouds of dust as they galloped. This made him feel even more awkward. He could only think of other things. It was very strange. Although the legendary wing looked murderous, his body was a little thin under his robe and light armor. And the smell in his bosom was nice. The team suddenly changed direction. Thales felt the endless jolts and soreness that he could not stop. As he faced the dust that came charging at him, Thales had to cover his mouth and nose with his hands. At this moment, a hand stretched out in front of him. Face cloth, Roman said loudly as the horses galloped. Dust-proof. Thales was stunned for a moment before he took the face cloth from Roman's hands. He realized that Roman had also covered his face. However, his amber eyes were still full of vigor. Thales sighed and tied the face cloth around his face. Behind the face cloth, Thales took a deep breath. He felt much better. You're not afraid of threats. You're not afraid of the Secret Intelligence Department, and you're not afraid of the king. The legendary wing behind him moved slightly. The white horse jolted. Thales could not care less about the awkwardness. He held Roman's waist tightly to maintain his balance. But he still asked, then just now, why did you agree to my conditions? Roman did not answer. Just when Thales thought that the conversation had failed, maybe it's because, Roman snorted coldly on the horse. He lowered his head and looked straight at Thales. There was a complicated look in his amber eyes. Roman extended his hand and straightened the face cloth on Thales' face a little. You're better looking? Thales was stunned. A second later, Thales, who felt very awkward, tilted his head in an unnatural manner and tried to hide his face in Roman's bosom. Thank goodness, the face cloth hid his face very well. The steed under his butt jolted again, and Thales was so frightened that he hugged Roman even tighter. Where are we going? This time, Roman did not answer him. Instead, the legendary wing straightened his back, drew the white spear behind him, and let it slowly grow longer. Send the signal to Felicia and Frank. Roman's voice suddenly rose as he roared angrily, that's right. He roared furiously, everyone, get ready to speed up. Before Thales could react, the horses around him responded like a tidal wave. Whoosh! The legendary wing's roar rose to the sky. We're going back to the camp. His voice seemed to have a power that could make people's hearts tremble. It passed through the rumbling horse hooves and reached everyone's ears. Even Thales could not help but feel his blood surge. Whoosh! The cavaliers responded in unison again. They were eager and eager. Soon, the cavaliers began to increase their speed. The increasingly fierce sandstorm forced Thales to close his eyes and lean against Roman's bosom. Damn it! The dull sounds of the horses' hooves hitting the sand became louder and clearer. But the legendary wing's voice was still clear and shocking. Our camp. As their speed increased, the cavaliers drew their weapons and responded in a frenzy. Whoosh! Horse hooves, sandstorm, furious roars, jolts, and countless other sounds were mixed together, and it made Thales' heart race. Is he crazy? He's bringing me along with him to war. The legendary wing spun the white spear in his hand and thrust it forward. No matter who we run into on the way, whether they are humans, mixed breeds, barren breeds, or King bloody thorn lizards. As long as they see the Stardust War flag and refuse to surrender and kneel, the legendary wing's voice grew colder by Thales' ears. There was an unprecedented sharpness and anger in his voice. In the next second, the legendary wing swung the white spear. He shouted a sentence in the orc language that had once made Thales tremble in fear. Ser, Rike. The white horse leaped, and Thales nearly let go of him. He closed his eyes and held Roman's waist with all his might. He heard the soldiers' zealous and excited roars. Ser. Ser. Sar Lika. Thales listened to the roars that rose and fell against each other, and his heartbeat and blood flow gradually calmed down. A wave of fatigue that he had never felt before attacked him. So tired. Ser. Amid the endless jolts and roars that sounded like a tsunami, Thales felt his eyelids grow heavier, and his body grow lighter. Everything beside his ears seemed to have been separated by a layer of water, and it no longer stimulated his nerves. In the next second, Thales closed his eyes, and his arms relaxed. He felt as if he had fallen into water. But a powerful arm holding the reins came from the front ring. Before the teenager fell off the saddle, it held him tightly. Ser, in the midst of the roars, the dazed Thales seemed to have realized something. But before he could register what was happening, the teenager fell into the legendary wing's arms. He fell unconscious. Chapter 492. Everything seemed to be shrouded in fog. White. Hazy. Confused. He had nothing to rely on. There was only that gentle voice in his ears, as if it was very close to him. Chiron, I beg you, don't be afraid. How could this be? His heart was filled with inexplicable resentment and grief, but he had nowhere to vent it. It was as if he was losing something. I'm just, that voice was so helpless. It was so miserable. It was as if it was leaving him. I'm just living in a different world from you. When the voice faded away, he suddenly felt very empty, and his heart ached. He extended his hand in the direction of the voice. He wanted to touch her. Hug her tightly. Comfort her. Make her stay. Just when he thought that he was about to get close to her and make her stay, a ray of red light suddenly pierced through the fog. The white fog dissipated, and the haze disappeared. At that moment, it was as if blood had fallen from the sky and dyed the walls red. Everything around him became sticky, bright, crimson, and gloomy. Everything had changed. For some reason, he became nervous. It's been a long time, in the crimson blood, an unfamiliar and cold voice that was tinged with a heavy and excited tone rang in the air. It's been a long time, a suffocating feeling of heaviness came without warning, and it pressed down on him so much that he could not breathe. No, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. The echo was heavy, and it echoed endlessly. It was as if a heavy war drum was beating against his heart. No, mine, that voice was excited. But he was terrified. No, mine, the blood around him became redder, darker, and deeper. It was getting closer and closer. Mine, unavoidably, the boundless color of blood climbed up his body and climbed up his senses. He could not break free, and he could not escape. No, it violently attacked his thoughts and occupied his will. It filled him, with everything. No. Mine. Finally, when the boundless color of blood completely filled him from the inside out, the unfamiliar voice that came from afar was incomparably clear, as if it was right beside his ears, ringing out from within his body. Mine, it seemed to have shed away all the chaos and barriers. Like a volcano eruption and a tsunami, it roared out from its mouth. Blood brothers. Ah, he screamed in terror and struggled to his feet. Panic, helplessness, panic. He gasped, trying to hold on to something. At this moment, a heavy black shadow suddenly appeared above his head. It was like a ghost, black and heavy as it pressed down. It seemed to want to cover and swallow him up. The next moment, a familiar feeling appeared in his right hand. He was so nervous that he didn't even think before he pushed out his right hand towards the shadow. Paw! With a soft sound, his right hand was firmly grasped, unable to advance or retreat. Fails. A familiar hoarse voice emerged from the shadow, calling his name. Thales shuddered. Yo-yodel? The teenager panted and tried his best to separate the blood in his dream from the black shadow in front of him. He could barely make out a pair of lenses that reflected cold light. In the dim light, the strength of the shadow's grip on his arm lessened slightly. Yes. It's me. I am here, the shadow said hoarsely. It comforted Thales, who was still in a state of shock. I'm here. A gloved hand let go of Thales' wrist and patted the teenager's arm in a stiff and rusty manner to encourage him to relax. And in his dream, the blood that dyed him and the entire world, was not here. The tense Thales relaxed in a daze. The JC dagger in his hand slipped, and Yodel caught it. I'm here. The shadow repeated it clumsily. A few seconds later, it found the next word. It's okay. Thales exhaled and fell backwards. But the masked protector quickly supported his back and placed him gently on the pillow. He stared at the JC dagger in Yodel's hand, feeling rather flustered and guilty. The dagger. I'm very sorry. Thales' eyelids were half open. He felt weak all over, and his breathing was uneven. That was just a nightmare. But Yodel interrupted him. I know. It's okay now. The masked protector helped Thales pull up the pillow and let him lean on it. He did not forget to tuck the teenager in. Thales, who lay back on the bed, realized that he was drenched in cold sweat. It soaked his undershirt, which had been changed at some point in time. Thales pressed on the bandage under his undershirt. His nose was filled with the smell of medicine. He sucked in a deep breath amidst the pain. Only then did he realize that they were in an unfamiliar room. It was dark, gloomy, and narrow. The room was not big. It was only a dozen steps from the head of his bed to the door. There was a small study table beside the bed. The wooden window beside the study table was tightly shut, and a few rays of light from the day peeked through the cracks of the window. There was an everlasting lamp placed on the wooden table in the distance, and it barely illuminated the room. But Thales, who was lying on the bed, narrowed his eyes. He noticed that although the bed and the study table were relatively clean, the walls of the room were dark and thick. There were even a few spider webs in the corners of the ceiling. Where is this place? Thales asked with difficulty. He felt that his throat was dry and hoarse. Blade Fang's camp. The masked protector walked to the side of the wooden table. When he returned, there was a glass of water in his hand. You slept for a day and a night. So we came back. A day and a night, was it that long? Thales gratefully took the glass of water and watered his throat, which felt as if it was burning. Yodel watched him drink water while he grabbed a bundle of rope beside the bed and pulled it gently. Ring, 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 the faint sound of a bell came from outside the door. The doctor said that you need to eat, Yodel explained simply under Thales' puzzled gaze. Before Thales could react, the faint sound of an argument and footsteps came from outside the door. Ring, ring, it's a bell. I swear I heard a bell ring. Felicia said that it's a man's way of waking up. Waking up a servant. No, I don't think it's haunted. All right, coward, I'll go myself. The owner of the words and footsteps was obviously in a hurry. Thales could even hear a lot of unexpected and panicked clashing sounds on the way. Bang. In the next moment, as the door was slammed open, Yodel's figure disappeared into thin air. Thales, who was leaning against the bed, narrowed his eyes and looked at the man who rushed through the door and struggled to maintain his balance in a flustered manner. This is a soldier, and his attire is a little familiar. You are? Thales put down the empty glass and asked in puzzlement. The soldier managed to maintain his balance after much difficulty. When he saw Thales, his expression changed abruptly. He was first shocked, then delighted. What the *CK? You've lost your temper. You've finally lost your temper. The soldier spoke with a thick western desert accent, but he seemed to have realized something. He immediately coughed a few times and subconsciously stood at attention. Then, he switched to the standard Western Peninsula common language, which was unique to military messengers. Noble and handsome your highness, after seeing your temper, all of us in Blade Fang's camp will be touched to death. The smile that Thales tried hard to force froze. The rather excited soldier stared at the weak Thales on the bed, as if he was afraid that he would miss a glimpse of him. At the same time, he spoke in a stiff and mechanical manner. There's your. Is it your? Or is it your? Our. Sewing makes you shine, the soldier lowered his head every time he spoke. His expression changed back and forth as he occasionally spoke in a clumsy manner. He even stuttered from time to time. In short, we will definitely work hard to defend the borders of the kingdom, look after the desert, and control the orcs. Please do not worry, your majesty. Oh no, this seems to be the last part, my team and I are very honored to have you. Receive you. Thales coughed violently and interrupted the soldier's welcome speech, which was full of mistakes. All right, thank you, soldier. I understand your enthusiasm. Thales pointed weakly at the soldier's waist. You don't have to read the rest of the script. The soldier's face turned red. He awkwardly stuffed that notebook, filled with words and pictures that he had raised to his waist, into his belt. Our clerk in charge of writing letters died half a month ago. Are you the only one here? Thales looked outside the door and only saw a dim light. The soldier, who was feeling awkward, immediately stood at attention and replied, "There's also Strange Flame and Spirit Blade. She just changed shifts, and Mystifying Eye has not arrived yet. We have to come up every half an hour to check on you, because we are afraid that you will be killed by vengeful spirits, or that Spirit Blade, who is crazy about money, will sneak into your bed and sleep with you." Thales raised an eyebrow. The soldier felt that something was wrong the moment he said those words. His expression changed. "I'm sorry, that's not what I meant." He forced a smile in a panic. He had nowhere to put his hands. "What I mean is, noble and handsome Your Highness, we have always taken good care of you, and we love you as if you were our own son." The more he spoke, the worse it became. Thales, who was mentally exhausted, became a little more energetic after being nagged by the soldier. He sighed and reached out to stop the soldier from continuing. "I remember that you are Snake Shooter, a psionic. You are the new captain under Baron Williams' command." The soldier named Snake Shooter was slightly stunned. Then, he looked ecstatic. "Ah, you remember my name. As expected of the noble and handsome Your Highness." "Yes, Your Highness, please remember me. I am Snake Shooter under Sir Williams. I am loyal, and I have absolutely no criminal record of smuggling, tax evasion, or organized crime. Ever since I was recruited by the Sir, I have shed blood, sweat, and tears for the kingdom every day." Snake Shooter, who was immersed in another round of showing his loyalty, saw Thales' expression darken. He quickly coughed and returned to the topic at hand. "The Baron originally wanted to capture a few beautiful prostitutes or a man's maidservants to make you happy. Ahem, I mean to serve you and warm your bed, but the camp has just calmed down, so he asked the little freak. We, the glorious 3rd Commando Unit of the Stardust Unit, to take good care of you, to love you, and to make you feel comfortable. Once you come, you don't want to leave." Thales extended his hand with a headache and interrupted the long-winded speech that Snake Shooter had clearly been brewing for an entire day. "Thank you. Please convey my gratitude to the Baron," and then, the prince forced himself to smile. "I am a little hungry." Snake Shooter was stunned for a few seconds before he slapped his forehead. Oh, yes, food. Yes, the Baron snatched quite a lot of food from those men. Ahem, the nobles have generously donated a lot to you and the Baron." Snake Shooter spoke with a radiant expression before he rushed out of the room, leaving behind a confused Thales. Strange fire. After a series of footsteps, Snake Shooter's shout came faintly from outside the door. "Send the food up. Don't sneakily." "Ahem, sneakily, sneakily, check on me." More than 10 minutes later, Thales sat alone in front of the study table in the room that was closed once more. He stared at the food that Snake Shooter had just sent up. He stared at the white bread, oatmeal, goat's milk, and even honey on the plate. There was also roasted fish, chicken, pork, and quite a number of spices that could not be found in Northland. Snake Shooter said that the legendary Wing seized this from the Western Desert nobles. Thales sighed and sent a mouthful of broth into his mouth. It tastes really good compared to the scorpions, spiders, and bloody thorn lizards. Desert God, if anyone ever tells me that the Western Desert nobles are located in a remote area with poor soil, turbulence, danger, poverty, and hardships, I will cut all ties with that person." As he felt his stomach fill up, Thales asked the air, "So, what happened to Blade Fang's camp?" He waited for a few seconds. Yodel's hoarse and indistinguishable voice traveled from the air. "Williams won. Williams won." Thales bit the spoon in his mouth and tilted his eyebrows in resignation. "Wow. That's really detailed." It was just like the first time they met, when Yodel answered him, "Who is my father?" His words were filled with diplomatic language. When he remembered what happened in the past, Thales could not help but smile. "God, how old am I?" Am I already starting to reminisce about the past? But Thales immediately thought of something, and his mood sank. What about the kingdom's secret intelligence department? Thales' question was very vague, but Yodel seemed to know what he wanted to ask. They did not have horses, and were forced to return on foot. The prince breathed a sigh of relief. So, Quick Rope, Barney Jr., Belden, Tardin, Cannon, Bruley, and Zacriel. His mood became cheerful. That was a fulfilling and interesting day, wasn't it? Thales said half-jokingly. A few seconds later, a hoarse voice traveled from the air, and there was a barely noticeable hint of amusement in it. Yes. Thales, whose appetite had increased, happily finished the food on his plate. By the way, Yodel, your injury, it's healed. Don't worry. The answer traveled from the air so quickly that Thales did not even have the chance to finish his question. But this made the prince frown. It's healed? Thales put down the half-eaten bread. My injury is healed. He remembered that a long time ago, Yodel had once blocked 3 vicious and fatal crossbow bolts for him and was heavily injured. That was how they parted. Thales no longer knew what happened after that. The prince's mission urged him to head north. He was gone for 6 years. The memories of the past and an inexplicable melancholy surged into his mind. 6 years. Thales' smile disappeared. He was silent for a while. Yodel, have you been, well, all these years? The answer in the air was still brief. I'm fine. Thales nodded slightly, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Yes. He's still the same person. Silent, and a man of few words. The former masked protector. Isn't he? When he thought of this, Thales suddenly changed the topic. You know Zacriel, don't you? This time, the answer in the air only appeared after a few seconds. It was filled with an inexplicable emotion. A long time ago. Thales frowned. His tone was filled with worry. He said that your mask is one of the secret treasures of the royal family. The room was very quiet. There was no answer. Thales took a deep breath. He turned his head around and looked at the dark and narrow room. He still did not see any signs of a living person. When Yodel did not reply, Thales could only sigh and ask. He also said that there's a price to pay for using that amazing mask. There was another few seconds of silence. When Thales could not help but want to speak again, the masked protector's voice traveled into his ears. It's fine. Everyone has a price to pay. His voice was still hoarse, but it was filled with an unknown, profound meaning. There was also his determination to end the conversation. He's not going to say anything. The teenager could read the meaning behind his words. But Thales was not satisfied. So, what is it? He looked at the air behind him worriedly. He felt that he looked a little silly when he shouted from a distance. There was no answer. Yodel. This time, there was a hint of urgency in Thales' tone. I'm really worried about that, but there was still only silence that answered him. Thales exhaled in resignation. I saw it. The teenager frowned and stared at the air. He was displeased and worried. When Ricky tried to take it off, you reacted as if he wanted to skin you alive. If you're really fine, then why have I never seen you take off? Thales stopped speaking hurriedly. The dark room was dead silent. There were no ripples in the shadow in the darkness. It was as calm as ever. All right. Since that's the case. Thales took a deep breath and put away his displeasure. He imitated the posture he learned in the past 6 years and became the aloof, arrogant, noble, and aloof prince of Constellation when he faced the overbearing vassals of Dragon Cloud City. Yodel Kato, Thales said solemnly and coldly. I order you, tell me. He raised his chin and raised his voice with a stern expression. This is my order. An order from the second prince, Thales Jade Star. His voice was cold, his tone was stern, and there was no room for doubt. His response was still silence. Thales suddenly felt that the shadow in the darkness seemed to have moved. But what followed was a cold and hoarse voice. Prince Thales. It was faint and broken. Merciless and cold. I only obey His Majesty's orders. The voice faded away. At that moment, Thales felt his body turn cold. Only obey His Majesty's orders. He stared at the air in a daze. He was a little dazed. Is that so? Thales inhaled absent-mindedly and turned his head around stiffly. He no longer looked behind him. A few seconds later, all right. Thales heard himself speak unnaturally. He felt that his tongue was stiff and rusty. It was even worse than Snake Shooter just now. Of course, His Majesty's orders, he said laboriously, of course. Thales took a few deep breaths. He picked up his cutlery and started eating again. Just like before. But just now, for the first time, he felt that the shadow behind him that seemed to be empty no longer gave him a sense of security. The unfamiliar yet familiar purple mask no longer gave him a sense of security. His Majesty's orders. Yes. I forgot. From the first day he saw me, he carried out His Majesty's orders. Thales suddenly thought of Saroma in Dragon Cloud City. He thought of Nicholas and Lisban, who surrounded her and seemed to serve the Archduchess and obey her orders. At that moment, he only felt gloomy and cold. The absent-minded Thales forced himself to eat a mouthful of meat or bread according to the most standard table etiquette Gines had taught him. But for some reason, he felt as if there was a thorn in his back and a fishbone stuck in his throat. He felt uncomfortable all over. This place is too small. It's a little stuffy. That was what he thought. Thales put down his cutlery and raised his head in annoyance. Other than the dim everlasting lamp, he only saw 3 tightly shut windows. Only faint light shone from the edges. It's so stuffy. No wonder it's so stuffy. It's so dark that I can't see the light. I don't even know what time it is. So, where is this? The legendary Wings, sweet home? When he remembered Roman's arrogant and prideful cold face, Thales' breathing froze. Damn pretty boy. Thales stood up with a straight face, intending to push open the window in front of the study table. But when he pushed it open, he was stunned. The handle of the window in front of him was nailed shut with an extra piece of wood. What's going on? Thales frowned as he looked at the nailed window. What's this? Are they afraid of someone invading? Or are they afraid that I'll escape? That's why they sealed all the entrances and exits? Are they going to trap me here? Just like a prison? When he remembered the black prison that tortured him for most of the night, Thales, who was in a bad mood, subconsciously turned his head. Yodel, but halfway through his sentence, he abruptly stopped. Damn it. The prince shut his mouth and took a few deep breaths. He did not speak again. Instead, he sat down again and picked up his cutlery again. Thales stared at the window that he could not open. His breathing began to speed up, and his already annoyed mood became worse. Damn Roman. Damn pretty boy. Thales sat for less than 5 seconds before he threw the cutlery away. He walked barefoot to the edge of the wooden platform where the everlasting lamp was placed, picked up his JC dagger, and hurriedly walked back. He stabbed the dagger into the gap between the wooden seal and the window frame, and forcefully pried it open. Asterisk bang. Asterisk perhaps it was because it had not been repaired for a long time, but the wooden board was extremely fragile. Without even using his power of eradication, he pried off a corner of the seal. Even the tip of the nail was exposed. But Thales did not stop. With a cold expression, he stood up on the chair and pried off the other corners of the seal. Does he think he can trap me like this? Thales forced himself to ignore the hunger in his stomach and pried off every corner of the seal in frustration. Damn it, dream on, but at this moment, a gray blade appeared out of thin air. It drew a beautiful arc and went straight into the wooden board. Then, it changed its direction and quickly sliced through a few of the upper corners. Asterisk shick. Asterisk with a few crisp sounds, the the wooden board fell into a gloved hand and was removed steadily. Thales frowned as he watched the black figure beside him quickly and efficiently remove the seal, revealing quite a bit of light from the outside world. "You can let me do it." The masked figure gently put down the wooden board. Thales snorted softly. He stepped down from the chair, threw away the dagger, and patted the dust off his palms. "Is that so?" the prince said sarcastically. "I thought you only obey His Majesty's orders." The masked protector did not answer. His figure rippled and disappeared into the air. The prince snorted softly. Suddenly, he used all his strength and pushed the window open with a bang. Dust flew into the air. It made Thales cough violently. "Damn it, I should have put on a scarf first." Thales narrowed his eyes and tried to fan away the dust while he adapted to the sudden strong light and cold wind. Sunlight. Cold wind. The long-lost sunlight was like a tide that had found a vent. It surged through the window and filled the entire room. Illuminate everything. The bone-chilling wind was like a pack of wolves that had smelled blood. It pounced into the window hungrily and filled the entire room, blowing on everything. But the moment Thales raised his head and looked at the scenery outside the window, he was stunned. No. This place, this is, thump, thump, thump. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Alarmed, Thales turned around and grabbed his dagger. Snake Shooter's voice rose from outside the door, and he sounded terrified and uneasy. "No, no, no, my lord. This is the Baron's order. Even someone as honorable as you cannot." "Ugh." With a muffled sound, Snake Shooter's words came to an abrupt halt. Thales tensed up. "What? Someone attacked?" "Yodel?" The young man couldn't care less about the little awkwardness he felt just now and called out softly. "Don't panic." A familiar voice echoed in the air. "I'm here." The long-lost sense of security and solidity instantly returned to his heart. Déjà vu. The prince breathed a sigh of relief. But before Thales could lament about how cheap and fickle he was, bang. The door to the room was violently opened. All the muscles in Thales' body tensed up. A strong figure lowered his head and stepped into the narrow room. The uninvited guest was a fully armored warrior. He gave off an aura that was not to be trifled with. He turned around and glanced at Thales. The vague sense of danger shocked the prince so much that he subconsciously raised his dagger. "Who is he?" The man's skin was darker, and his face was different from ordinary people. He had crisscrossed braids on his head, black tattoos on his face, and strange serrated tattoos on his neck. But Thales, who had seen both Raphael and Mickey, quickly recognized him. "This is a Baron Bone Man." Thales looked at him in shock. "What's going on?" "Baron Bone Man, here?" But Yodel remained calm in the dark. "Calm down." Thales could only bite the bullet and tell himself to wait. However, the seemingly dangerous Baron Bone Man only glanced at the room indifferently. His gaze did not even linger on Thales for more than a second. Then, another sharp, abrupt, and extremely unpleasant middle-aged man's voice rang out. It was accompanied by an unpleasant and gloomy smile. "Don't be frightened by Gotham. The tattoo on his neck is just a tradition of the Sherilyn tribe. He has won 36 duels, that's all." Thales frowned. 36 duels in the Sherilyn tribe? The Baron Bone Man named Gotham turned around, nodded, and retreated. Thud, 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 this sound, Thales, who had heard the old crow walking with a cane and the Black Prophet walking, immediately realized that this was the sound of wood hitting the ground. But this time, the sound was more rhythmic than the old crow's, and lighter than the Black Prophet's. "Ah, it's been a long time since I last came here." The sharp voice rang out again with a slight western desert accent. But Thales swore that this was the most standard, complete, and articulate common language of the Western Peninsula he had ever heard since he entered the Great Desert. It even had the habit of speaking in Eternal Star City. There was a time when I thought that I would never come to this tiring and ominous place again. Finally, a figure limping with a cane appeared at the door of the room. The moment he stepped into the room, Thales's nervousness and attention towards Gotham was completely taken away by this newcomer. The person's cane was supported by his obviously crippled left leg. He leaned against the ground, but strangely enough, there was a long sword with a unique hilt attached to it, as if he was hoping that its owner could wield the weapon while leaning on the cane. The owner of the sharp voice held onto the door frame, tugged at his armor, and laughed sinisterly. "Phew, this is really a test for my legs." He raised his head while leaning on the cane, and revealed a middle-aged face that could not be considered human. Withered, pale, and crooked. Coupled with his cold and sharp voice, as well as his sharp and intelligent eyes, it was enough to make people shudder. The moment he saw the man, Thales was shocked. The terrifying middle-aged man panted softly while he sized up Thales. In the past 6 years, the man chuckled in an unpleasant manner. His laughter was like a poisonous thorn that pierced into Thales' heart. "You've really grown a lot taller. I guess the Northland barbarians have fed you well?" There were a few seconds of silence. Thales stared at the middle-aged man's clothes in a daze and remembered something. The man continued to smile in a frightening manner as he waited for an answer. Finally, Thales took a deep breath. "It's been a long time." The prince put away the dagger in his hand, straightened the thin clothes on his body, and said seriously, "Your Grace." The owner of the cane stared at him for a long time before he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, very good, you still remember this old bag of bones." His expression was exaggerated, making his inhuman face even more terrifying. He even clapped his hands fiercely, as if he had seen something amazing. Outside the door, the Baron Bone Man Gotham turned around coldly and knocked out Snake Shooter, who had just woken up. "Calm down," the prince thought to himself. Thales forced himself not to look at Snake Shooter's condition. Instead, he calmly looked at the guest in front of him. "Your arrival has really exceeded my expectations." The prince gently pulled the chair out and gestured to the man. Then, he sat down on the bed. "So, are you here to support me, support Baron Williams, or support Blade Fang's camp?" At that moment, the man's sharp and cold laughter died in his throat. He seemed to have understood something. The terrifying middle-aged man stared straight at Thales, who appeared to be at ease. He clicked his tongue and said, "Very good. You don't have the unique milk stink of useless nobles either. That's great. We should change our view of the Northland barbarians. Perhaps they aren't barbarians who only know how to flip tables with their fists." Thales frowned slightly. The middle-aged man snorted softly. He lifted his left leg along with his cane and staggered into the room. Asterisk thud, thud, asterisk behind him. The Baron Bone Man Gotham closed the door in tacit understanding, leaving the middle-aged man and Thales in the room. "Turn this place into an airtight cage again. Calm down," Thales warned himself again as he watched the man draw closer. The middle-aged man limped towards the chair Thales pulled out for him. He spoke in a tone that was half sarcastic and half sentimental. "However, as your first stop back in the country, Williams really shouldn't have arranged for you to come here. This place is too high, too high." The middle-aged man stopped in front of the desk. He turned sideways and looked at Thales coldly, revealing the window behind him. There were also countless buildings the size of toy blocks outside the window. "It's so high that I'm worried that you might accidentally fall from here." Thales looked at the long sword on the man's cane and felt his body tense up. That was it. He was the master of the Fakenhas family, one of the 6 great clans of Constellation, who had the 4-eyed skull as their emblem. The guardian duke of Western Desert, the suzerain of the ruins, the unwelcomed. Cyril Fakenhas. Just like that, he stood at the highest point in Blade Fang's camp, the room on the top floor of Ghost Prince Tower. Just like your father's brother. End of this chapter. Chapter 493. Cyril Fakenhas. Persona non grata. Thales stared at the Duke of Western Desert solemnly. He stared at his face, which had become even more terrifying after 6 years because he had more wrinkles and less hair. Being a hostage for 6 years had caused Thales to develop a faint sense of alienation towards the people, things, and things in Constellation. However, when the terrifying image of the Duke, who was like an old tree that had turned into a spirit, appeared in front of Thales again, and his sharp and ear-piercing voice echoed in the prince's ears again, all the memories of the past came back at that moment. The national conference that decided Thales' fate in Eternal Star City 6 years ago seemed to have happened just yesterday. The cold wind outside the tower blew, and it made Thales, who was wearing only a thin shirt and thin pants, shudder. The ruins are quite far from here. Thales tried hard to get rid of all distracting thoughts and looked at Fakenhas calmly. Calm down. This is Williams, the territory of the regular soldiers of the royal family. He can't possibly harm me. Think about it. What was Fakenhas' stance when the second prince appeared 6 years ago? What was his personality like? And why did he appear here? Thales' expression did not change. So, what exactly made someone as honorable as yourself come all the way to the dirty, messy, and exhausting border? Fakenhas let out a strange laugh. He moved his walking stick and closed in on Thales, inch by inch. Your Highness, you are truly a newcomer and have no time to think. The other party's terrifying and withered face slowly grew larger in front of his eyes, causing Thales to feel uncomfortable. He could not help but grip the dagger behind his waist tightly and suppress his desire to retreat. The Duke of Western Desert stopped when he was about a foot away from the prince. He was so close that Thales could see his dried skin, which seemed to be hanging on his bones, and the fine wrinkles on it. Or have you been kept in the dark since the beginning? Against the prince's expectations, Cyril, whose expression did not change, suddenly extended his hand and pulled the chair in front of the study table behind him. It dragged the chair on the floor with a long and unpleasant sound. It made Thales frown. Let me guess, your complete question should be, the Duke put on a fake smile and sat down in front of Thales' bed at ease. He pointed at the window behind him. When the nobles of the Western Desert who were sleeping in the camp were thrown off their armor, suffered heavy losses, and suffered a crushing defeat because of the unexpected ambush, from the commanding to the logistics, from the confidence to the prestige, from the field to the field, they lost everything and had nothing. When quite a number of people lost the conditions and courage to continue defending Blade Fang's camp, they retreated dejectedly and prepared to return home. When the legendary Wing returned with his royal family's regular army in glory, he stepped on the failure of the local nobles and re-entered Blade Fang's camp. Thales listened quietly to the man's narration. He looked at the buildings under the window along the man's arm. Yesterday's attack and riots had left scars in the camp, and one of the fortresses had been burned by fire. A group of soldiers had sealed off the surroundings and stopped a man who seemed to be the owner of the house. He seemed to be directing the cleanup. On the other side of the road, another alley that was not blocked by the soldiers was still bustling with people. Merchants, herdsmen, mercenaries, thieves, beggars, and prostitutes were bustling with noise and bustling with activity. The boisterous voices unique to Blade Fang's camp traveled into their ears faintly, and it was accompanied by the silver cross double-star flag that fluttered high above the camp gate. Disaster and life. Destruction and reconstruction. It was as if nothing had happened. It was just another day in Blade Fang's camp. Cyril Fakenhas' sharp voice was just like his nickname. Coupled with his intentionally forceful tone, it made people feel uneasy. What you want to ask is, under the above circumstances, Fakenhas' smile was strange. Just what is it that made a cunning person like me come to Blade Fang's camp, which is guarded by the prince and has an extraordinary significance? This is bad. Cyril's strange and unpredictable laughter, his unfathomable tone, his irrelevant answers, his evasive words, and his devastating voice and appearance gave Thales a headache, even though he was used to the Northlanders' straightforward and loud voices in Dragon Cloud City. Your Grace, I have heard of your losses, and I am deeply sorry. Thales, who had his meal interrupted, forced himself to focus and think hard. Blade Fang's camp was attacked, and Williams won. So, this was the current situation in the camp. This means that Duke Fakenhas, who holds the highest position in the entire Western Desert, rudely and violently barged into my bedroom, and his goal is. He thought about it and spoke. I did not expect it either. That was indeed an unfortunate day. Please convey my regret to your vassals. But now, I do not think that Baron Williams will be happy to see, but Fagin has interrupted him. I heard that you liked to play chess when you were in Northland. Thales was taken aback by the abrupt words. Play chess? The Guardian Duke of Western Desert laughed sinisterly. Do you know what I find the most interesting thing about playing chess? Just when Thales was thinking about how to answer so that he could politely end the conversation and send the guest off safely, Cyril suddenly shook his left hand, and the end of his cane landed heavily on the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the long sword tied to the cane trembled. Before Thales realized that the man was just looking for a place to place his cane, he had already subconsciously held his breath and bent down, gripping the dagger behind his waist tightly. Fakenhas did not seem to notice that Thales looked as if he was about to face a formidable enemy. On the contrary, his smile faded, and he leaned forward with his hands on his knees. His skinny figure pressed down on the prince sitting on the bed. That is, there are no blind people in a chess game. Both sides of the chess game can see clearly, and understand every piece, every square, and every step. Thales adjusted his breathing with great difficulty and began to think about the man's words. Cyril, who had been staring at him, suddenly extended his hand and grabbed the plate on the study table. The Duke placed the plate with rich contents firmly on his knees. He grabbed a grilled fish that looked like it had a lot of spices added to it with his bare hands. He opened his broken teeth and bit into it. He did not follow the usual dining etiquette, nor did he care that it was the prince's meal. Thales frowned again as he watched. So, let us stop pretending that we can't see the chessboard. It tastes good. It seems to be the batch that the Loughton family presented to me during the Renaissance Festival. It was fished from Shepherd's River. Cyril chewed on the bony fish in his mouth as he nodded and commented in a serious manner. Stop pretending that you can't see the chessboard. As he stared at the man's face, which had great destructive power, Thales felt a prickling discomfort crawl up his back again. Your Grace, what are you trying to say? The prince no longer bothered with pleasantries. Instead, he looked at the Duke with a solemn expression. Cyril smiled. It looked as if his ugly face had suddenly cracked. As he chewed, he raised the half-eaten grilled fish in his hand and pointed at Thales. To save a seemingly important personal guard. Cyril looked out the window and watched Blade Fang's camp after the night of chaos. His eyes shone with a rare chill. A certain chess player generously sacrificed a knight. But he did not expect that the knight was the killer. It rampaged through the formation, and in the end, it became a prime minister. It ate countless infantrymen, swordsmen, shield-bearers, knights, and even catapults. Cyril stopped eating. There was a dangerous look in his eyes. Teach me, Thales. In this chess game, between the knight and the personal guard, who does the chess player want to sacrifice, and who does he want to save? Chess game. Chess player. Knight. Personal guard. Thales had a headache. He was used to the boorish and ancient heroic Spirit Palace and the bold and heroic Northlanders. The Guardian Duke of Western Desert who beat around the bush, mocked him, and was so sarcastic that it was unpleasant made Thales very uncomfortable. In comparison, even Trent Ida, the Archduke of Reconstruction Tower, who was famous for being stingy and cunning, paled in comparison. The prince could only sigh and try his best not to look at the grilled fish in Cyril's hand, which had been bitten into pieces. I'm sorry, I'm not good at chess. It's just a hobby when I'm free. Cyril let out a strange laugh. His ugly and withered face rippled. Ha, you don't care. He leaned forward again and pointed at Thales with his left hand. His tone turned cold. But you should care. The sudden change in Cyril's attitude confused Thales. But Duke Fakenhas immediately grabbed the grilled fish in his right hand and waved it in front of Thales. Just like how you don't care about this fish, I don't care about this fish either. But. Under Thales' furious expression, Cyril bit the fish's head and tore it from the grilled fish. There was a loud, crisp sound. Thales looked at the grilled fish and felt a wave of discomfort. Cyril looked at Thales coldly as he chewed. He gently shook the headless grilled fish in his hand. It should still care about itself. Thales' expression was solemn. He had faced many opponents who were in high positions, and many of them had their own unique presences, such as Lampard, who had an overbearing presence, King Kessel, who was a man of few words and kept people away, and Count Liesban, who had a profound gaze that made people feel uneasy. No matter where these people appeared, even if they were just sitting quietly in a corner of the room, it was impossible to ignore their existence. But Cyril Fakenhas seemed to be special. His face was withered, and his appearance was terrifying. His posture was almost wretched. Even when he looked at people, he maintained the posture of leaning his neck forward and squinting his eyes slightly. The first impression he gave people was a strong sense of discomfort and awkwardness. His sharp and unpleasant voice made people frown and want to ignore him. But as Cyril's movements changed, his tone fluctuated, and his gaze drifted, there would always be an inadvertent moment when this withered old man would give people a sense of danger, as if there was a blade on their backs. It was like combing through piles of straw, constantly worrying about whether their fingers would be pricked by hidden thorns the next moment. It was like a horror movie that slowly added to the atmosphere, piled up emotions, and gradually entered its climax. Like now. Thales tried hard to get rid of the shadow in his heart. He could only choose the method that Northlanders were most used to, and go straight to the point. Your Grace, I am very grateful that you came to visit me. I also know that Fakenhas has contributed a lot to my journey back to the kingdom, but believe me, I know nothing about the chess game between you and the Baron of Blade Fang's camp. I only got involved by chance, and I can do nothing about it. As for the other things, I believe, but Cyril's expression turned cold. I still remember what happened 6 years ago. The Duke put down the grilled fish and stared at Thales carefully, as if he wanted to stare Thales' soul out of his body. When you ignored your cunning fox teacher's expression during the national conference and spoke nonsense. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. Cyril's words made Thales slowly remember the past. When the stubborn one-eyed dragon oppressed you, you mocked him and retaliated fiercely. When the boy from Iris Flowers ignored you, you waited for an opportunity to strike and kill him in one strike. When the short-sighted nobles disrespected you, you remembered it and returned the favor 100 times over. Your words are harsh, and you are unforgiving when you are in a favorable position. The Duke of Western Desert's expression was very interesting when he said these words. He seemed to be looking forward to it with some admiration, but he also seemed to be mocking Thales as if he was watching a good show. Thales remembered how he stood against the suzerains during the national conference when he was young. He also remembered what Gilbert said to him later. The prince sighed, and there was a hint of melancholy in his voice. At that time, I was just a child. If I offended you in any way, it was because I was young, frivolous, ignorant, and fearless. Fakenhas took over the conversation and interrupted him fiercely again. I was also a chess piece that was unwilling to be manipulated by others. At that moment, Cyril's gaze was very sharp. To break free, even if I had to face the endless stars high above me, I still dared to test my blade. There was a profound meaning to this sentence, and Thales could not help but pause for a moment. When he said this, Cyril turned his head around and spat out the fish bone that had been chewed into pieces. The way he spat out the fish bone did not seem like he was spitting it out, but more like he was chopping a very troublesome piece of firewood. I have to say, at that time, you were more to my taste, more. The Duke turned his head around and took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and hands. There was a meaningful look in his eyes. Cuter. Thales sucked in a deep breath. He could vaguely understand what the Duke was trying to say. So, he did not want to listen to it anymore. But look at you now. Cyril looked at him in a mocking manner. He sized him up as if he was sizing up a prostitute who served wine at a banquet. Gentle, polite, and sanctimonious. You sheathed your blade, kept your poisonous fangs in your mouth, and hid your sharp claws in your palms. The Duke of Western Desert's sharp voice filled the room. Isn't it a pity? Thales lifted his gaze and looked straight at Cyril. He was no longer interested in playing with this strange old man who always spoke in a sarcastic manner even though he obviously had a high position of power. Perhaps this is the right thing to do. My teacher told me before, the prince said in a deep voice. Wise men rarely argue eloquently. Unfortunately, he never managed to do so. Thales sighed in his heart. The second prince's tone was calm, and there was a hint of firm rejection in it. And I believe that we are not fools. Fakenhas laughed again. This time, his laughter was exceptionally long, to the point that even Thales, who was usually very patient, became impatient. Cyril stopped laughing and said airily, "Very well. Then, at least, you should not repeat Herman's mistake." Thales did not react for a moment. Who? Cyril looked around the room. He laughed strangely, and his voice sounded like a gust of chilly wind. As a diplomat, he has a graceful demeanor, perfect etiquette, eloquence, and wit. He makes all those who want to speak loudly in front of him feel ashamed and at a loss for words, so he can always use his silver tongue to gain the most benefits in negotiations. No matter who he faces. Herman? Thales' heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously glanced at the corner where his luggage was piled up. His fourth uncle, Herman Jadestar's last letter was also there. Why did he mention him? Just because this is Ghost Prince Tower? When he remembered that this was the place where another Jadestar died, and that the bed he lay on might have been the one he slept on before he died, Thales felt a suffocating feeling in his heart. But at the same time, he also built a high wall in his heart. He used a polite smile and clever words to reject everything. Strangely, Cyril's expression became profound. He was a little absent-minded, and it chased away a lot of the gloom brought about by his terrifying face. Regardless of whether it was the flattery and lies of a sycophant, or the harsh advice of a friend. So, he paid the price. This sentence made Thales' attention go into overdrive. What do you mean? Paid the price? You know Prince Herman, my uncle? But Fakenhas did not answer him. The ruler of Western Desert slowly turned around and sized up the narrow room on the top floor. The legs of the chair rubbed against the floor and let out an unpleasant, muffled sound. I still remember that night. As he sized up the furnishings in the room, Cyril Fakenhas snorted softly, and no one could tell whether he was being sarcastic or sentimental. That night, Thales saw a hint of darkness in Fakenhas' terrifying eyes. When I rushed over, I only saw him lying quietly on the ground. His face was covered in blood, and he could no longer speak. The alarm in the camp went off. The soldiers under the tower were panicking and at a loss. His personal guards scolded me, and the furious attendant led the regular soldiers to search for all living people within a 100-foot radius. They even cut down a few local nobles on the spot. Internal strife broke out at any moment. The regular soldiers of the royal family and the local recruits and even mercenaries who rushed over raised their weapons in a standoff. There were a few clashes, and there were countless casualties. Baron Lumen and I mediated in the middle, but the results were minimal. Everyone was tense and panicked. That night, Thales immediately realized what Fakenhas was talking about. Duke Cyril seemed to have ignored Thales' existence. He only slowly observed the room that once belonged to the Ghost Prince. The military depot, the supply warehouse, the prison of bones, and other places soon erupted into chaos. Just like the past few days, order in the camp collapsed, and we had no time to take care of it. In less than half an hour, beacons and signal arrows came one after another from the 5 sentry posts several miles away. The orcs and Baron Bone people were so long that the end of the line could not be seen. They mysteriously took advantage of the night and launched an unprecedented ambush. The prince's death had great implications. The regular soldiers could not suppress their hatred and only wanted to attack. The suzerains were distracted and focused on defense. The mercenaries harbored ulterior motives and only wanted to protect themselves. The generals and commanders were suspicious of each other, morale was low, and there was a traitor. We, who originally had the upper hand, only managed to defend for less than a day. Cyril turned his head and looked at the houses under the window. His gaze froze slightly. At the most critical moment, we lost contact with each other. I was struck off my mount, and half of my face was also torn off by a damned orc. Baron Lumen even sacrificed his life to cover our retreat from the camp. If it weren't for the lack of military discipline of the orcs who intercepted us and only cared about looting in a disorderly manner. Humph! Cyril's gaze was filled with mockery and disdain. He snorted and shook his head. Thales heaved a sigh and closed his eyes. But that wasn't the worst. Duke Fakenhaz's expression became more and more stiff. His ugly and withered face, which made people uncomfortable, turned into an indifferent and cold expression that could not be ignored. Just as we retreated to Blessings Town and regrouped our defeated army, intending to send Herman's body and the letter requesting for reinforcements back to Eternal Star City, even more terrifying news came from Wing Fort. Even more terrifying news. Thales' heart tensed. Eternal Star City was in chaos. Renaissance Palace was in chaos. The king and the crown prince were both assassinated. Thales' breathing slowed down as he listened to Cyril's words. The capital was locked down, and communication was cut off. We lost contact with a large number of nobles and suzerains in the city. The center of Constellation was silent. Our reinforcements were nowhere in sight. Cyril turned his head around and looked at Thales. His gaze was unfocused, as if he was staring at the air behind Thales. And this was just the beginning. Urgent messages came one after another from Wing Fort. Bad news came one after another. Cyril turned his back to the light. His face looked gloomy in the cold wind. In the north, Broken Dragon Fortress fell. The second prince died. Ekstet's army pressed down on the northern territory, and they crossed the land of cliffs. They were unstoppable. In the east, the third prince died in Broken Bridge Fortress. The waterway supply he was in charge of overseeing the war stopped because it was exclusively for the north and south battlefields. In the southwest, the Duke of Star Lake died in internal strife. The Starlight Brigade, which shouldered the people's hopes, lost their leader and cut off their supplies. They fell apart and disappeared without a trace. The bleakness and coldness in the Duke's words caused the prince to shudder. It reminded him of Gilbert's narration of the Bloody Year. But Thales immediately remembered Zakriel's half-truths and the royal guard's painful confessions in the dungeon. He could not help but clench his fists. The flames of war were everywhere in Constellation. The kingdom's hope was cut off. The enemy's army was at the city gates, and the royal family was nowhere to be found. And where should Western Desert go from here? The suzerains of Western Desert held a meeting in Blessings Town, and many of them harbored ulterior motives. Some of them shut themselves in, some of them compromised and surrendered, some of them gathered troops to form an independent state, and there were also a few of them who discussed in private to support the new regime. Compared to that, the invasion of the mixed breeds and barren species, the fall of Blade Fang's camp, and the disaster at the borders of Western Desert seemed to be nothing. Cyril raised his head. The coldness on his ugly face shocked Thales. In Sunset Temple and Blessings Town, I listened to their meaningless arguments. I was heavily injured and could only be supported by others. I stood in front of Herman's body, which was covered with a thick cloth, and asked him in silence, "Old friend, pretty boy, where did the handsome face and witty eloquence you were so proud of go?" Cyril's tone was very cold, but there was a sense of loss and bleakness in it that Thales did not expect. "That is all in the past." Thales tried to comfort him, and at the same time, he ordered him to leave. "Now, we have," but Fakenhaz stared at the ground with his hands on his knees. He suddenly said, "So, sometimes, I regret it." "Regret?" Thales was stunned. Cyril raised his head. His eyes sparkled, and his expression was strange. "That night, if I did not do that, what would the future hold?" Thales was a little puzzled. "Do that?" "Do what?" Cyril sneered and put the tray back on the desk. He stared at Thales again, as if he had turned back into the Duke of Western Desert who behaved strangely, laughed, and scolded angrily. "That night, if I didn't secretly let the assassins from Shadow Shield into the camp, put them in front of Herman," at that moment, Thales' heart skipped a beat. It was as if all the hairs on his body were standing on end. "Put the assassins from Shadow Shield, put them in," Cyril said airily. "Then, what will happen in the bloody year?" Everything was still. It was as if the sin of Hell's River had taken effect again. Only the sound of the fierce wind outside the window reminded him of the passing of time. Thales was like a frozen ice sculpture. He stared at Cyril without moving. In front of him was the terrifying guardian Duke of Western Desert. Cyril Fakenhas did not smile, speak, mock, or provoke him. He only stared at Thales quietly, and he was incredibly calm. The cold wind outside the window grew stronger again, and it caused Fakenhas' robe to flutter continuously. On his robe was the symbol of the Fakenhas family skull with 4 eye sockets. It was incredibly eye-catching, and it was as ferocious as ever. It was as if it had come to life. Only God knew how much effort Thales had to put in to suppress his desire to call for Yodel or get into a fighting stance. Only God knew. After a while, Thales uttered a word in a solemn, difficult, and hostile manner. "You?" Cyril leaned against the back of his chair and narrowed his eyes. "Me." His tone was calm, and his posture was calm. Thales sucked in a deep breath. Both of them were still for a few seconds. Only the sound of the wind remained. Then, Cyril put on a satisfied expression. "Very good." The Duke straightened his back. His face, which was as thin as a piece of wood, finally showed a rare shrewd and solemn expression. "We are finally talking." Chapter 494. "Tell me, child, there are so many orcs in the world." Cough, 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 his uncle's voice was accompanied by heavy coughs. Even the sound of his personal guard's horse hooves could not drown it out. "Which one is the most dangerous?" He lifted his gaze from the soil under the horse's hooves. "The kind that is near death." He was not in high spirits as he rode on the horse. He lagged behind his uncle's carriage by a full body length. "Yes, the kind that is near death." His uncle's weak voice seemed to have been injected with new energy. He was like his uncle when he was in his prime. He could point out the world with great vigor. Just like a sand scorpion's poisonous stinger hidden behind its tail, a venomous snake's poisonous fangs buried deep in its mouth, and a dangerous quicksand hidden underground. At that time, his uncle's back was majestic and tall. His arms were strong and powerful, and his voice was deep and sonorous. When he thought of this, he snorted, tightened his grip on his horse, and urged it forward. He sped up and arrived in front of the carriage. But his uncle was like a desert after a storm. His spirited voice returned to being dispirited and hoarse. "Then, which kind of orc is the safest?" He answered unhurriedly. "The dead kind." "That's what old Scholar Mon taught you." His uncle shook his head and said, "A dead orc is a good orc. But I have to say, Cyril, the safest orc is also the kind that is near death." He was stunned for a moment. His uncle's weak voice rose and fell as the horse moved forward. "Because they are like arrows at the end of their flight, like the tail of a terrifying sandstorm, like the embers of a burnt fuel. They have a great momentum, but they have no stamina." He tightened his grip on his horse's abdomen and frowned. "This damn riddle. Old man, did you regain your masculinity last night and sleep with a priestess from Dark Knight Temple? Or worse, a male priestess?" His uncle's voice fell silent for a moment. For a moment, only the sound of his personal guard's horse hooves could be heard. A few seconds later, "All right." His uncle chuckled in resignation as he coughed. "Perhaps this is why I like you." When he heard his uncle's coughing, which was worse than last week, his heart sank. He forced himself to be spirited. "Like me, if those are your last words, old man. I have to say, it sucks." He pretended to be relaxed and whistled. "Everyone who hears this will think that you are an old pervert who likes to play with his nephew." Uncle was silent for a while more. The guards on both sides continued to march forward dutifully. Their expressions did not change, as if they had not heard their conversation at all. After a long time, his uncle's resigned and weak voice rose. Dying orcs are both dangerous and safe. So, why did the barren bone people say that the desert god is neither doomed nor forgiven? Because calamity and pardon can change back and forth with a single thought. That's why we have to be on guard at all times. He scratched his ear helplessly. His uncle continued speaking, and he became even more solemn. The royal relatives of the Blade Edge Hill seem to have turned over a new leaf, but it's hard to change one's nature. Sooner or later, they will make mistakes. On the surface, the fat profiteer of Donghai has a wide circle of friends and is kind and harmless, but he is used to changing the direction of the wind and burning the bridge after crossing it. The land of cliffs pretends to be arrogant, neutral, and selfless, but they're just a bunch of rats that rely on the natural defenses of the mountains. As for that cowardly old bastard from the South Bank, he's even more conservative than a priestess. They can't be relied on. His uncle's voice became downcast. He listened quietly for a while before he suddenly said, "Old man, you really slept with a priestess?" Heavy hammering sounds came from the carriage. His uncle seemed to have choked again. Even his breathing became erratic. The corners of his lips curled up into a smile. In the end, his uncle suppressed his anger and sighed. "Sigh, forget it. In comparison, old Dylan from the Northern Territory is tenacious and constantly strives to improve himself. It's a pity that their positions are too bad. Once something happens, they'll be the first to bear the brunt, and it'll be difficult for them to help." As expected, if it were my uncle in the past, hearing me joke about him like this, feeling gloomy, he stopped thinking about it. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the increasing amount of vegetation on both sides of the Avenue of Blessings. "You seem to have missed out on the most important thing?" His uncle's breathing stopped. The carriages took a big turn. A few farmers who were driving the carriages by the side of the road shrunk their bodies in fear as they waited for the four-eyed skull flag to pass. After a long while, his uncle's weak voice rose again. It was filled with indignation and resentment that had not disappeared for years. "The stars beyond the heavens are high above us. You can only look at them from afar, and not be delusional. You can't trust them either." He felt a deep chill in his uncle's tone. "Remember this." His uncle's words turned into a thick and ominous cough. He did not speak. After a few seconds, he released his grip on the reins, which were about to break. As his uncle coughed in discomfort, he took a deep breath and forced himself to smile. "From what you've said, we should be mavericks and loners. We don't get along with everyone, and everyone hates us." His uncle stopped coughing, but he did not speak immediately. For a time, there was only the sound of horse hooves and carriage wheels. Finally, a long sigh came from the carriage. "Isn't that the meaning of our existence?" There was resignation, but also relief. Duke Fakenhas opened his eyes. Before his eyes, the prince was staring at him nervously. Thal's arm was stiff behind him. He pressed down on the dagger under the blanket. He looked through the Duke of Western Desert's half-smiling eyes, and seemed to see another bloody and ferocious dead man's head with empty eye sockets. Steak. Wait. If Fakenhas is the mastermind behind Herman's assassination, why is he telling me this now? What's in his interest if he admits this in front of another Jade Star? Is he trying to gain the upper hand with a show of strength, a sign that he is going to turn against him, or does he have other motives? As usual, Thales took a deep breath. He deliberately pretended to be surprised and lost his composure to satisfy the other party while he began to think about the key to this matter. From his days as a child beggar to his life as a prince, this move was quite effective against people like Quide and Nicholas, who were not very bright and thought highly of themselves. It was even effective against people like the annoying Ian and Monty, the Raven of Death, who were as cunning as ghosts. They could always gain a sense of superiority from Thale's panic behavior, and from there, they would reveal their greatest weakness in their contempt and satisfaction. After going through so many ups and downs, this was already Thale's most familiar instinct. He was so familiar with it that he could not even tell when his loss of composure was real, and when it was a deliberate act. But there were times when this move failed. Such as when he faced King Chapman in the carriage. Such as Now. What? Are you living too comfortably in Northland? You're already scared? The Duke of Western Desert's contemplative words rose again. He stared at Thales, who seemed to be stunned by the shock, and seemed to be a little dissatisfied. How about this? Which one? Before Thales could think too much about it, he saw Cyril stretch out his hand and hold the handle of his walking stick, long sword. The prince shuddered. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk as the sound of metal rubbing against leather rose, the blade was unsheathed, and it drew a silver arc in the air. *T. The sin of hell's river flooded his nerves. Thales instinctively flipped off the bed and rolled on the ground. What kind of joke is this? He got up and bent his knees when he was a safe distance away from the silver light. He held his dagger horizontally and got into the iron body style. Thales looked at Cyril Fakenhaz, who was still sitting calmly on the chair. The long sword that had just been unsheathed was in the Duke's hand. As the Duke turned his wrist slightly, the sword slowly drew an arc in the air. It was filled with coldness, and its presence was awe-inspiring. There was a faint sense of intimidation. Very good. At least you are not as cowardly as you appear. Cyril smiled eerily, completely ignoring the prince's pale face. What's going on? Thales stared at Cyril in disbelief. He turned against me just like that? But there was another thing that concerned Thales even more. Yodel, who was hiding in the dark, was still silent. He did not react even when he saw that Thales was in danger. What's going on? Is that guy really angry because of what happened just now? The kind that can't be coaxed. But just as Thales thought of a way out of this with a headache, a familiar hoarse voice rose softly in his ears. Calm down. The masked protector's voice was faint, almost like a mosquito's, but it made Thales relax his tense breathing. It's not him. It's not him. The familiar voice made Thales' heart fall back into his chest. It's not him. But at that moment, when he saw Cyril's malicious smile, Thales seemed to have grasped something. This was Blade Fang's camp, the territory directly under the royal family. A considerable number of regular soldiers were stationed here. The legendary wing was at the side, and King Kessel was at the back, taking the blame and threatening the prince. No matter what, Fakenhaz should not have done this. The prince's thoughts were interrupted because of his battle stance. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to think from the beginning. Then why, it was not him. After Yodel's reminder, Thales, who seemed to have figured something out, immediately asked. However, he did not dare to relax his fighting stance for even a moment. Are you the murderer or not? Cyril stared fixedly at him. The long sword in his hand was extremely steady, and his eyes were shining with extraordinary splendor. Finally, in the tense confrontation, the Duke of Western Desert chuckled and shook his head. Looks like you don't know. Under Thales' solemn expression, Cyril's cold smile slowly faded away. The Duke placed the long sword across his knees and played with it slowly. He did not look at Thales again. I don't know. The confused Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. You said that you placed the assassin in front of Prince Hyman. The prince gritted his teeth and asked, but why? Fakenhaz did not turn his head. He only stared fixedly at the exquisite long sword on his knees. Because that is his wish. Thales' question came to an abrupt halt. His will? This time, before Thales could ask further, Duke Cyril answered softly. His voice drifted, and his emotions were complicated. He was the one who took the initiative to find them. Find those assassins, Shadow Shield. Thales was stunned. However, Hyman? And Shadow Shield? Thales understood the Duke's words, and he immediately widened his eyes. 18 years ago, Cyril said faintly. Hyman came to me and asked me to do my best to help him avoid the personal guards from the Royal Guards and Jade Star personal guards, and complete his private meeting with some unfamiliar guests. More than once. Avoid personal guards. Unfamiliar guests. Cold wind blew into the room, causing the Duke of Western Desert's leather robe to flutter slightly. His gray hair fluttered lightly. The wind also brought up endless dust. Under the sunlight, countless particles that flew to and fro in a strange manner tumbled about in the air. Cyril's eyes were still spinning, and there seemed to be light in them. Until, the last time. The last time. For some reason, Thales suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Shadow Shield avoided the eyes and ears of the royal family to meet, so, Thales put down his dagger in disbelief and straightened his back. He moved his lips laboriously. The bloody year was done by him? Hymen? At the top floor of Ghost Prince Tower, the narrow room became quiet. Only faint noises could be heard from outside the window. There was also the fierce, chilly wind at such a high altitude. But the prince only felt that he had fallen into a deep and thick fog. And he was getting closer to the truth behind the fog. In the underground prison, Samuel's words, which were filled with hatred, rose in his mind. Is it the beauty Hymen who only has good looks and literary talent, but is narrow-minded, sinister, and ruthless? Is it the son who killed his father, or the brother who killed his brother? The fourth prince, Hymen Jadestar? Cyril did not answer. But Thales was only dazed for a few seconds before he immediately shook his head. Countless mysteries rushed into his mind. But why? Why? If he is the Jadestar behind the scenes, then why did Shadow Shield want to kill him? This doesn't make sense. He stared at Fakenhaz, who seemed to be in a daze. The Duke closed his eyes gently before he opened them again. He placed his arms on his knees and leaned forward. He schooled his expression and turned to look at Thales. He smiled faintly but frighteningly. I want to know too. Thales was stunned. You don't know? Cyril chuckled, as if he was not bothered. No. Maybe he was just too stupid, and he was betrayed. Maybe he was a victim, and he was destined to be betrayed. Maybe he was just an insider, and he could not escape his fate in the end. Or maybe he was just unintentionally involved, and he wanted to turn the tide. Cyril lowered his head, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. No one knew whether he was being sarcastic or mocking. But, he didn't want me to know. He doesn't know. Thales was not satisfied with this answer. He took a deep breath, walked forward slowly, and sat at the end of the bed again. He was facing the Duke. Really? He asked you to do him a favor so that you wouldn't know the truth, and you agreed to it? You didn't even ask? Thales said coldly. Aren't you being too generous? Cyril turned his head around slowly. It might have been a figment of his imagination, but Thales suddenly felt that Duke Fakenhaz's ugly and hideous face had become much more relaxed. Believe it or not, child. Cyril's gaze suddenly became very serious. His sunken lips opened and closed under the sunlight. Herman is one of the few friends I have. At least, compared to his brothers whose minds are only filled with conspiracies, murder, money, and women. He asked, so I helped. It's that simple. Thales frowned deeply. Brothers whose minds are filled with conspiracies, murder, money, and women. Cyril observed Thales' expression. He shook his head and chuckled. But the prince's next sentence caused his expression to change. Is this related to Prince Horace? Thales relaxed his eyebrows, but the seriousness in his eyes was at its peak. The reason why Herman went to Shadow Shield, but died in their hands in the end? At that moment, Fakenhaz's expression froze. Horace. He stared at Thales. His face was still ugly and hideous, but he no longer had that playful look on his face. Why do you ask? Thales exhaled and answered him with another question. And you, why did you tell me this 18 years later, at the place where Herman died? Cyril stared at Thales for a very long time. Finally, the Duke's elbows left his knees, and he straightened his back in his chair. Against Thales' expectations, the seemingly serious Cyril did not respond to his question. Instead, he lifted the long sword on his knees again and sized it up. Have you ever seen a sword like this, Your Highness? Cyril seemed to have walked out of the memories of the past. He regained his scary and relaxed smile. Thales could not help but be stunned. It was only then that he noticed that the Duke's longsword had a unique appearance. The bronze-colored handguard and hilt were exceptionally long. It did not seem to be the most ideal structure for bearing force, but it was exquisite and neat enough. The two sides of the blade extended in a smooth arc that was like a sand dune, giving people a sense of aesthetic comfort. There was a pure black gem embedded in the center of the sword guard, but Thales did not know what it was. Cyril didn't even raise his head. He continued to admire the exquisite sword on his own. The ancient sword of the Empire, also known as the Ancient Knight's Sword, has a special style and arc. It has an astonishing sense of balance, allowing it to swing with greater ease and smoothness. It requires good raw materials and superb craftsmanship. Of course, it also requires a high price. I guess this is why they are destined to be unable to be mass-produced. In the end, they disappeared from the battlefield, and only a few of them are valuable enough to become family heirlooms. Cyril turned the sword upside down so that Thales could see the bottom of the hilt. It was an unfamiliar letter of the ancient empire that Thales almost did not recognize. F. The carving of the letter looked rather crude. Compared to the other exquisite parts of the sword, it did not seem to be in harmony. Ancient sword of the Empire? Ancient knight's sword? Wait a minute. Thales' eyebrows twitched. Such an arc, it's a little familiar. I've seen it before. 1. The eternal truth of Ricky's silver-hilt longsword with the same beautiful arc appeared in Thales' mind. But what does it have to do with what I'm asking, Herman and Horace? Thales asked vigilantly. At the same time, he quietly sat a little further away, ensuring that his legs touched the ground. Cyril continued to admire the sword that might be the family heirloom of the Fakenhas family. He clicked his tongue and said, "It is said that the first batch of swords of the ancient empire were provided by the dwarves and forged by the elves. They used the flames of the earth as the furnace fire and gathered the essence of the seven seas to be presented to the first emperor of this world, the great Emperor Camelot Carluz, who created the boundless prosperity of mankind." Thales' thoughts froze for a moment. Cyril raised his head and chuckled coldly. "That's right. I'm talking about your ancestor, the one whose blood is said to be gilded with gold and shines." Thales subconsciously said, but Cyril seemed to have made up his mind not to be interrupted. He returned to the long sword in his hand. "This sword is called Sentinel. It participated in the Battle of Eradication with Tiberia Fakenhas 600 years ago. He was Tormund the First's sword teacher when he was young. He was also the oldest follower under the King of Renaissance's command until he was conferred the ruins and became the first guardian duke of Western Desert and my ancestor. Sentinel. Tormund the First. The Battle of Eradication." Thales was a little impatient. "I will have time to listen to your family history, but for now, let us first, and the Sentinel's most recent military service." Cyril's voice suddenly grew louder, drowning out Thales' voice. The Duke of Western Desert narrowed his eyes slightly and turned his head to look at Thales, who was frowning. "It was in the hands of another Cyril Fakenhas. He was my great-uncle, and he served under the silent Sumer IV's royal guards. During the crisis of the king's sudden death, he held this sword and led the royal guards to fight their way out. From there, he protected the young Adi II so that he could successfully ascend the throne and rule over Constellation." As Cyril spoke, he swung the long sword in his hand and swung it in the air. His skillful movements and steady grip on the sword made Thales, who had always thought that Duke Fakenhas' movements were inconvenient, look at him in a different light. "Wait a minute." Thales' expression changed. He caught something from the words just now. The other Cyril Fakenhas. Royal Guards. The silent Sumer IV. The king's sudden death. An Adi II? Thales stared at Sentinel. Before he could figure out what was going on, Cyril sighed. "Fakenhas is a family as old as Arund. It has been passed down since the age of the Empire, and it followed the Jade Star family to this day." The Duke stared at his sword of the ancient empire. "From the Battle of Eradication to the Bloody Year, just like this Sentinel, we have witnessed too much and understood too much. A strange light shone in the Duke of Western Desert's eyes. Whether it is the rise and fall of Constellation, or the Jade Star royal family, Fakenhas removed the sheath from his cane and cast a sideways glance at Thales. There seemed to be a profound meaning behind his words. A reign of terror. Cyril exhaled slowly and put Sentinel back into its sheath. Compared to that, is the answer you seek still important? Thales' eyebrows twitched. When he thought about what he saw and heard over the past few days, the prince suddenly had a guess. 82nd, my grandfather. I heard that he was the one with the longest teeth among Sumer IV's children, and he was also a male. Thales spoke slowly. I believe that his ascension to the throne and coronation should have been smooth. He narrowed his eyes. Where did the reign of terror you speak of come from? The Duke of Western Desert put away his nostalgic expression and smiled slowly. He turned his head around and stared at Thales with a burning gaze. Perhaps your history teacher did not mention your grandfather's stepmother, the witch Queen Vera from the Iris Flowers family, and her sister-in-law who was the Duchess of Blade Edge Field, your grandfather's aunt, the former Princess Helena. Iris Flowers family, the witch Queen Vera. The Duchess of Blade Edge Field, the Princess Helena. As he listened to these unfamiliar names, Thales' mind started to work. They also did not mention how they conspired to falsify an edict after Sumer IV passed away. They wanted to send your underage grandfather to Sunset Temple as a lifelong sacrifice, so that Queen Vera's biological son, John Jadestar, who was still in swaddling clothes, could replace his father and become king. Thales' eyes suddenly widened. John Jadestar conspired to falsify an edict. Thales could not help but tighten his grip on his dagger. Queen Vera's biological son. Replace his father with his son. Cyril put down his sword and could not help but sigh. Of course, if Queen Vera had succeeded 60 years ago, you and I would not have to worry here. If Queen Vera had succeeded, I would not have to worry here, damn old man. Thales took a deep breath and calmed the shock in his heart. Enough, Duke Fakenhas. From just now until now, Thales' expression darkened. What are you hinting at? This time, the second prince stared at the Duke of Western Desert. His attitude was hostile. Is it the late king's younger brother, the Duke of Star Lake, John, who had the chance to surpass my grandfather and ascend the supreme throne of Constellation? Fakenhas curled his lips. Or is it the Covendier family of Iris Flowers who once tried to interfere with the succession of the throne? Cyril's smile did not fade. And the Duke of Blade Edge Field, the entire family of Princess Helena's husband who died 18 years ago, was also involved? As he watched Cyril's unhurried and calm expression, Thales gritted his teeth. Or are you hinting that during the Bloody Year, it was indeed one of my grandfather's princes who also wanted to replace his father, usurp the throne? You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.